Marshall Peak Chapter 55:10 Who did it? It was not something that Yang Kai cared all that much about, though. While it would be good if he had the chance to strike again, he could simply return to the 3,000 worlds if he did not. After all, he had the secret void corridor, which had served him well the past few years. What he needed to do now was focus on his recovery. As Yang Kai lay low, the Black Ink clan went on a frenzied search for him all across the Black Ink battlefield, but in the end they failed to find any trace of him. The royal lord was filled with pent-up fury and frustration. He had full knowledge of an enemy who was eyeing the no-return pass, and he knew full well that this enemy of his was not his equal in battle, but he could not find where this enemy was hiding, pushing him into a constant state of simmering rage. The existence of that Eighth Order Open Heaven Realm Master made him feel as if he had a sword hanging over his head, one that could fall at any moment. As a result of this incident, all of the territory lords, as well as the royal lord himself, feared entering into a deep sleep to recuperate. They had to put up with their injuries and remain on guard. 6 months after Yang Kai destroyed 5 high-rank Black Ink nests, the Human Race Army's supreme headquarters, in a great territory which connected to the star boundary, had compiled reports from various great territories. This particular great territory previously did not even have a name of its own on the universe chart, and was simply identified with the code E39. Numerous great territories like this one existed among the 3,000 worlds. These nameless great territories were usually those where the martial Dao had not matured much or did not possess any resources worth exploiting. Even though they were often home to several universe worlds, the cultivators in those places could not free themselves from the shackles of their universe worlds and venture out into the outer universe. Some of these great territories were even completely uninhabited. This had been the case for the great territory where the star boundary was, but due to the star boundary's soaring fame, along with the fact that the most powerful sect in the star boundary was High Heaven Palace, the great territory was at one point renamed High Heaven Territory. It had been several dozen years since the Black Ink clan opened the passage between the Barren Territory and Wind Mist Territory, and invaded the 3,000 worlds. The Human Race Army had retreated from Barren Territory under the orders of Xiao Xiao and Wu Qing, the 2 surviving Ninth Order old ancestors. The armies were then broken up and squads were sent to the various great territories to organize the mass evacuation. By now, the humans had all retreated and migrated as planned. With the help of the human army, most of the great forces arrived safely in High Heaven Territory. However, significant losses were suffered along the way too. An example of this would be the Swallowing Seas territory. If it had not been for Yang Kai's intervention back then, all of the cultivators from the entire great territory might have been lost. Some evacuation fleets encountered Black Ink clan armies along the way, and were either besieged or eliminated. Even now, some human refugees had been delayed for various reasons and were still making their way to High Heaven Territory, but the overall situation had been stabilized. The Human Race Army was now deployed in a dozen great territories around High Heaven Territory to battle against the Black Ink clan army. Big and small clashes occurred constantly with the humans and the Black Ink clan army, both suffering casualties at an alarming rate. Many of the humans' finest elites now fought in these great territories, doing their best to hold the line and push back the enemy. Since Territory E30 neighbored the star boundary, and was the only way into High Heaven Territory from the wider 3,000 worlds, the Human Race Army turned it into their final stronghold in the war against the Black Ink clan. Thus, the Army's supreme headquarters was set up in one of the universe worlds in this great territory. The human race had never had a supreme headquarters before, as on the Black Ink battlefield. Each of the great passes functioned essentially independently. No one held overall command. In fact, even in the individual great passes, the East, South, West, and North armies all had their respective army headquarters. However, in the present situation, the human race could no longer afford to work separately. They had to establish a place where the entire strategic situation could be overseen and general orders could be issued. This was how the Supreme Headquarters came to be. There was a single Supreme Commander and over a dozen Deputy Supreme Commanders at the Supreme Headquarters, all of them the most elite Eighth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters, holding positions above the individual army commanders. As old ancestors Xiao Xiao and Wu Qing were preoccupied with tying down the Black Ink giant spirit god, they could not pay attention to anything else. Therefore, the over dozen or so Eighth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters acted as the heads of the Human Race Army. the strategies to be used in the fight against the Black Ink Clan, the changes to the defense lines, the assignment of the soldiers, everything was coordinated through the Supreme Headquarters. Xiang Shan, originally the army commander of the Great Evolution Army's Eastern Army, was now a deputy supreme commander, and Mi Jingluan had assumed the role of supreme commander. On this particular day, the dozen or so Eighth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters had gathered to discuss the current state of the war. After a lengthy discussion, they came up with a new set of plans to implement. Xiang Shan glanced around at everyone. If there's nothing else, then we can adjourn now. These Eighth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters did not just remain in this place. They were elites among the Eighth Order, so they would still head out to fight the Black Ink clans now and again. However, for the most part, the majority of them remained on duty at the Supreme Headquarters so that they could quickly formulate strategies whenever a crisis cropped up. Just recently, Xiang Shan received a report that a territory lord had separated from the rest of the Black Ink clan army in one of the neighboring great territories. Thus, he had been working out a way to kill this territory lord. Now was the perfect opportunity to strike, so if there was nothing else that needed to be discussed, he wanted to get on with it. The other deputy supreme commanders were quiet as they had nothing to discuss, but Mi Jingluan suddenly raised his hand. Please hold on, everyone. I've recently received a rather intriguing report. Please have a look. Bolts of light whizzed out of his raised hand. Jade slips soon landed in each of their hands as one of them queried with his eyebrow and commented, "A series of black ink nests self-destructed." The Jade slip had a record of multiple reports from various great territories about the sudden collapse of numerous black ink nests. Most of these black ink nests were low-rank black ink nests, but there were a few mid-rank black ink nests among them as well. A fairly significant number of them had collapsed throughout over 100 different great territories. Xiang Shan was taken aback, looked up and asked, "When did you get these reports?" 10 days ago, Mi Jingluan replied. All of the deputy supreme commanders had important tasks of their own, while Mi Jingluan was in charge of gathering intelligence and reports. He was the first to know of any news that was transmitted back to the Supreme Headquarters. Is this information reliable? One of the Eighth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters asked. Mi Jingluan nodded and some of these incidents were spotted by hunters roaming through the great territories under the Black Ink clan's control, while some were even discovered from the dozen frontline great territories. We can't confirm the ones in the great territories that fully belong to the Black Ink clan, but I've sent people to check the dozen frontline great territories, and they verified the reports. The hunters that he mentioned were those who had formed squads to sneak into the great territories under the Black Ink clan's control to hunt and kill Black Ink clansmen. Some of these hunters were the remnants of the various army squads that previously existed, but most of them were also formed by cultivators from the various second-class great forces. Cultivators from the second-class great forces had never taken part in large-scale wars before, and few of them were used to fighting in a structured army. Therefore, the Supreme Headquarters decided to just leave them be. The cave heavens and paradises no longer restricted the second-class great forces, and many of the masters from those great forces had ascended to the Seventh Order. Thanks to the existence of the hunters, the Black Ink clan suffered noteworthy losses every year. However, hunters generally worked in small groups no bigger than an army squad or a dozen or so people, which meant that it was extremely dangerous for them if they ran into a real Black Ink clan army. At the same time, being few in number meant they could move about more freely and stealthily, so there were pros and cons. The hunters mostly traveled through the great territories that the Black Ink clan had seized, and 6 months ago, a number of hunters reported witnessing many black ink nests in various universe worlds all of a sudden began to wither and die. At the same time, the same thing had happened in the dozen frontline great territories where the main human and Black Ink clan armies were clashing. Quite a few soldiers had seen massive black ink nests falling apart for no apparent reason. As supreme commander of the human army, Mi Jingluan was always kept up to date on the latest intelligence, so no one doubted his words. One of the Eighth Order Open Heaven Realm Master's eyes brightened. Do we have a count of how many black ink nests were self-destructed? How many low-rank ones and how many mid-rank ones? For now, we've confirmed 637 low-rank black ink nests and 13 mid-rank black ink nests have withered. Mi Jingluan replied, however, this is only what we have found, and what we can find is only the tip of the iceberg. There were obviously a lot more black ink nests that had been destroyed than the ones the humans could discover. Mi Jingluan looked around at everyone. I'm sure you all know what this implies. Oh. It would not be a big deal if a few low-rank black ink nests self-destructed. That would only mean that a mid-rank black ink nest had been destroyed somewhere. However, if multiple mid-rank black ink nests had self-destructed as well, then the information gleaned from this news was a lot more significant. Xiangshan spoke up quietly. We have not found any high-rank black ink nests on any of the battlefields, which is why we deduced that the Black Ink clan left their high-rank black ink nests back at the No-Return Pass. The Black Ink clan would consider the No-Return Pass to be a very safe location, as we humans are too busy defending ourselves to attack it. No one would head off to the No-Return Pass to try and mess with them, but from the looks of it now, someone did just that and even succeeded in destroying a high-rank black ink nest at the No-Return Pass. That's why the mid-rank and low-rank black ink nests self-destructed. But who is this person? Although we have no way of confirming the situation at the No-Return Pass, based on what Brother Ouyang Lai said back then, there is a royal lord who is standing guard there. No ordinary person can stir up trouble right under a royal lord's nose, Mi Jingluan declared. Ouyang Lai was with Yang Kai when they returned through the No-Return Pass to the Barren Territory, which meant that Ouyang Lai knew the situation at the No-Return Pass better than anyone in this room. He had naturally told Mi Jingluan about what he knew. Could it be that one of the two old ancestors made a move? One of the Eighth Order masters suggested. Someone else shook his head and refuted that possibility. The two old ancestors are currently busy subduing the Black Ink giant spirit god. They can't go anywhere else, so they wouldn't have gone to the No-Return Pass. If they did, it would have meant that they defeated the Black Ink giant spirit god, and we would have heard about it if that was the case. The crowd continued making various guesses, but they had no way of verifying any of them. Based on the reports they had, they could only figure out that at least one high-rank black ink nest at the No-Return Pass must have been destroyed. That would explain why many mid-rank black ink nests and low-rank black ink nests self-destructed. That being said, they had no way of knowing who did this, or even if it was just one person or a whole team of people. All of a sudden, Xiangshan looked over at Mi Jingluan. Their eyes met and they could easily tell what the other was thinking. Could it be that brat's doing? They could not think of anyone who could accomplish such a feat, but if it was that brat, then perhaps it might be possible. Immediately, one of the Eighth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters asked Brother Xiang, "Who is this brat you speak of? Who do you believe is capable of doing this?" Martial Peak Chapter 5511, Wreaking Havoc One Last Time. Xiangshan did not leave them guessing as he answered, "Yang Kai. I'm sure you've heard his name before." Everyone nodded in realization. One of them piped up, "I heard that he's now in the Eighth Order, right?" Mi Jingluan nodded, "That's right. Yang Kai is now in the Eighth Order Open Heaven Realm. He's also the reason why Brother Ouyang Lai and his group were able to return from the Black Ink battlefield." The one who spoke up earlier continued, "Even if he's now in the Eighth Order, he has only just recently ascended. There's a royal lord standing guard at the No-Return Pass, not to mention countless territory lords as well. How could he do such a thing all by himself?" Although this person who spoke knew of Yang Kai and heard about his past exploits, he was unfamiliar with Yang Kai, so it was not surprising for him to feel doubtful. He's no ordinary Eighth Order Open Heaven Realm Master. He can easily slaughter innate territory lords, and he's definitely stronger, not weaker than any of you here. Mi Jingluan thought to himself. Ouyang Lai had told Mi Jingluan some astonishing things, but as this information involved other matters as well, Mi Jingluan had classified the reports to prevent information leaks. Not many people knew of these things now, especially regarding just how strong Yang Kai was. This was a way of protecting Yang Kai to prevent him from getting exposed to the Black Ink clan and being targeted as a result. However, judging by what was happening now, even though Mi Jingluan wanted to protect Yang Kai was not someone who would keep a low profile. He has already run off to the No-Return Pass and destroyed high-rank Black Ink nests. The Black Ink clan surely view him as their highest priority target. After a moment of silence, Mi Jingluan said, "Perhaps it might be hard for him to accomplish this alone, but there's something you shouldn't forget, everyone. Even if he's acting alone, it doesn't mean he doesn't have help." "The small stone race army," one of the Eighth Order masters exclaimed in realization. Mi Jingluan nodded, "Exactly. Previously, Yang Kai traveled to various great territories and refined numerous universe worlds. He even gave out a lot of small stone race soldiers to the cultivators in those great territories for protection, which proved to be a massive boon. Without those small stone race soldiers, many more cultivators retreating from the various great territories would have died. According to my calculations, Yongkai gave out at least 40 million small stone race soldiers, including nearly 100 who had the raw strength of 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters. Even though it was not the first time these commanders heard about this, they still could not help but feel thunderstruck when Mi Jingluan brought it up again. 40 million from the small stone race. Nearly 100 on par with 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters. Even more that are on par with the 7th Order, 6th Order, and 5th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters. They were all curious as to how Yongkai cultivated so many small stone race soldiers, creating a massive and powerful army all on his own. They had already investigated the origins of the small stone race, and learned they were a unique species of living beings that came from a certain universe world in the New Great Territory, which was adjacent to High Heaven Territory. They were only found in that small universe world. In fact, there was no trace of the small stone race anywhere else. However, they had also studied the small stone race there, discovering that they were not fully sentient and quite weak as well. When compared to the massive small stone race soldiers that Yongkai gave away, it was as if they belonged to completely separate races. Less than half of those 40 million small stone race soldiers remained now. The rest had died in the battle against the Black Ink clan. Even so, for the humans, the 20 million strong small stone race army provided indispensable strength in battle. This was especially the case because the small stone race was not susceptible to the corruption of Black Ink's strength. When in battle, they fought valiantly with no fear of death. These characteristics greatly benefited the human army in battle against the Black Ink clan. As of now, the small stone race had made a name for itself across all the various battlefields, and the humans had also found a way to control and command them. While this method had not been perfected yet, it was still a lot better than before. It was no longer the same as the way it was last time when people would simply summon small stone race soldiers and have them freely battle the enemy. Under the original circumstances, once these released small stone soldiers killed off all the Black Ink clansmen, if they were not collected quickly, they would begin fighting among themselves or simply run away, which made things rather awkward. The human race's failure to command the small stone race partly contributed to the 40 million strong small stone race army's heavy casualties. Once the humans figured out how to control them though, the loss rate decreased significantly. Since Yongkai could give away 40 million of them, it meant that he still had some on hand. Given his abilities, and with the help of a large number of small stone race soldiers, it was not necessarily impossible for him to destroy a few high-rank Black Ink nests at the No-Return Pass. Right now, the humans had only barely managed to set up a defense perimeter. They drew in all the forces they had and focused on the fight against the Black Ink clan on a dozen different battlefields, but they could only defend themselves, not having sufficient leeway to launch a counterattack. However, Yongkai was able to wreak havoc at the No-Return Pass all by himself. When comparing themselves to him, these veteran 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters felt somewhat embarrassed. What a shame! Someone sighed. It was a shame that Yongkai had become a 5th Order Master back then. Even though he consumed a mid-rank world fruit, increasing his innate limit to the 8th Order, that was still his limit. It would be hard for him to become a 9th Order Open Heaven Realm Master. There was no sign of the universe furnace, and no one knew when it would show up. Even if it did, chances were it would lead to an even more frenzied bloodshed, as the Black Ink clan would not let the humans get their hands on the innate open heaven pills easily. That brat! Why wasn't he born into a cave heaven or a paradise? Another 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master remarked lamentably. Back then it had been clear that Yongkai could directly ascend to the 7th Order, but in the end, he was forced to become a 5th Order Open Heaven Realm Master. Everyone knew the reasons behind this situation. From the looks of it now, the attempt to suppress him back then was a grave mistake, but when considering the cave heavens and paradise's unspoken rules, they simply had no choice. Naturally, it was also partly due to the selfish motives of certain peoples. Still, if Yongkai had come from a cave heaven or a paradise, who would have tried to keep him down? Quite the contrary. They would have showered him with resources to allow him to quickly reach the 7th Order Open Heaven realm. Based on his rate of cultivation, if he had directly broken through to the 7th Order back then, He might have already reached the peak of the 8th Order by now and be set to become a 9th Order Open Heaven Realm Master in the near future. He would surely achieve great things the moment he became a 9th Order Open Heaven Realm Master. Xiang Shan gently rapped his knuckles on the table. There's no point looking back in hindsight now. Why did you bring this up, brother me? Mi Jingluan wore a serious expression as he commented. When Yang Kai was with the Great Evolution Army, I interacted with him many times. No ordinary cultivator can compare to him. He is a hero who has done many services for the human race. Without him we wouldn't have purifying light or purifying black ink battleships, or purifying black ink pills. Now that he's alone at the no return pass, what I want to ask is, should we send help over to him? After a pause, Mi Jingluan added, that boy simply does not know the meaning of the word restraint, so he definitely won't stop. I'm afraid that if something happens to him, we might lose an essential talent. Help him? How are we going to do that? Furthermore, all of our front lines on the battlefield are barely holding on as it is. We can only manage to defend ourselves, so how can we pull a significant force off our lines to send over to him? An 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master immediately refuted Mi Jingluan's idea. He was not trying to go against Mi Jingluan on purpose, just stating the reality of their situation. The human race's defense lines had shrunk to a dozen great territories, but their situation still did not look too good either. Many of the others nodded in agreement. Someone spoke up and said, if we want to help an 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master like him, we would have to reassign several 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters, but each 8th Order Master is indispensable on the current battlefield. Where would we pull them from? Mi Jingluan stayed silent for a moment before saying quietly, if we can't reassign anyone given our current defense perimeter, then why don't we give up one of the battlefields? Everyone's jaws dropped at his words, and the one who spoke earlier stared at Mi Jingluan in disbelief. Brother Mi, do you think the safety of Yang Kai is more important than the loss of an entire battlefield? Countless soldiers had shed blood to hold every single one of the dozen great territories. The front lines were formed from their sacrifices and could not be given up so easily. Mi Jingluan's suggestion shocked everyone to the core. Mi Jingluan shook his head. Giving up one of the great territory battlefields doesn't imply that Yang Kai is more important than them. However, we don't have enough manpower to maintain all of our current battlefields as it is. If we give up on one, we will reduce the pressure we are under. Also, everyone, don't forget that Yang Kai is the only one who can use purifying light. The 8th Order Masters fell silent, and moments later, the air was filled with divine senses as they began discussing among themselves. Xiang Shan gave Mi Jingluan a somewhat helpless glance. This had started as an ordinary conference, but Mi Jingluan was now suggesting that they abandon one of the battlefields. This was no small issue. If they did decide to do this, it would cause a lot of disapproval and dissatisfaction. So many soldiers had died in battle, each of them someone's brother or sister from the same sect. Who among the living did not yearn to avenge these deaths? Who among them was willing to retreat? Even though they would still be heading into battle against the Black Ink clan on a different battlefield, it was not the same. If things didn't go well today, Mi Jingluan would become a target of everyone's anger and reproach. At this moment, Xiang Shan sorely missed the purifying light that Yang Kai had. The human race were having a hard time maintaining their current lines partially because of the lack of purifying light. The human race had nearly exhausted all the purifying light they had, with the little they had retained stored up inside just a few purifying black ink battleships. The Supreme Headquarters had set aside this supply of purifying light for special purposes, such as an army commander or other critically important characters being corrupted by black ink strength. They did not have the leisure to use it for day-to-day situations. Although purifying black ink pills could purge black ink strength when a person had not been fully corrupted, the efficacy paled in comparison to purifying light. Because of this, it felt as if the humans had their hands tied when fighting against the Black Ink clan. You brat! Since you're not dead, hurry back and create more purifying light. Why are you messing around at the no return pass? Meanwhile, on the Black Ink battlefield, Yang Kai snuck over and was now hiding outside the no return pass. It had been 6 months since the day he destroyed 5 high-rank Black Ink nests. He had fully recovered from his injuries by now, but upon returning to the no return pass, he saw that it was still heavily guarded. Along the way, He encountered countless Black Ink clan search teams with many feudal lords and even a number of territory lords patrolling around, keeping a vigilant watch over the surroundings. The Black Ink clan is being too cautious. Young Kai grumbled to himself. What he did not know was that after the chaos he caused at the No Return Pass earlier on, the royal lord flew into an absolute rage. It was not just the territory lords, but even he who was standing guard at the No Return Pass, not daring to enter a Black Ink nest to recover from his injuries because he had to constantly be on alert in case Young Kai launched another sneak attack. The Black Ink clan's caution made things difficult for Young Kai. Originally, he wanted to attack a few more times and destroy as many high-rank Black Ink nests as possible, but from what he was seeing now, this was probably the last time he could act. In that case, let's raise some real havoc one last time. When space rippled around him and Young Kai's spear came crashing down, the territory lord could not react immediately as his injury-laden body numbed his ability to sense danger. The next instant, it felt as if a needle had pierced into his head and an agonizing pain coursed through his whole body, causing him to shudder violently and almost knocked him unconscious. The sharp spear grew increasingly larger in his vision as the territory lord wanted to defend himself, but try as he might, he could not draw upon his Black Ink strength. He had to watch as the spear pierced right through his skull. Young Kai hit his mark with just one strike, and the formidable power behind his blow did not dissipate as it flew out and annihilated the high-rank Black Ink nest below. Another kill. At the same time, the territory lords who were standing guard nearby jumped into action. They charged towards Young Kai from all directions, and the royal lord's enormous figure burst forth from within the No Return Pass as well, a cold and menacing expression filling his face. He had underestimated this human's boldness and recklessness. Initially, he thought that the human would have to stay in hiding for several years if not longer, but who would have known that he would show up again just 6 months? Thankfully, he did not let his guard down and thus detected Young Kai as soon as he showed up. Unfortunately, even though the royal lord reacted quickly, he was not in time to save that territory lord. Young Kai had killed another territory lord in the blink of an eye. However, the royal lord was not too affected by this. He considered the loss of a single territory lord and a high-rank Black Ink nest the price they had to pay in order to kill this pesky human right here, right now. No 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master could escape with his life in a situation like this when a group of territory lords and a royal lord had him surrounded. The royal lord had also learned from his previous mistake and channeled much of his energy into disrupting the local space to prevent Young Kai from escaping by using space principles. However, Young Kai did not intend to escape this time. After destroying the Black Ink nest, he turned around and rushed deeper into the No Return Pass, as if he wanted to have a showdown against the royal lord. The territory lords who were moving to encircle him were dumbfounded, wondering if this human had a death wish. Just as the territory lords were about to celebrate, they saw their closest fellow territory lord to Young Kai howl in agony as he stumbled unsteadily. Young Kai quickened his pace and in a flash, he broke through their encirclement. Yet another soul-rending thorn had been used, but Young Kai did not have the time to kill the second territory lord. Between killing these heavily injured territory lords and destroying high-rank Black Ink nests, Young Kai preferred doing the latter. Once he broke out of their siege, Young Kai raised his spear, and in a burst of light, yet another high-rank Black Ink nest turned to dust. Bold human! The royal lord who was charging over roared in fury. If he included what happened 6 months ago, there were now a total of 7 high-rank Black Ink nests that had been destroyed and 3 territory lords who were killed by this single human, and all of this happened right under his nose, which made him feel deeply humiliated. The royal lord no longer wanted to simply rip Young Kai's corpse apart anymore. He had made his mind up. If he managed to capture Young Kai alive, he was going to extract Young Kai's soul and refine it before torturing him until he begged for death. Even more territory lords stormed towards Young Kai now, and their auras were all as sharp as knives as they sent a flurry of attacks towards him. The entirety of the No Return Pass was in a frenzy, as if someone had dropped cold water into a boiling pot of oil. Even though a royal lord was charging over, Young Kai's expression was still perfectly calm and tranquil. All of a sudden, he put away his azure dragon spear, and with a wave his hands 2 small stone race armies of over 1,000,000 each appeared, one bearing the symbol of the great sun, and the other the symbol of the great moon. The sudden appearance of so many small stone race soldiers startled the Black Ink clansmen, but soon some of the territory lords recognized these strange beings. On the current battlefields, these beings fought against the Black Ink clan under the command of the humans. They did not fear being corrupted by Black Ink's strength, nor were they afraid of death. As a result, the Black Ink clan suffered significant losses at their hands. That being said, what could these dregs do when faced with so many territory lords and even a royal lord? No matter how large their numbers were, these strange stone men were no better than ants. Under Yang Kai's command, the two small stone race armies charged towards the royal lord. However, as soon as they came into contact with his aura, they were ground to dust. Countless of them turned into rock fragments as the royal lord was simply too powerful for the small stone race soldiers to even get close. Still, numbering 2 million in total, there were enough to swiftly bury the royal lord in bodies. At the same time, Yang Kai found himself completely surrounded by the territory lords who came at him from all sides. One of the territory lords tried to land a deadly blow immediately, and the concentrated Black Ink strength turned into divine abilities that charged straight at Yang Kai. Even a Ninth Order Open Heaven Realm Master would not fare well if struck by such a ferocious attack, let alone an Eighth Order Master. However, it was as if Yang Kai did not see the attack coming at all as he simply stretched out his hands. The great sun and great moon marks on the backs of his hands started to burn before they lit up in conjunction with the two small stone race armies. The next instant, incredibly pure and concentrated great sun and great moon energy were drawn out and swiftly combined to form the purest light imaginable. The royal lord, who was surrounded by the small stone race, immediately had a bad premonition. The territory lords who surrounded Yang Kai also felt greatly disconcerted for no apparent reason. A tiny sun that looked just like the real sun suddenly exploded outwards with pure, dazzling white light illuminating the entire no-return pass. For a moment, several tens of millions of kilometers of the void seemed to glow with unimaginable white radiance. Countless lower-ranked Black Ink clansmen simply vanished under the intense light. Martial Peak, Chapter 55-13 Restrained. Yang Kai and the royal lord locked eyes as Yang Kai made a slitting gesture across his neck, childishly taunting the royal lord before turning around and leaping into the portal. The royal lord was so infuriated that he nearly spat blood. He was about to dash after Yang Kai when he quickly stopped, his expression darkening as he realized a hard reality. He couldn't leave. The no-return pass was the Black Ink clan's most important base, with all of their high rank and many of their mid-rank Black Ink nests having been set up here. As he was the only surviving royal lord, if an unexpected crisis occurred at the no-return pass because of his departure, then it would surely threaten the entire foundation of the Black Ink clan. Thus, even though he wished more than anything to chase after that human and slaughter him, he had to suppress that impulse. "Sir," one of the territory lords approached the royal lord for orders. The royal lord had not given chase, and they did not dare to do so either. Over the last 6 months, 3 territory lords had died at the hands of that human and his spear despite him not even targeting them. His target had only been the high-rank Black Ink nests, which all of the Black Ink clansmen had figured out by now. If he had intended to assassinate territory lords instead, the number of dead would not be a paltry 3. Their opponent was far stronger than they could ever imagine. If they went after him without the royal lord, what would happen if that human had set up an ambush on the other side of the territory gate? No one wanted to be sent off to their death just like that. However, if the royal lord gave the order, then they had to give chase no matter how fearful they were. Thankfully, the royal lord had considered the same possibility. He had personally witnessed just how formidable Yang Kai was, and he knew that the territory lords here were mostly injured. Therefore, after mulling it over for a brief moment, he quickly said, "Don't bother going after him." His words washed over the territory lords like a pardon from the heavens. Still, all of them were heavy-hearted. It could not be helped as they had lost too much. Not only did they lose another territory lord this time, but 4 high-rank Black Ink nests and over a dozen mid-rank Black Ink nests had been destroyed as well. Initially, that 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master had only destroyed 2 high-rank Black Ink nests, but when the dazzling white light exploded around them, the Black Ink nests that were closest to the epicenter were shattered into dust as well, including 2 more high-rank Black Ink nests. Over a dozen territory lords had also regressed to feudal lords, while the others who were showered by the white light had their strength affected to varying degrees. Their fear and apprehension only increased when they noticed that even the royal lord's aura seemed to have weakened. 6 months ago, that human appeared out of the blue, destroyed 5 high-rank black ink nests, and killed 2 territory lords. Although he only destroyed 4 high-rank black ink nests and killed 1 territory lord this time, the total losses were actually more severe. And these losses did not even take into account the lower-ranked black ink clansmen, who were immediately vaporized when that burst of purifying light hit them. All of the black ink clansmen had one question in mind. What was that light and why did it have such a horrifying effect on the black ink clan? All they saw was the human summoning 2 small stone race armies, and then everything went white literally. Now, the small stone race armies had turned into shattered rock and no longer existed. While the territory lords were caught up in their uneasy thoughts, Yongkai was already waiting on the other side of the territory gate. But to his dismay, no one came after him, even though he waited for quite some time. Once he was certain that the Black Ink clan dared not come after him, he casually sealed the portal again. Although the Black Ink clan had the means to reopen the territory gate, it would take them significant time and effort to do so. Yongkai was more than happy to make things a little more difficult for his enemy. After taking stock of the outcome, Yongkai felt fairly satisfied. The only thing he felt bad about was the loss of 2 million small stone race soldiers. Still, this couldn't be helped. There was no way he could avoid making sacrifices if he wanted to oppose a royal lord. The only thing he could do now to face off against a royal lord was to use a large number of small stone races to set off a massive explosion of purifying light. Even the Sun and Moon Divine Wheel could not compare to this in terms of effectiveness. The Sun and Moon Divine Wheel was Yongkai's most powerful secret technique, but it did not have the special characteristic of being able to directly counter the Black Ink clan. Once the portal was sealed up once more, Yongkai exhaled lightly. He achieved a lot in this risky gambit of his and suffered significant injuries in the process as, at the last moment, he had to focus on igniting the Great Sun and Great Moon strengths inside the small stone race soldiers, disallowing him to block the attacks from the various territory lords. While most of the attacks were significantly weakened or blocked entirely by the wave of purifying light, with so many territory lords attacking him at once, some of them inevitably hit their mark. However, none of the attacks had been deadly, so Yongkai simply checked over himself a little without bothering to spend time recuperating. He then turned around and flew in a different direction where he sensed devastating shockwaves emanating from. The last time Yongkai was in the barren territory, the Black Ink clan and the human race were engaged in a fearsome battle that turned the entire Great Territory into a battlefield. Now all that remained were the scars left from that battle. As he made his way forward, he saw far too many scattered remains belonging to both the humans and the Black Ink clan. There were also lots of wreckage from humans' warships, as well as tufts of black ink clouds of varying sizes. The shockwaves would burst forth in irregular intervals, but each time they did, it seemed like the entire barren territory trembled. The closer Yongkai got to the source, the clearer he could sense what was causing it. At last, Yongkai stopped and stared into the distance as 2 enormous figures reflected in his eyes. They belonged to 2 giant spirit gods. One was Air, and the other was the Black Ink giant spirit god who revived and came out of the late ancient era battlefield. Yongkai had surmised as much when he noticed the commotion earlier, but still, he was dumbstruck by what he saw. It seemed these 2 really never tired. They must have been fighting for over 100 years already. Yet they had not even paused to take a break. The humans and the Black Ink clan had already retreated from the barren territory, but as the fight between the 2 giant spirit gods was still perfectly even, they continued duking it out. From the way things appeared now, there was no telling how much longer they intended to continue fighting. It was fortuitous that giant spirit god Air had suddenly appeared and pinned down this Black Ink giant spirit god. Otherwise, the human race would have suffered catastrophic losses on the barren territory battlefield. The fight between 2 giant spirit gods was violent and brutal. They did not use any divine abilities or secret techniques, and instead engaged in a simple hand-to-hand battle. But every blow delivered was enough to make everything around them quake and shudder. A region of over 10 million kilometers around these 2 was filled with volatile void cracks as space itself seemed unable to withstand the fury of their exchanges. Yongkai even wondered whether the barren territory would completely collapse if their fight carried on like this for long enough. After silently observing them for a while, he raised his hands to form a cone around his mouth before yelling with all his might, "Ah-air, kill him!" As if Ah-air had heard Yongkai's cheering, even his tuft of hair started giving off a formidable feeling as his attacks became more vicious. Yongkai chuckled and watched them for a little longer before leaving. He could not get involved in a fight between two giant spirit gods. Though he was in the 8th order right now, he could not even get close to them without being sent flying. Only 9th order open heaven realm masters could involve themselves in such a battle. Yongkai still had a long road ahead of him. Half a day later, he arrived at a different part of the void. The place here was dark and covered in black ink strength, but strangely, the black ink strength did not scatter or move at all. It was completely concentrated together. The second black ink giant spirit god is standing guard here. This black ink giant spirit god was the one that Luan and his companion had revived back in the divine spirit ancestral land. At this moment, the black ink giant spirit god was sitting cross-legged in the void. His towering figure looked like a mountain, and in front of it was the passage that led from the barren territory to Wind Mist territory. The Black Ink clan army had used this breach to invade the broader 3,000 worlds. One could even say that this place was the starting point that led to everything that happened later in the 3,000 worlds. When the portal had not been fully opened yet, Yongkai had rushed to Wind Mist territory in time and tried to stop it, but the Black Ink giant spirit god rushed from the shattered heaven to the barren territory and forced his arm right through the half-opened portal, managing to open up the territory gate. Even now, his arm was still stuck in the same position. It was not what this Black Ink giant spirit god wanted to be stuck here, it was simply that he could not move. Yongkai looked over and saw abstruse runes that appeared and disappeared along half of that Black Ink giant spirit god's arm, which was thrust through the boundary wall. These abstruse runes were crawling around like snakes to form a large chain that locked it in place. Yongkai detected a familiar aura from those runes. After calming his mind and focusing for a moment, it soon dawned on Yongkai that it was old ancestor Xiao Xiao's aura. It was not just old ancestor Xiao Xiao that he detected either. There was another person's aura which was almost as powerful as old ancestor Xiao Xiao's. Wu Qing. Yongkai's brow rose slightly. The humans only had 2 9th order old ancestors left. One was old ancestor Xiao Xiao and the other was Wu Qing. This meant that the 2 9th order old ancestors were currently in Wind Mine territory, and had used some sort of secret technique to restrain the Black Ink giant spirit god here. Naturally, these two were no match in a battle against a Black Ink giant spirit god, but Xiao Xiao and Wu Qing had chosen the best opportunity to make their move. Back then, the two of them had commanded the human race army to withdraw from the barren territory before making a few arrangements and then immediately rushing over to Wind Mist territory. At that time, it seemed that in order to maintain the territory gate between the two great territories, the Black Ink giant spirit god could not retract his arm from the breach. The 2 9th order old ancestors arrived at Wind Mist territory before the Black Ink clan army had fully moved out, and then worked together to attach this chain-like secret technique to the Black Ink giant spirit god's arm. The Black Ink giant spirit god could have chosen to sacrifice his arm to free himself from these shackles, but he would lose a lot of his strength if he did so, and he was unwilling to do that. Therefore, for the past few decades, he had been engaging in a silent battle of patience with the 2 9th order old ancestors, the Black Ink giant spirit god since Yongkai's arrival, and was secretly shocked by the fact that the latter was still alive. At the time, a royal lord had specifically left the barren territory to hunt Yongkai down. Yet here Yongkai was alive and well. If Yongkai was alive though, then the fate of that royal lord was evident. However, the Black Ink giant spirit god showed no inclination of paying any attention to Yongkai, as most of his focus was on trying to outwit the 2 9th order old ancestors. Simply put, he felt no need to spare a puny ant like Yongkai any mind. He ignored Yongkai, who did likewise. Yongkai narrowed his eyes slightly as he quietly took in everything in front of him. If he was completely fine, then even if the 2 9th order open heaven realm had the advantage of making the first move, it would still be incredibly difficult for them to keep this Black Ink giant spirit god locked in place. It was the heroic sacrifice made by the old ancestors back then that allowed the current stalemate to exist. Young Kai narrowed his eyes and looked over at the black ink giant spirit god as he coldly snorted, "Look at you now, Mo." Every black ink giant spirit god was one of Mo's soul clones, but because Mo was so powerful and was already in the creation realm, his soul clones were also powerful beyond comparison. Mo could not be bothered to trifle with Young Kai. He ran into this human boy when he awakened in the divine spirit ancestral land and knew that while he was a weakling, he was incredibly proficient when it came to escaping. It was not as if he did not want to kill this human back then, but the latter did not give him the chance to act. It was even more impossible for him to kill this human now that it was restrained and could not move. Thus, Mo did not wish to respond to Young Kai's taunting. What it needed to do now was to build up its energy and break free from the two old ancestors. Once it regained its freedom, no one in all of the 3,000 worlds could stop it. However, what Young Kai said next would put an end to Mo's silence. Mo, I just came back from Primordial Heaven's Source Grand Restriction after bringing someone over there. Who do you think it was? Young Kai asked with a chuckle. Mo finally glanced at Young Kai before answering coolly, "It makes no difference who you sent over there. Mu's trump card has already been used and Song is dead. When my true body awakens, the Primordial Heaven's Source Grand Restriction will easily crumble apart." Young Kai slowly shook his head. "Don't be so sure about that. Since I sent that person over, it means I'm confident about this. After all, that person is an old friend of yours." Mo's expression changed for a moment, but it soon snorted, "Stop trying to scare me. All of this Supreme One's old friends died long ago. Since a soul clone like you knows that Mu's trump card has been used, then you should also know that Senior Tsong left me something before he died. You've lived since ancient times, so you must be very knowledgeable. Why don't you try guessing what it was? Why did Senior Tsong pass it to me just before he died?" Young Kai slowly said. Mo stayed silent. Young Kai continued, "How many years will it take before your true body awakens? A few thousand years? Over 10,000 years? What Mu left behind must have been quite powerful, right? But let me give you a word of advice, you should wake up sooner rather than later, otherwise it will be too late. Even if your true body wakes up, you still won't be able to do anything if you loiter for too long." Young Kai was curious to know how much longer Mo's true body would remain unconscious. He was just doing it because he could. He did not expect Mo to actually lose its cool this quickly. However, after giving it more thought, Young Kai realized that this was indeed a child's temperament. Regardless of how old Mo was and how many years it lived, it barely had any life experience. Thus it had a childish personality which could be seen in the way it kept pressing on to find out what it wanted to know and was relentless if it did not get what it wanted. Young Kai nodded at once. "That works, but how will I know whether you're telling the truth? Why would I need to lie to you?" Mo retorted arrogantly, "I can't prove whether you're telling me the truth either." Young Kai agreed with him on that. "Don't tell him any secrets," Wu Qing reminded. Young Kai chuckled, "Rest assured, old ancestor. I know what I'm doing." Wu Qing hummed in acknowledgement and did not say anything else. Young Kai looked at Mo and said, "Go on. Tell me what's happening with your true body." Mo scoffed, "I won't stoop so low as to lie to you, but how do I know whether or not you'll keep your promise?" Young Kai raised his eyebrows, "Shall I swear an oath first?" Mo's expression became extremely unpleasant. Humans' oaths are all worthless. From the looks of it, it had been tricked by a human's oath before. Young Kai shrugged, "There's no other way then. You'll just have to take the risk." Mo stared closely at Young Kai as if it was trying to see right through him. After a long time it finally said, "There's no harm in telling you anyway. My true body will awaken sometime between 2,000 and 5,000 years from now." Young Kai frowned. "That's such a wide time frame." The answer was of no help at all. If Mo's true body awakened in 2,000 years, then Wu Kuang would definitely not be able to become a Ninth Order Open Heaven Realm Master. But 5,000 would be ample time. Mo shook his head and said, "I'm just a soul clone of my true body and can only make speculations regarding what's happening. How can I be sure of anything? However, my true body created 3 soul clones and was affected by the trump card Mu left behind, so it won't be waking up anytime soon." Martial Peak, Chapter 55-15. Profound Nether Territory. Even though Mo had reached the creation realm, Splitting off 3 soul clones were still immensely taxing on it. Furthermore, it was also affected by the trump card Mu had left behind back then and thus fell into a deep slumber. 2,000 to 5,000 years. Yang Kai silently pondered to himself. 2,000 years from now, he would have to make regular trips to the primordial heaven source grand restriction to check on the situation, as Wu Kuang had no way of getting the word out if something happened there. As Yang Kai was deep in thought, Mo grew impatient and started urging, "It's your turn." Yang Kai chuckled and did not speak. However, with a quick flash of a certain secret technique, large amounts of pure black ink strength poured out of Mo's wound, which Yang Kai then absorbed and refined. Mo's expression hardened. "Sure. It's you." The heaven-devouring battle law was unique, so it went without saying that Mo recognized it at once. What's more, there was only one person in this world who could use the heaven-devouring battle law. The one who created it. Yang Kai stopped using the heaven-devouring battle law almost immediately, a faint smile lingering on his face as he remained quiet. He noticed that Mo seemed to fear Sure, and after giving it some thought, it made sense to him. The heaven-devouring battle law could refine anything, including black ink strength, which made things difficult for Mo too. As it was, Sure's efforts back then greatly contributed to the reason why the primordial heaven source grand restriction managed to restrict Mo all these years. He kept devouring black ink strength and refining it to weaken Mo. Among Song and the others, Mo showed the most respect to Mu. But the one it was most afraid of was Sure. "I can't believe you're still alive." Mo stared at Yang Kai incredulously. Yang Kai remained silent with a faint smile on his face. Meanwhile, over in Wind Mist territory, Xiao Xiao and Wu Qing, the 2 Ninth Order old ancestors, exchanged glances with puzzled looks on their faces. They knew about the situation in the barren territory, but they had no idea what the black ink giant spirit god was prattling about. Who was Sure? One of the 10 that included Song? What did Yang Kai have to do with this person called Sure? Although the 2 human Ninth Order masters could not figure out what was happening, the fact that the black ink giant spirit god was noticeably disturbed was great news to them. They quickly formed hand seals to strengthen their secret techniques. And in the next breath, more runes began creeping up the black ink giant spirit god's arm towards its shoulder. The symbols turned into large chains which were about to lock up its entire torso. Mo snapped out of its reverie and swiftly countered. Immobilizing one of the black ink giant spirit god's arms was already the most that the 2 Ninth Order old ancestors could achieve, and while they managed to make a move while Mo was distracted, their efforts were neutralized as soon as it fought back. All at once, the glowing runes began flickering, sometimes advancing, other times retreating. Yang Kai saw what was going on and he swiftly growled, "Stop being so stubborn, Mo." Then with a wave of his hand, a highly concentrated wave of purifying light launched straight at Mo. Wherever the light passed, the darkness receded. The pure light entered the black ink giant spirit god's wounds next in an attempt to move through its body. Mo let out a series of roars, and black ink strength gushed out once more to fend off the purifying light. The 2 lights, one bright and one dark, tangled together as they clashed and neutralized one another. Yang Kai did not use his small stone ray soldiers this time, as there was no reason for him to do so. Unlike the situation back at the no-return pass, Mo was a sitting duck here and could not move at all. All Yang Kai had to do was extract power from the yellow and blue crystals in his small universe and merge them into purifying light. Back at the no-return pass, using the small stone race army to confront a royal lord was a surefire way to catch the other party off guard. But the small stone race provided a great advantage, and Yang Kai did not want to sacrifice them unless absolutely necessary. The dazzling white light continued to flow out, depleting massive quantities of yellow and blue crystals. Yang Kai was not in a position to feel bad about using them now though. In any case, if he ran out, he could just go ask Big Brother Huang and Big Sister Lan for more. He had never used purifying light this way before. The 2 lights continued their struggle in the void. But despite giving it his all, Yang Kai failed to break through the black ink strength's blockade. It was as if the black ink giant spirit god had endless strength. Thanks to Yang Kai's efforts though, Xiao Xiao and Wu Qing, the 2 Ninth Order old ancestors in Wind Mist territory, immediately felt the pressure they were facing lighten. While they did not know what Yang Kai did, they could tell that he managed to draw most of the black ink giant spirit god's focus to himself. The 2 Ninth Order masters naturally did not hold back. World force flowed freely as they worked together, and soon, the chains around the black ink giant spirit god's arm became a lot stronger. This showdown lasted for almost an hour, which was long enough that 2 mountains worth of yellow and blue crystals in Yonkai's small universe were expended. Even the great sun and great moon marks on the back of his hands became burning hot. Initially, Yonkai had hoped that he could get rid of this black ink giant spirit god by using purifying light, but now that he tried it out for himself, he realized just how much of a dream that was. The black ink giant spirit god's aura did weaken slightly, but by Yonkai's estimate, even if he used up all of his yellow and blue crystals, it would still be insufficient to vanquish this opponent for good. Moreover, if things carried on like this, Yonkai could not be sure whether his great sun and great moon marks could hold out. The burning sensation on the back of his hands was getting stronger, and it felt as if his hands were about to explode. Still, his actions were not futile. At the very least, with his help, the 2 human Ninth Order masters managed to further suppress the black ink giant spirit god. Yonkai figured this attack would take the black ink giant spirit god at least 100 years to recover from. Perhaps I should come by now and then, to ease the burden of the 2 old ancestors, Yonkai thought to himself. Since he could not get rid of the black ink giant spirit god for good, he did not persist any longer. He withdrew his 2 marks and stopped drawing strength from the yellow and blue crystals. The dazzling white light lingered for a moment longer before being completely enveloped by black ink strength. Yonkai looked over at the black ink giant spirit god, whose expression was gloomy. Darkness swirled around the giant figure that was undoubtedly furious. It could have attacked Yonkai if it had not been immobilized, but after a moment of silence, Emo simply asked, "Who did you send to the primordial heaven's source grand restriction?" Emo was still hung up on this question. Yonkai could not be bothered to entertain the black ink giant spirit god and instead turned towards the passage as he called out, "Old ancestors, rest assured, the human race won't lose." He originally wanted to head over to Wind Mist territory to check on the 2 Ninth Order old ancestors, but he did not need to anymore. With the 2 of them together, it was unlikely that the Black Ink clan would try to stir up trouble with them, so there was no reason to be worried about their safety for the moment. Old ancestor Xiao Zhao's voice replied, "Go ahead. As long as Wu Qing and I are still alive, this Black Ink giant spirit god won't be able to leave the barren territory." Yonkai nodded before smirking at the Black Ink giant spirit god. "Stay strong, Emo. I'll come back and see you in a few years." Emo glared at Yonkai in fury without saying anything as it recognized this blatant threat. Yet, it could not do anything about it. Yonkai laughed before his figure flickered and flew off. 2 Black Ink giant spirit gods were held up inside the barren territory, and the only royal lord alive was standing guard over the no-return pass. Thus, the strongest masters among the Black Ink clan now were merely innate territory lords. The humans suffered heavy casualties throughout the many years of crusades, but the Black Ink clan fared no better. Many of the Ninth Order Open Heaven Realm masters had readily chosen to sacrifice their lives for the sake of clearing the way for the next generation. Their sacrifice had given the human race a chance to grow stronger. The younger generation would inherit the responsibility of the older generation, and all would work selflessly towards their common goal. Such was the human race's determination. With such will, how could they possibly lose? Furthermore, Yonkai now had 2 world tree clones with him. If he could find a suitable place to plant them, the humans would then have 2 more star boundaries. In the future, the 3,000 worlds would surely belong to the human race. There would come a time when the Black Ink clan was completely wiped out, and order would be restored from chaos. Yonkai firmly believed this and was eagerly anticipating that day's arrival. Profound Nether Territory was one of the dozen or so frontline great territories where the humans were now fighting the Black Ink clan. This great territory was named for Profound Nether Sect, a second-class great force. In the 3,000 worlds, Profound Nether Sect was not a prominent one. In fact, it was not even as powerful as the Profound Abundance Sect that Yonkai went to previously. The Profound Abundance Sect once had 2 Fifth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters among their ranks, but Profound Nether Sect only had 1 Fifth Order Open Heaven Realm Master. However, based on the way the great forces in the 3,000 worlds were classified, Profound Nether Sect was considered a second-class great force and thus had the right to claim hegemony over a great territory. If a sect did not possess sufficient strength, then the great territory that belonged to that sect would not be much either. Although there were quite a number of universe worlds within profound nether territory, few were suitable for human inhabitation, and those that were did not have very flourishing martial das. Second-class great force was a general term, and there was a wide disparity between those that fell under this classification. The top second-class great forces would all have multiple sixth-order open heaven realm masters, while the weakest of the second-class great forces might only have one fourth-order master. Strong great forces naturally claimed the best great territories, so the weaker ones could only choose the places that few others wanted as their base. Now that profound nether territory was one of the frontline territories in the war against the Black Ink clan though, the human race had deployed over 1 million masters to this great territory. This was an alarming number as the over 1 million fighters were all open heaven realm masters. Anyone below the open heaven realm was simply not capable of fighting the Black Ink clan, and did not enter the battlefield. Even if a few overeager Emperor realm cultivators tried to force their way in, they would only end up becoming meaningless sacrifices. On the Black Ink battlefield, there were usually 30,000 to 40,000 soldiers posted at each great pass, all of them fifth-order masters and above, which was simply incomparable to the grand human army in profound nether territory. Now that the Black Ink clan launched a full-scale invasion of the 3,000 worlds though, the order requirement for open heaven realm masters fighting back was not as strict as it was once. Even first-order and second-order open heaven realm masters could join the battlefield to kill the enemy if they volunteered to. Naturally, this decision came with its own set of risks as well. The lower the cultivator's order was, the easier it was for Black Ink strength to corrupt them and turn them into Black Ink disciples, which would only benefit the enemy. However, purifying Black Ink pills greatly decreased the chances of this happening. As long as a purifying Black Ink pill was consumed before one fought the Black Ink clan, then before the medicinal efficacies wore off, even first-order and second-order open heaven realm masters would not be corrupted by Black Ink strength. While this meant that the demand for purifying Black Ink pill ballooned, it was still good that more cultivators could join the fight. As of now, the human race were mainly focusing on defending against the Black Ink clan's onslaught, unable to go on the offense. This was the same across all the great territory battlefields. Here at profound nether territory, the humans' forward outpost was set up right in front of the rear territory gate. This way it was convenient for them to guard the territory gate and prevent the Black Ink clan from sneaking through. Apart from that, in the event of a defeat, the human army in profound nether territory could still retreat through the territory gate and avoid being completely wiped out. If they did, then the profound nether army would have no other place to retreat to. They would have to give up the entire profound nether territory, and the human race would lose yet another one of their front lines against the Black Ink clan. This outcome was hard for the human race to stomach, and a defeat here would surely cause a precipitous drop in morale. However, the difference in strength between the human race and the Black Ink clan was clear, so how were they supposed to hold on to profound nether territory? The middle-aged man had no answer. He was not an expert in military strategy. What he excelled at was charging in and wreaking havoc. Yet, the situation was deeply worrying right now. Although he wanted to join the fight, his injuries were severe enough that he needed to rest and focus on healing right now, so he had to quell his itch to fight. All of a sudden, a figure fell from the sky and landed near him. The man stumbled and coughed, blood dripping from the corner of his lips. The middle-aged man turned to look, and the newcomer grinned. "Tending to your injuries, old Wei. Isn't that obvious? Why would I be sitting here if I wasn't tending to my injuries?" Wei Junyang snorted to himself, but as they were old friends, there was no reason to stick to formalities. After thinking briefly, Wei Yungyang said, "Brother Ouyang, just focus on healing yourself. Don't force yourself to keep up." The person flashed a stubborn smile. "Don't just pay attention to my injuries. That territory lord isn't having a good time either. I was so close. I nearly bashed his head apart. Alas, what a shame." However, he did sit down cross-legged and stuffed a pill into his mouth. If Yang Kai was here, he would have recognized the person that Wei Junyang addressed as Brother Ouyang. It was Ouyang Lai, the one he brought back from the Black Ink battlefield a few decades ago. They were all well acquainted with each other as their paths crossed numerous times at Great Evolution Pass. The two 8th Order masters shared a preference for charging straight towards the enemy. Thus, they got along well and had been friends for many years. There were quite a few Eighth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters in profound Nether territory, as the 1 million-strong human army was made up of the remnants of the armies from over a dozen human Great Passes that fought on the Black Ink battlefield. This included Great Battle Pass and Great Evolution Pass. Wei Junyang was the army commander of the Eastern Army at Great Battle Pass. Over the past 500 or so years, the human race armies of the various Great Passes had gone through battles at the Primordial Heaven Source Grand Restriction, the Noreturn Pass, and the Barren Territory. These three major wars greatly depleted the human race's reserves. Thus, when the human race retreated to High Heaven Territory and the Star Boundary, the various Great Pass armies were disbanded and reorganized into armies named after the dozen or so Great Territory battlefields. The army here at Profound Nether Territory was the Profound Nether Army. If they failed to hold their ground in Profound Nether Territory, then the Profound Nether Army would be broken up and redistributed to the other armies. Right now, Wei Yungyang and Ouyang Lai were both commanders in the Profound Nether Army. As long as no Ninth Order Open Heaven Realm Master showed up, the veteran Eighth Order Army commanders would remain in charge. They were not the only army commanders here though, as there were several other Eighth Order Masters who held such a rank. After quietly tending to their injuries for a while, Ouyang Lai abruptly said, "It's hard to fight against these innate territory lords. Compared to the territory lords they were used to facing on the Black Ink battlefield, these innate territory lords that came out of the Primordial Heaven Source Grand Restriction were far stronger." Back on the Black Ink battlefield, Ouyang Lai could kill average territory lords if he pushed himself to his limits, though he would suffer serious injuries in the process. However, when facing off against innate territory lords whose powers were on par with his, even his most fervent attacks did not achieve similar results. Earlier on the battlefield, he was clashing with an innate territory lord for quite some time, but in the end, both of them were heavily injured and had to withdraw to tend to their injuries. Ouyang Lai and Wei Yungyang both ranked among the strongest Eighth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters, so if this was the case for them, then it was not hard to imagine the pressure the ordinary Eighth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters faced. On the Black Ink battlefield, Eighth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters were generally stronger than territory lords, but now the positions had been flipped. "That's to be expected," Wei Yungyang nodded coolly. "It's said that the innate territory lords are born straight from the Black Ink nests and possess a trace of Mo's source. They are born with immense strength, but have to sacrifice their future for it." Innate territory lords could not become royal lords because all their potential was exhausted from the moment they were created, but due to this, they possessed great strength from the moment they came to be and could stand toe-to-toe against the human race's most powerful Eighth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters. "I know that. I just don't like it," Ouyang Lai grumbled. Humans had to work hard and spend countless years to become Eighth Order Masters. Along the way they had to brave numerous risks and perils. However, the Black Ink clan did not have the same problem. A high-ranked Black Ink nest could give birth to numerous innate territory lords. All they needed was sufficient resources. Although Ouyang Lai considered the Black Ink clan his mortal enemy, he had to admit that their method of creating new masters was an unsolvable conundrum. After a moment of silence, Ouyang Lai asked, "What did those at the Supreme Headquarters say?" Wei Junyang sighed. "They said that if the Profound Nether Army can't hold out against the enemy, we need to start making preparations to evacuate." "Retreating again." Ouyang Lai's expression hardened as he snarled, "We've gone from the Primordial Heaven Source Grand Restriction to the Noreturn Pass, from the Noreturn Pass to the Barren Territory, and then from the Barren Territory to here. Why are we retreating further still? Will there be any space for the human race to survive in if we keep retreating like this? What are Big Head Me and Big Head Xiang doing? Aren't they supposed to be the best strategists? Can't they think of a way to ease the situation here? Sooner or later, I'm going to tear their heads off and kick them around like a ball." Wei Junyang shook his head. "It's not a failing on the army's part if we can't stand against the Black Ink clan. You know the situation that we're in right now. It's not necessarily a bad thing if the Profound Nether Army evacuates. The battles in the other great territories are just as intense and worrying. If the Profound Nether Army breaks up into smaller units to support the other great territories, we might be able to stabilize the situation. My guess is the Supreme Headquarters is considering giving up on Profound Nether territory because the other great territories can benefit from it." Ouyang Lai snorted. Is that the so-called making sacrifices for the greater good? Don't listen to that nonsense. If they can give up on profound nether territory today, they can give up on heavenly wolf territory tomorrow. And what about the day after tomorrow? Are they going to give up on twin poles territory too? Why don't we just give up on all the great territories? Everyone can just hide inside high heaven territory and gather all of the human race's strength together. I'm sure the Black Ink clan won't be able to force their way in then. Wei Yungyang eyed him and said, "You and I both know that what you just said might very well happen." Ouyang Lai's expression twitched as he knew that it was a possibility, but still, he was unwilling. After centuries of retreating and evacuating, even their spirits had left as well. He did not want to retreat anymore. What about our reinforcements? The profound Nether Army has 1 million people, but there are only 300,000 here. Where is the rest of the army? Ouyang Lai asked. Although he was one of the profound Nether Army commanders, he was a man of action and not someone who could be left in charge of strategy and logistics. When the battle started, all he cared about was fighting the enemy. He did not care about plans or the bigger picture. The way he saw it, why make complicated strategies when you can just kill off all the enemies and be done with it? Thus, Ouyang Lai did not know much about what was happening with the overall profound Nether Army. Wei Junyang sighed once more. Although there were 1 million of us in the profound Nether Army at the start, over the years of battle, many have died. We now have just over 700,000 left. Some of them need to stand guard at the forward outpost at the territory gate, and some need to fend off the Black Ink clan at the various bases, so we won't be getting any reinforcements. Ouyang Lai opened his mouth to speak, but in the end, all he could do was curse at the situation. However, I've sent a message to the Supreme Headquarters and requested that they deploy the Divine Spirits to aid us. Judging by how many days it has been, they should be arriving soon. Divine Spirits? Ouyang Lai raised his brow. There were many Divine Spirits who fought alongside the human race now. Apart from the Dragon and Phoenix clans, which had stood guard at the No Return Pass, there was also a large group of Divine Spirits who came from the Divine Spirit ancestral land. What's more, just over a decade ago, some 100 Divine Spirits suddenly appeared outside the star boundary, which gave the human race masters who were on guard there a huge fright. Martial Peak, Chapter 55-17. What have you all been doing? These Divine Spirits were strange as they had appeared out of nowhere. They did not come from the No Return Pass nor the Divine Spirit ancestral land. After making contact, the Divine Spirit specifically stated that they wanted to talk to a woman named Hua Qingxi from High Heaven Palace. High Heaven Palace dared not do anything to slight them, and Hua Qingxi immediately came forward, finally figuring out that it was Yang Kai who convinced these Divine Spirits and sent them over from the Grand Ancient Ruins boundary to aid them. The human race cheered when they heard this news. They did not have enough combat power right now, so the sudden appearance of over 100 Divine Spirits was undoubtedly a great boost. Everyone thought that they would be a powerful backup for the army. However, no one would have expected that upon arriving at the star boundary, these Divine Spirits were not interested in standing with the human race in battle. Instead, they remained inside the star boundary and threw their weight around haughtily. In the end, Fu Guang, who had been tending to his injuries, had to come out and teach them a harsh lesson before they restrained themselves. Following that, Hua Qingxi acted as a mediator and communicated with the Divine Spirits who came from Grand Ancient Ruins boundary. Eventually, they were willing to help the human race, but they refused to listen to anyone's orders. If the humans needed their help, the human race had to discuss the situation with them in advance, and they reserved the right to refuse. While the process had been difficult, the 100 or so Divine Spirits were still a force that could not be overlooked. Now all Divine Spirits had been separated into several teams, not standing guard over any one battlefield, and instead being deployed by the Supreme Headquarters to any of the battlefields that needed aid. This way, the Divine Spirit's utility was maximized. There had been several times when the human race's defense lines in various frontline great territories had nearly been overrun when the Divine Spirits showed up and managed to turn the tide. Thus, one could say that the Divine Spirits played an essential part in moments of crises that allowed the human race to maintain their current lines. Therefore, when Ouyang Lai heard that Wei Junyang had already sent word to the Supreme Headquarters to ask for help from the Divine Spirits, he felt a lot less worried. However, he quickly started having concerns again and asked, "The divine spirits who are coming won't be the ones who came out of the grand ancient ruins boundary, right? Those divine spirits were a lot less reliable than the ones from the divine spirit ancestral land in the No-Return Pass." Wei Junyang shook his head. "I'm not sure. There aren't many divine spirits, only 6 teams in total, and it's those at the Supreme Headquarters who have to decide which one to send to us." The two were still talking when something changed on the battlefield. Although the human race was under great pressure, they were still able to maintain a balance with the Black Ink clan. However, all of a sudden, over 10 incredibly powerful auras burst out on the battlefield. The human race army was caught off guard and multiple warships exploded one after the other. Open Heaven Realm Masters were slaughtered as well, and the Black Ink clan swarmed in from over a dozen different directions. Wei Junyang and Ouyang Lai, who had been tending to their injuries, immediately got to their feet with stormy expressions. "What are those people at the Supreme Headquarters doing?" Ouyang Lai ranted. "Why didn't we get any news that over a dozen territory lords were coming over?" Although there was a disparity in numbers between the 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters and the territory lords on the Profound Nether Territory battlefield, it was only a slight difference and both parties were fully aware of each other's strength. However, the dozen-plus auras that suddenly appeared were all unfamiliar, which meant that they were new and had not been seen on this battlefield before. While over a dozen territory lords was not necessarily a high number, they were all innate territory lords, and with the element of surprise on their side, it was quite possible for them to break through the defense lines. Wei Yungyang's expression was also dark as he quickly said, "Perhaps they did not come from other territories. Every now and then, some territory lords disappear after suffering heavy injuries. Those at the Supreme Headquarters have guessed that they might have gone back to the No-Return Pass to heal, as they have many high-rank Black Ink nests there, which makes it easier for them to rapidly recover. There's a high chance that these territory lords came from the No-Return Pass." Both parties were stuck in a deadlock across all the various battlefields, so if over a dozen innate territory lords left any one of the front lines, there was no way that the Supreme Headquarters would not have noticed. Since the Supreme Headquarters did not send out any warnings, it meant that they did not know about the presence of these territory lords either. It was quite likely that these dozen or so territory lords came from the No-Return Pass. It was clear that they swarmed here because they wanted to break the Profound Nether Territory's defense perimeter and claim the whole great territory for themselves. The 2 8th Order Army commanders could not spare any more time to tend to their injuries and immediately shot off into the sky, each of them heading for one of the newly appeared territory lords. At the same time, 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters from all directions shot out as well. Both Wei Junyang and Ouyang Lai knew full well that this might very well be the end of the battle here in Profound Nether Territory. The support of over a dozen innate territory lords was enough for the Black Ink clan to overrun the Profound Nether Army's defense lines. Under these circumstances, the Profound Nether Army could not even retreat, for if they did, the newly reinforced enemy would surely hit them from behind and inflict heavy casualties. Their only option now was to push back the Black Ink clan at risk of their lives, trying to open up a window to evacuate. This time it had to be a fight to the death. The human race had encountered this situation far too many times though. Thus, even though the crisis had been sudden, the human army did not panic or back down. In the next instant, masters from both sides began clashing. With the support of a dozen more territory lords, the Black Ink clan army instantly gained the advantage and began pushing into the human lines. Countless flashes of light sparked across the void in bursts of varied colors. In less than half a day, 30% of the 300,000-strong human race army had died, and 2 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters had died as well. Although the 2 8th Order Masters had given it their all before their death, they only managed to severely wound their opponents. None of the innate territory lords had died. The loss of the 2 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters sent the human race army into a frenzy. Somewhere on the battlefield, Ouyang Lai spat out mouthfuls of blood, but he showed no signs of retreating. He kept attacking again and again. However, he was already injured and could not exert his full strength, so how could he best an innate territory lord? Fortunately, Ouyang Lai's ferocity managed to make the innate territory lord he was facing somewhat hesitant. If that had not been the case, the latter would have killed Ouyang Lai by now. That being said, the territory lord was in no rush. The humans were on the verge of collapse and the Black Ink clan was sure to come out victorious. So the Territory Lord had no reason to risk his neck in this fight against Ouyang Lai. Even if he just dragged the fight out, his side would still win. Not to mention the fact that there were more Territory Lords than there were 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters. The Black Ink clan had the absolute advantage here. After more fierce battling, the Territory Lord abruptly shot a menacing smirk at Ouyang Lai, whose heart jolted at the sight as he had a foreboding feeling. Just then, a piercing murderous intent came at him from the side, and the Territory Lord in front of him charged towards him as well. At this life-or-death moment, Ouyang Lai did not choose to back away. He charged forward and spat a mouthful of blood essence on his weapon, which instantly glowed brightly. As the two passed each other, blood spewed out of Ouyang Lai's chest, and at the same time, a deep gash appeared on the Territory Lord's neck. It was so deep that bone was visible, and Ouyang Lai's sword intent lingered around the wound. The Territory Lord's expression darkened. Earlier, he had nearly died to his opponent's blade. It was true that the 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters could not be underestimated. Ouyang Lai slowly turned around and looked at his opponent, who had another innate Territory Lord beside him now. It was the one who had snuck up on him just now. As it was, Ouyang Lai could barely hold his own in a one-on-one fight, let alone if he had to fight two of them. What a pity! Ouyang Lai sighed lamentably to himself. If he had managed to kill his first opponent just now, his death would not have been in vain, but now it was unlikely that he would have the chance to do so. He looked around and saw Wei Junyang fending off two enemies despite his injuries. He was at a great disadvantage, and many of the other 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters were in similarly hopeless situations. How many of the profound Nether Army could survive this battle today? Ouyang Lai's vision was blurred by the blood dripping down his face, but he could still see that the two Territory Lords did not want to waste any more time and were charging at him together. Want to kill me, huh? One of you is coming down with me. Ouyang Lai laughed maniacally as the blade in his hand shattered into a burst of light that exploded across the void. This was an artifact that he had cultivated for many years, and now that it was shattering on purpose, the sudden surge of power it released was quite terrifying. The two Territory Lords who were charging at Ouyang Lai sensed danger, and immediately moved backwards while he seized this chance to go forward. He had his eye on his first opponent and launched a flurry of attacks that left his opponent in tatters. Alas, that was all he could do. After his attack, Ouyang Lai's strength swiftly diminished, and the very next moment, he was a shadow of his previous imposing self. The two Territory Lords noticed this and knew that their opportunity had come. Both began unleashing their secret techniques, and a series of terrifying divine abilities came straight at him. Ouyang Lai's body moved slightly as he wanted to avoid the attacks but did not have the strength to do so. He could only sigh and resign himself to this. In a way, this was preferable for him. Over the last few centuries, the human race was forced to retreat again and again, driving him to the limit of his tolerance. Perhaps dying in battle was a better option than slinking away in defeat. The constant overexertion had left Ouyang Lai in a bit of a daze, so when a voice called out from nearby, he wasn't sure if he was hearing things or not. Exile! A deep voice rang out, and Ouyang Lai's figure became hazy as if he no longer existed. The two innate Territory Lords' attacks flew straight through Ouyang Lai's body, and the enormous strength shook the void, causing Ouyang Lai to cough up a mouthful of blood, but he was not dead. As the Territory Lords reacted in shock, a dense murderous intent fell over them. A great distance away, a golden light broke through the void like a shooting star, weaving through the battlefield from the rear of the Black Ink clan army, and wherever it passed, the Black Ink clan lines collapsed. In the blink of an eye, the golden light was right in front of them. Profound and mysterious strength swirled as the glow of a spear swiftly enlarged within the vision of one of the Territory Lords. The Territory Lord was terrified by the murderous intent that enveloped him. He wanted to fight back, but all of a sudden he felt a piercing pain in his head. Pain racked his entire body as his black ink strength no longer circulated properly. In the next instant, the spear covered in multicolored light pierced through the head of the powerful innate Territory Lord, causing his life aura to immediately swell up before bursting apart and dissipating. All of this only took a single breath, causing the other Territory Lord's expression to stiffen. He looked over and finally saw a young man with a cold look in his eyes withdrawing his spear. At the same time, the air seemed to quiver and the Eighth Order Open Heaven Realm Master who had been on the verge of death immediately disappeared, seemingly sent off somewhere. The Territory Lord locked eyes with the young man who snapped icily, "What have you all been doing while I was gone?" While he spoke, space seemed to freeze, and the innate Territory Lord felt as if he was about to meet his doom. A Ninth Order human master? Wasn't it said that the only two left were held up somewhere else? Where did this Ninth Order Open Heaven Realm Master come from? However, upon closer inspection, the Territory Lord noticed that his opponent only had the aura of an Eighth Order Open Heaven Realm Master, which only confused him further. After all, how could a mere Eighth Order human kill an innate Territory Lord in one blow? Martial Peak Chapter 55:18 How Useless. Ouyang Lai suddenly appeared on top of the universe fragment at the front lines of profound nether territory, covered in blood and in complete disarray. Even his aura was in total disorder. The intense battles against the innate Territory Lords seemed to have exhausted all of his energy. His mind was dazed and his head felt heavy. He was on the verge of losing consciousness at any moment, and he figured it would take over a year for him to recover from his ghastly injuries. He should be celebrating his escape from the clutches of death, but he had no clue how he managed to survive and why he ended up here. However, a theory soon formed in his mind when he recalled the familiar voice he heard earlier. Thus, he gathered all the strength he could muster and looked out into the void. Immediately, he saw a familiar figure who was battling the innate Territory Lord who had snuck up on him earlier. It really is that brat. Ouyang Lai was thunderstruck. Moments ago, he had already come to terms with his impending death, yet in that life and death moment space around him warped. He sensed that he had somehow merged with the void at that instant, allowing him to survive the attacks from two Territory Lords. Space secret technique. He knew that Yang Kai was the only one who could do this. Yang Kai also had to be the reason why he suddenly appeared on this universe fragment. That brat must have used his space secret technique to move me here. It's good that he came. Ouyang Lai exhaled slowly before collapsing to the ground, no longer able to hold himself up anymore. All his strength seemed to evaporate at that moment, as he watched the innate Territory Lord scrambling around the battlefield to dodge Yang Kai's fierce attacks. A strange feeling formed in his heart. When did I start feeling a sense of relief whenever this brat shows up? It felt as if the humans would surely emerge victorious if Yang Kai was here. Ouyang Lai chuckled at the thought of how old men like him seemed so useless. Despite their millennia of cultivation, in the end, they had to rely on a younger generation when it came down to it. Yang Kai had saved him twice now if he included what happened back at the no-return pass. "Honored Master, take this pill." All of a sudden, a voice called out behind Ouyang Lai. Ouyang Lai turned around and saw his treasured disciple limping over to him with a bottle raised, one that contained valuable spirit pills. Gong Lian was severely injured as well. There was a large gash across his abdomen that had nearly cut him in half. He would not have retreated from the fight if it had not been for such grave injuries. Ouyang Lai glanced at his disciple's sorry state before glancing at Yang Kai's magnificence on the battlefield and could not help but exclaim with a sigh, "How useless." This disciple of his was someone whose talents surpassed many others. He would not have taken Gong Lian in if that had not been the case. Gong Lian was now a Seventh Order Open Heaven Realm Master after Ouyang Lai took him under his wing and put a lot of thought and effort into training him. While Gong Lian was indeed a remarkable talent, that was still nothing in comparison to Yang Kai's achievements. Why did I not consider taking Yang Kai as my disciple? Gong Lian had purposely come over to give his honored master some medicine. He thought that this would lead to a touching moment between the master and disciple, so he did not expect to be criticized in such a manner instead and felt rather aggrieved. "Honored master, the speed of this disciple's cultivation is already fast enough. It took him 200 years to become an emperor, another 100 years to condense his Tao seal, and yet another 100 years to break through directly to the Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Master. Then, in less than 1,000 years, he became a Seventh Order Open Heaven Realm Master. All in all, he had only been cultivating for about 1,500 years. Few people in all the 3,000 worlds became 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters at such a young age. However, Gong Lian's honored master just called him useless. The comment made him feel as if he had been stabbed in the heart. Never mind. Not everyone is a freak like that brat. I can't demand it of you. Yang Lai sighed once more before taking the spirit pill from Gong Lian and consuming it. If his disciple was considered a genius, then Yang Kai was the most extraordinary genius among all geniuses. Gong Lian eked out a faint smile, but he felt even more crushed on the inside. Just then, they sensed the death of yet another innate territory lord. Yang Lai turned to look before loudly exclaiming, "Astonishing!" As expected, Yang Kai had killed the innate territory lord who snuck up on Yang Lai earlier. It had not even been 30 breaths of time since Yang Kai's appearance, but in that short span, he had killed 2 powerful innate territory lords. Yang Lai had a feeling that Yang Kai was even stronger now than he was back when they met at the no-return pass. "Look over there, honored master." Gong Lian noticed something unusual and pointed it out. Yang Lai followed Gong Lian's gaze and noticed that the rear of the Black Ink clan army was in chaos. A series of great suns and great moons illuminated the darkness. Under the glare of these lights, countless strange creatures were attacking the Black Ink clan army from the back, which caused their formation to crumble. Small stone race. Yang Lai's eyes brightened as he quickly figured out that Yang Kai must have brought these creatures here. In general, the human race masters did know that Yang Kai had many small stone race soldiers with him. After all, the small stone race found in all the various battlefields were handed out by Yang Kai previously. There were even some small stone race soldiers here in profound nether territory, though their numbers were fairly small. After so many years of fighting, a significant number of the small stone race that Yang Kai had given away back then had died. The small stone race was useful when it came to dealing with the Black Ink clan, but they had their weaknesses too. They were hard to control and varied greatly in strength. Based on the fighting prowess of each of the race's armies, when the numbers were equal, the humans were stronger than the Black Ink clan, but the Black Ink clan was a lot stronger than the small stone race. Therefore, although the number of small stone race was tremendous, many were sacrificed in each battle. Those at the Supreme Headquarters ran the numbers half a year ago. In total, Yang Kai had given away approximately 40 million small stone race soldiers. However, only about 17 million of them were still alive right now. The remaining 23 million had been slaughtered by the Black Ink clan. The loss of 23 million in just a few decades of fighting was deeply alarming. The human race would have long been driven to extinction if they suffered such casualties. There were just over 1 million small stone race soldiers in profound nether territory. Thus, including the 1 million strong human army, there were about 2 million soldiers. That being said, only 400,000 of the small stone race were deployed to the front lines of the battlefield, while the rest were spread out across the various auxiliary fronts, including the forward outpost. If that had not been the case, just the 300,000 humans here might not have been enough to hold the front lines of the battlefield. After the fierce battle, it was quite likely that most of the 400,000 small stone race would be sacrificed. Nevertheless, right now, countless great suns and great moons were streaking across the sky behind the Black Ink clan army, their blinding light illuminating nearly half of profound nether territory. How many small stone race soldiers did it take for such a display? Millions? Tens of millions? Yang Lai and his disciple did not know for sure, but they were certain about one thing. The Black Ink clan in profound nether territory was in serious trouble. "Come with me. Let's charge out at our enemies once more." Yang Lai's fervor for battle bubbled up once more, but as he stood up, blood gushed out of his wounds. Gong Lian jumped in fright. "Don't do anything reckless, honored master. You're severely injured right now, and can barely exert a tenth of your strength. How can you possibly join the fight? You should be focusing on tending to your injuries right now." Yang Lai smacked Gong Lian across the head. "Enough of your nonsense. I know very well what my condition is like right now. I can't kill any territory lords, but I can still kill a few feudal lords. Hurry up." Saying so, he rushed off without a moment's hesitation. Gong Lian was speechless, but since his honored master had rejoined the battle, he could only follow along behind him. The changes on the battlefield, which included the sudden emergence of a massive small stone race army behind the Black Ink clan, caused the entire flow of the battle to change. What's more, The death of two innate territory lords in a burst of golden light had caught everyone's attention. With this sudden change of fortunes, the Black Ink clan was fully aware that a powerful master had come to aid the humans. A master who could kill territory lords as if they were random chickens or dogs. The other territory lords were both shocked and furious. The Black Ink clan had been planning this operation in profound Nether territory for some time now, and had even secretly sent out the over a dozen territory lords for this purpose. They were right on the cusp of success, but none of them expected a sudden twist at the critical moment. None of the territory lords could accept this outcome. As the streaks of powerful divine sense weaved through the void, the territory lords could not decide whether to retreat or to continue the attack. Before they could discuss what to do though, the aura of yet another territory lord swelled up before vanishing. When they looked at where the aura had vanished, they saw the same Eighth Order Master standing tall with his eyes sweeping across the battlefield condescendingly. A third territory lord had been killed. All three territory lords had been killed in less than a half cup of tea's time. The territory lords could not hesitate any longer. They were deathly afraid that they would be the next to fall, so they immediately shouted for their forces to retreat. After receiving the order from the territory lords, the Black Ink clan army started withdrawing. Naturally, the experienced human race army could tell what was happening, so even without an Eighth Order Open Heaven Realm Master's command, the soldiers began chasing down the retreating enemy. All at once, the Black Ink clan army was in the unfortunate predicament of being sandwiched between the human and small stone race armies. Yonkai's figure continued flickering across the battlefield as well. Wherever his spear passed, Black Ink clan soldiers met their demise. He no longer targeted the territory lords not because he did not want to but because he could not. Yonkai had already reached his limit after using soul-rending thorns thrice in a short span of time. Right now, his soul was cracked and in great agony. If he tried to use another soul-rending thorn, he could very well lose consciousness, just like he had back at the Great Sea Celestial Phenomenon. If he did not use a soul-rending thorn, then with his current strength, it would be hard for him to kill an innate territory lord who was determined to escape. Since that was the case, he started slaughtering the other Black Ink clan soldiers instead. Attacked from two sides, the Black Ink clan army suffered calamitous casualties, but since the small stone race only acted according to their instincts, while they were courageous on the battlefield, they employed no form of strategy. It was fairly easy for the Black Ink clan army to break through the small stone race's siege with just a few sacrifices. The tides had changed in a flash for the human race who were on the brink of doom just moments ago. The void was thick with world force as the light from all sorts of divine abilities and secret techniques blazed across the battlefield. The human race were victorious in this battle. Now it was only a matter of how many of their enemies they could destroy today. The Eighth Order Masters were truly glad and relieved that victory was theirs. Just an hour ago it seemed certain that the human race would lose. They were already considering sacrificing all the remaining small stone race soldiers to buy time for the human race's evacuation, but everything changed with the arrival of one person. In a flash, the human race army and the small stone race grouped together as they pursued the Black Ink clan for several million kilometers, slaughtering them as they went. Suddenly, Yonkai's heart jolted and he turned his head as he sensed a familiar aura coming from a certain direction. He swiftly leapt across the void, and in the next instant, he appeared before a certain warship. As he looked up, he was greeted by several familiar faces, including some that looked coquettish, some glamorous and some dignified. Those on the warship had been alarmed by the sudden appearance of this figure, but once they took a good look at him, their hearts settled back into place. A gentle expression settled on Yonkai's face as he smiled at these people. Marshall Peak, Chapter 55-19 I'm back. The cultivators on board this warship were all women with not a single man in sight. They were a true female army, and most of them had intimate relationships with Yonkai. Earlier on, he rushed over because he sensed their auras. All at once, Yonkai's heart was flooded with yearning. His mind raced with all that he longed to say to them, but in the end, all he said was a simple greeting, I'm back. Yes, he was back. It had been around 1,000 years since he left Black Territory, and now he was finally back. It was nearly 5,000 years since then if he included the time he spent in the Great Sea Celestial Phenomenon. While it was a pity that he did not return triumphant, at least he was back. Yongkai dreamt of this moment countless times during the crusade against the Black Ink clan on the Black Ink battlefield. And at last, his dream had come true. Yu Rumeng immediately rushed forward in agitation, and Yongkai opened his arms as he waited for her to fly into his embrace. However, the charmed demon saint simply brushed past Yongkai and sent forth a divine ability that battered the fleeing Black Ink clan soldiers in the distance. Yu Rumeng's cultivation had reached the 7th Order Open Heaven realm now. Enough of that nonsense. Our priority now is to kill the enemy. Yongkai wore the most awkward expression possible as he stood frozen on the spot with his hands outstretched. This was not what he had been expecting. It has been 1,000 years since your husband left. Now that he's back, shouldn't you all be crying tears of joy and throwing yourselves at me? Shouldn't we be enjoying the sorely missed warmth and loving embrace? What's going on? Why are you ignoring my presence instead? Meanwhile, Su Yan and Ji Yao who were in front of him were frozen as well. Their eyes reddened, but before they could say anything, Yu Rumeng called out firmly, Su Yan Yao Luer, come with me. Yuer Huashang Waner Chinger. You all will form a team as well. Proceed with caution. The women's expressions became solemn when they heard this, and the others swiftly rushed forward as the 8 women formed 2 groups before charging out of the warship. They formed 2 4-symbols formations, which was the simplest battle formation that was commonly used on the Black Ink battlefield, as all it required was sufficient numbers in the same order. Yongkai had also used this battle formation with other 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters from dawn on occasion. While it was a simple battle formation, it allowed the cultivators to cover each other's backs and combine their strengths. Thus, it was incredibly useful in the chaos of the battlefield. There were only 10 people on board the warship, so now that 8 of them left, only 2 remained. Greetings, Sect Master. Luan Baifeng, one of the last 2, bowed elegantly. Yongkai nodded with the sternness that befitted his position as the Sect Master and waved his hand, at ease. Alas, it seemed his subordinates were more reliable. As for the madams, they seemed to be showing signs of rebellion. However, Yongkai could understand their reactions. After all, he did basically abandon them for 1,000 years. It was not surprising that they were upset about it. These women had every reason to react the way they did. Young master, Yuhi called out with a choked voice. Yongkai walked over and stroked her head with a smile. Good. You're a 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Master now. I see that you didn't neglect your cultivation. Yuhi was not the only one who was now in the 7th Order. In fact, all 10 women aboard this warship were in the 7th Order. It was not unexpected in the case of Yuhi and Luan Baifeng. They were already in the 6th Order when Yongkai left, and during this time, neither Voidland nor High Heaven Palace lacked the resources for cultivation. There was also a world tree clone in the star boundary as well. For those in the Open Heaven realm like Yuhi and Luan Baifeng, the clone's feedback effects did not give them any boost to their innate talent, but the environment still boosted their cultivation speed. Yu Rumeng and Yongkai's other wives had directly become 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters, and a number had even become disciples of ancestors from the cave heavens and paradises. Naturally, their cultivation would rapidly increase since they did not lack the resources or guidance they needed. This team of 10 consisted entirely of people Yongkai trusted implicitly, so it was clear that someone had arranged this on purpose. No other squad could possess such a luxurious lineup. If 10 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters joined forces, they were even able to face off against a territory lord for some time. This was probably the reason why none of these women showed any signs of serious injury. Of course, there was another reason for this as well. Their warship was a little unique, and Yongkai sensed it as soon as he came over. Based on age alone, Yuhi was much older than Yongkai. After all, she had already been a veteran 5th Order Open Heaven Realm Master when she first met him. However, the moment Yongkai stroked her head, she could not stop her tears from flowing as she stared at him with a teary-eyed smile. Kill! Yu Rumeng shouted fiercely from in front of the warship. She did not hold back at all as she mercilessly slaughtered the Black Ink clan. Smelly man! How can he still be getting all sentimental at a time like this? Does he not know the meaning of the word death? Yongkai bowed. Senior, you must have had a hard time all these years. Many thanks for your care. The warship trembled slightly as an old voice rang out with a slightly teasing tone. This old master didn't have to do much. You're the one who must work hard from now on. This was not a true worship but rather one of Baishi's soul clones. Naturally, this clone did not possess the full strength of Baishi's true body, but it was similar in strength to a veteran 7th Order master, so it was not weak by any means. Furthermore, Baishi was most proficient in defense. It would not be easy for Yu Rumeng and the rest to encounter any form of trouble as they had the protection of such a warship. These 10 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters were paired with one of Baishi's soul clones, and this combination was enough for them to fear nothing on the battlefield if they did not target the innate territory lords. Yang Kai did not know who the commanders were for the army here, but it had to be people who were well acquainted with him and knew about his importance. That was why they made these special arrangements for his family. Thus, Yang Kai made a note of the favor they had done for him. Yang Kai then turned around and said, "We'll catch up later. Please take over, senior." That was all Yang Kai said before he rushed out in a flash. He did not focus on helping Yu Rumeng and the others and instead charged forward with his spear in hand. Under the looming shadow of this spear, the Black Ink clan who were trying to flee were shredded like paper. Occasionally, some would survive the onslaught from Yang Kai, but Yu Rumeng and the others who were following behind would easily deal with them. The human race army and the small stone race both chased down the retreating Black Ink clan, turning the once contested battlefield into a meat grinder filled with mournful screams and furious roars. "Withdraw!" All of a sudden, a piercing call echoed across the battlefield. The humans who had been fervently hunting down their enemies finally stopped. They could not continue chasing down the Black Ink clan anymore, lest they stretch themselves too thin and suffer serious losses from a sudden counterattack. Still, they had already dealt a crushing blow to the Black Ink clan army in profound Nether territory, making this a triumphant victory. They could not destroy the Black Ink clan in one blow, and if they forced the Black Ink clan into fighting back out of desperation, the humans would also suffer greatly. Thus, withdrawing after gaining some benefits was the optimal strategy. Yu Rumeng and the others swiftly returned to the warship, all of them breathing heavily and covered in sweat with visible streaks of blood on their clothes. It was evident that they had suffered some injuries in this battle. No one could guarantee that they would remain unscathed in the chaos of the battlefield as accidents would always happen. Yang Kai did not return to the warship right away, and instead used his great sun and great moon marks to gather the surviving small stone race army first before rejoining the others. However, no one paid any attention to him. Yuhi wanted to talk to him, but a glare from Yu Rumeng forced her to remain still. "Ha! All is not well within the family." Yang Kai lamented to himself as he watched these women sitting down cross-legged, none of them showing any signs of wanting to talk to him. He could not help but miss his gentlest little senior sister. If little senior sister was here, she wouldn't ignore me like this. Although he did not see Xiaoning Chang, he knew that she would not be here on the battlefield as her specialty was not fighting. Alchemy was her strong suit. The human race army's need for all kinds of spirit pills was enormous, so alchemists like little senior sister had to remain behind in safety to refine spirit pills for those on the front lines. The human race could not afford to lose such talents, so the higher-ups would never allow them to join the battlefield unless there was no other choice. As the army retreated, numerous 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters passed by, but they merely nodded to Yang Kai in greeting and showed no intention of coming over. It was clear that they knew what Yang Kai's relationship with the women on this warship was. Since it was his first time reuniting with them, he would have a lot to talk about with his madams. They were not obtuse enough to disturb him now. However, they were also puzzled by what they saw. Something was amiss about the atmosphere on the warship. While there was no fighting, it felt as if the warship was a frigid purgatory, causing many of them to shudder lightly. They were also secretly exclaiming over the luck Yang Kai had with love, for he had so many wives who were all high-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters. They were truly envious of him. Baishi's quiet chuckle sounded, as if he was enjoying the show. Luan Baifeng was also glancing around at the others as she stood by the side. She was the only outsider among this group, but she did not treat herself as one. Instead, she was taking in the strange atmosphere in amusement. Everyone else was tending to their injuries. Thus, Yang Kai joined them awkwardly by sitting down cross-legged and stuffing a fistful of spirit pills into his mouth. He looked like an injured animal who was quietly licking his wounds, making for a pitiful sight. Yuhi felt a pang in her heart, but before she could do anything, Yu Rumeng's eyes flashed open and shot her a glare. Yuhi sighed. Although her heart ached for her young master, Madame Rumeng seemed to want to teach him a lesson, and it was best for her to stay out of these family issues. She knew that all the other madams followed Yu Rumeng's leadership and would go along with what she decided. After thinking about it, Yuhi figured that it was probably a good thing to teach her young master a lesson so that he would not keep running around all the time. Previously, it was a little better as he only left for a few decades at most, which could not be considered long for cultivators of their realm. Plus, regardless of where he was still within the 3,000 worlds back then. However, this time, he left for around 1,000 years and had gone to an extremely dangerous place, constantly putting his life at risk. Amid the void, people were cleaning up the battlefield and retrieving the bodies of the fallen soldiers. This was done in silence as sorrow and grief spread through the area. While Yang Kai tended to his injuries, he checked with Bai Shi about the humans' current situation. After the battle at the primordial heaven source grand restriction, Yang Kai spent several centuries running around without even stopping for a moment. He did not partake in the battles at the Noreturn Pass and the Barren Territory either. Therefore, he knew nothing about the human race's present state. Now that he was back, the first thing he wanted to do was get some information. Bai Shi kept nothing from him. A long conversation later, Yang Kai had the gist of what happened with the human race in recent years. Back when the Black Ink clan broke through the passage between the Barren Territory and Wind Mist Territory, the human race began withdrawing and evacuating, with their end destination being High Heaven Territory, where the star boundary was located. Martial Peak, Chapter 5520. Just some minor injuries. Yang Kai knew about this in a general sense. He had helped the cultivators besieged in Swallowing Sea's territory, and several other great territories over the years. Many would not have been able to deal with the Black Ink clan if it had not been for his assistance and the small stone race soldiers he gave them to aid in their evacuation. This was something Yang Kai often did as he went around refining over 2,000 universe worlds in several hundred great territories. One could tell just how many evacuating great forces he must have run into solely based on the fact that he had given away some 40 million of the small stone race. Most of the cultivators in the great territories had already evacuated, saving those forces in their entirety. However, many had also been set upon by the Black Ink clan army on the way, wiping them out as a result. There was nothing that could be done about this. The Black Ink clan had invaded the entire 3,000 worlds, and few great territories could defend themselves from such an attack. The weaker cultivators from the scattered second-class great forces could not put up a fight against a massive and organized Black Ink clan army. All hope for the human race's future depended on the star boundary, as it was a true open heaven realm cradle. This was the reasoning behind the evacuation plan set by the human race's leaders. Otherwise, there was no reason why out of all the great territories in the 3,000 worlds, the human race had to head for High Heaven Territory where the star boundary was. However, not all of the great forces could be housed within High Heaven Territory. Firstly, High Heaven Territory did not have a great number of universe worlds that could sustain life. That being said, the new great territory could ease some of this burden as it neighbored High Heaven Territory and the conditions there were much better, including the cultivation environment. It also had a lot more habitable universe worlds than High Heaven Territory did. The new great territory could only be accessed from High Heaven Territory, so Yang Kai had set up a restriction back then to only allow those from Voidland and High Heaven Palace inside. Of course, this restriction was taken down now given the current circumstances. As long as the human race did not lose its hold on High Heaven Territory, the Black Ink clan couldn't invade the new great territory. Secondly, the humans could not resign themselves to surrendering without a fight. If they did stop trying to fight back, then all the Black Ink clan had to do was target High Heaven Territory. This would put the human race in a far too vulnerable position. Thus, the many leaders of the human race came to a decision. They gathered as many open heaven realm masters as they could and formed over a dozen armies, based on the framework of the remnants of the armies from the Black Ink battlefield. These armies were then posted to defend the surrounding great territories with High Heaven Territory at the center. Profound Nether Territory was one of these battlefields, along with Heavenly Wolf Territory, Twin Poles Territory, and several others. Profound Nether Territory was said to have an army of 1,000,000 soldiers, But after many years of fighting, that was no longer the case, unless the surviving small stone race were counted as well. Throughout the past few decades, Profound Nether Territory and the other frontline Great Territories were in a constant state of battle. While the humans did pay a heavy price in the process, they managed to gather most, if not all of their strength in these dozen or so Great Territories and just barely managed to maintain their current perimeter. However, from the way things were progressing, the situation was gradually deteriorating. Over a dozen territory lords had appeared out of the blue and joined the main battle in Profound Nether Territory. The human race army had been caught off guard and suffered significant casualties as a result. Chances were they would have failed to hold on to Profound Nether Territory if the tides had not turned following Yonkai's arrival. If the humans lost Profound Nether Territory, it would be a crushing blow not only to their army, but to their morale as well. The human race army in Profound Nether Territory was formed from over a dozen remnants of previous armies, including the Great Evolution Army, Great Battle Army, Nine Stars Army, and Purple Jade Army. These armies had previously gone through the three major wars at the Primordial Heaven Source Grand Restriction, the No Return Pass, and the Barren Territory. Thus, they were truly veterans with a wealth of experience. They formed the core of the Profound Nether Army with cultivators from other various great forces making up the rest of the numbers. This was the reason why Yongkai ran into Uru Meng and the others here. Back then, the cultivators from Void Land and High Heaven Palace had joined the fight in the Barren Territory, and old ancestor Xiao Xiao personally recruited them into the Great Evolution Army. Thus, they could be considered soldiers who belonged to the Great Evolution Army. After hearing everything, Yongkai was secretly relieved. He could have chosen any of the numerous routes that would have taken him back to the star boundary, but as he wanted to get there as quickly as possible, he chose the shortest one, which meant that he had to pass through Profound Nether Territory. He was filled with lingering dread at the thought of how terrible things would have been in Profound Nether Territory if he had not made it here in time. Thanks to your preempting back then, those from Void Territory were able to prepare in advance. Therefore, when the order to evacuate was given, all of the great forces of Void Territory were able to leave safely. But it's a shame when we think about the other living beings in those universe worlds. Baishi sighed mournfully. The human race could not bring all the living beings in those universe worlds along with them when the Black Ink clan invaded, so they must have been turned into Black Ink disciples by now. I've already refined those universe worlds, Senior. You don't need to feel bad about them, Yongkai said. Void Territory was considered Yongkai's territory, so he would not stand by and do nothing when it faced this existential crisis. When Yongkai went to Void Territory back then, he purposely checked on Void Land. When he realized that Void Land had completely disappeared, he figured that Baishi must have evacuated everyone. At the time, the Black Ink clan had not invaded Void Territory yet, so Yongkai refined all the universe worlds and took them with him. Baishi froze for a moment, not quite understanding what Yongkai meant when he said he refined the universe worlds. But just as he was about to ask, he saw Yongkai turning ashen-faced before coughing up a mouthful of golden blood. His aura swiftly deflated as he slumped backwards. Baishi was alarmed while cries rang out from all directions. However, Yongkai did not end up falling to the ground as a soft and nimble figure caught him. Yongkai's eyelids parted slightly, and he saw Uru Meng's anxious expression. The others swiftly gathered around him with similarly concerned looks in their eyes. "Husband, what happened?" Uru Meng asked with a trembling voice. The demon saint's previous coldness was now replaced with great fear and worry. Yongkai opened his mouth to respond, but before he could say anything, he spat out another mouthful of blood that dyed Uru Meng's clothes gold. Then he rasped, "I'm fine. It's just some minor injuries." He tapped his finger ever so gently against the deck of the warship. Baishi was startled for a moment before he quickly exclaimed, "How can you call that a minor injury? Your aura's unstable and your world force circulation is a mess right now. Did you get hit by one of those territory lords' final counterattacks?" "It's all right, it's nothing serious," Yongkai insisted weakly. The more he insisted though, the more fraught the women around him became. Earlier on, they witnessed from afar the way Yongkai had slaughtered 3 territory lords in quick succession. It went without saying that an 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master like Yongkai would have had to pay a heavy price in order to kill 3 territory lords like this. It was just that he had been hiding his injuries and putting up a strong front earlier. Healing pills. Yu Rumeng cried out, and Su Yang quickly stuffed a few high-quality spirit pills into Yang Kai's mouth. Shan Qingluo quickly kneeled beside Yang Kai and grabbed his hand to check on his injuries, but a moment later Luor frowned. She did not detect any trace of physical wounds, so she stared at Yang Kai in puzzlement and began to ask, "Husband, your injuries?" Yang Kai forced out a weak smile. "My body's fine. It's my soul that's injured." "Soul-rending thorns?" Zhu Qing asked grimly. Yang Kai was taken aback as he asked, "How did you know?" "Senior Ouyang told us about them. He told us a lot about you actually," Shuiyu explained softly. "Senior Ouyang. Ouyang Lai?" Shuiyu nodded. Yang Kai came to a sudden realization. Since there were remnants of the Great Evolution Army here in the Profound Nether Army, it was not unusual that Ouyang Lai was here as well. Ouyang Lai did know about the soul-rending thorns as back then, outside Great Evolution Pass all those years ago, Ouyang Lai was the one watching over Yang Kai. With just his 7th Order Open Heaven Realm cultivation, Yang Kai managed to kill and critically wound numerous Territory Lords and 8th Order Black Ink disciples inside the Black Ink Nest space with the help of the soul-rending thorns. From the looks of it, it had most likely been Ouyang Lai's doing that led to Yu Rumeng and the rest forming this special squad. Yu Rumeng noticed that Yang Kai wanted to ask more questions, so she quickly blocked his mouth with her hand. "Stop talking. You should be focusing on tending to your injuries now." Yang Kai paused before nodding lightly, and settled into a more comfortable position in Yu Rumeng's arms before closing his eyes. The women around him were all beside themselves with worry. Meanwhile, on the universe fragment at the front lines, the human army returned in victory and settled down to rest as well. However, the news that Yang Kai was seriously injured spread in next to no time. Therefore, quite a number of 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters wanted to visit him, with Ouyang Lai and Wei Junyang at the helm. However, Yu Rumeng and the others stopped them by saying that their husband was too injured and could not see anyone as he had to focus on his recovery first. Naturally, Ouyang Lai and the others were understanding enough. They asked about the cause of Yang Kai's injuries, and when they found out it was the price he had to pay to be able to slaughter 3 Territory Lords, they were deeply troubled. One of the 8th Order Masters brought out some special spirit pills he had been safekeeping and passed them to Yu Rumeng before assuring her that she could focus on tending to Yang Kai. Yu Rumeng accepted the pills and thanked him. That boy killed 3 innate Territory Lords in less than an incense stick of time. He has grown too quickly. Wei Junyang turned back to glance at the warship that was formed out of Baishi's soul clone with an indiscernible expression. When Wei Junyang first heard about Yang Kai back then on the Black Ink battlefield, the latter had only been a 6th Order junior. Yet Yang Kai had the same cultivation as him now. However, Yang Kai was even stronger and more formidable in battle, as he could slaughter innate Territory Lords who were a lot stronger than ordinary Territory Lords. In a one-on-one fight, there was no guarantee that even peak 8th Order Masters like Wei Junyang and Ouyang Lai could kill an innate Territory Lord. Nevertheless, Yang Kai did just that, though it seemed that he had paid heavily in the process. "Have we grown too old?" Kong Chengde chuckled. He was originally the army commander of the 9 Stars Army's Southern Army. He and the other 8th Order Masters were some of the finest talents back in their day. They had cultivated for many years to achieve the strength they had now. But when they compared themselves to Yang Kai, who was generations younger than them, they could not help but feel somewhat ashamed of themselves. During the last battle in the Barren Territory, this old master didn't agree with the old ancestor's decision. One of the old men spoke up abruptly. It was Fei Yongzhe, who was originally the army commander of the Purple Jade Western Army. "The 9th Order old ancestors are the backbone of our human race, our strongest and most experienced fighters. It's incredibly difficult for someone to become a 9th Order Master. Even after all these years, only a handful of 9th Order Masters existed. As long as we humans still had them, we would still have hope. And yet, during that fateful battle, the old ancestors boldly and without hesitation chose to sacrifice themselves in a battle to the death. This old master believed that the old ancestors made the wrong decision back then. They had been too reckless in entrusting the future of the human race to the hands of the younger generation. How about now?" Kong Chengde turned to look at him. Fei Yongzhe remained silent for a moment before saying, "Perhaps this old master was too conservative and narrow-minded. Let's see how things go in the future." His opinion had been shaken by the way Yang Kai slaughtered 3 innate territory lords in one go. But only time could tell whether the old ancestors had made the right decision back then. It was not something that he could determine just like that. Martial Peak, Chapter 55-21. Divine spirits have come to assist. While the rest carried on with their conversation, Ouyang Lai was the only one who kept glancing behind him with a brooding expression, wondering, what the hell is that brat up to? The others might not be aware of how formidable Yang Kai was in combat, but the same could not be said for Ouyang Lai. Of all the 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters here in Profound Nether Territory, he was the one who was most familiar with Yang Kai, as they had fought alongside each other for many years in the Great Evolution Army. Yang Kai was also the reason why he managed to make it out of the Black Ink battlefield and arrive at the Barren Territory. Of course, Yang Kai would not have come out of the battle unscathed after slaughtering 3 innate territory lords in such a short amount of time, so Ouyang Lai did not even need to check to understand he had used his soul-rending thorns. Injuries in battle were unavoidable, but nevertheless, Ouyang Lai did not believe that Yang Kai's wounds were as severe as they seemed to be. He had witnessed just how indomitable Yang Kai had been when they stormed the no-return pass. However, Yang Kai's aura was currently as frail as a candle's flame amid a terrifying storm. It was almost as if he would die at any moment. Is he really that wounded? Ouyang Lai threw a glance in that direction once more, and his eyes flashed perceptively as a thought occurred to him. Soon he chuckled and snickered, "Crafty brat. What did you say?" Wei Junyang turned to Ouyang Lai. "It's nothing." Ouyang Lai slowly shook his head. Although he deduced that something mischievous was afoot, he was not about to expose it, as this involved someone else's private affairs. If he did, then he would be offending Yang Kai for no reason. Ouyang Lai was certain. That brat's injured all right, but his injuries are definitely not that severe. Since Ouyang Lai did not wish to elaborate, Wei Junyang did not try to pry it out of him. Everyone fought hard in this battle. Let's return and tend to our injuries first so that we can return to our peak as soon as possible, lest the Black Ink clan starts getting ideas again. Everyone else nodded in agreement. The Profound Nether Territory army suffered considerable casualties in this battle, including the loss of 2 8th Order Masters. Even though 3 Territory Lords had been killed as well, there were more Territory Lords than 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters to begin with. The injuries that Ouyang Lai, Wei Junyang, and the others suffered were fairly serious, so it was true that they needed to hurry up and tend to their wounds. However, before they moved away, a figure fell from the sky and landed in front of them before cupping his fist as he announced, "Sirs, the Divine Spirits reinforcement team has arrived." Ouyang Lai could not resist snapping. What excellent timing! What was the point if the Divine Spirits only arrived when the battle was over? Were they here to help clean up the battlefield? If they came earlier, the Profound Nether army would not have suffered such heavy casualties. Ouyang Lai could not be blamed for feeling resentful, while the other 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters felt the same to varying degrees. There had been no sign of these Divine Spirits earlier when the battle was at its fiercest and the Profound Nether army was on the verge of defeat. That was the time when they needed reinforcements the most. Fortunately, Yang Kai had arrived and managed to drive the Black Ink clan back with his unstoppable strength. Yet, it was only now that the Divine Spirits showed up. However, though they were dissatisfied, they knew the situation could not be helped. There were only so many Divine Spirits, and the human race needed all the help they could get on all the different battlefields. The Divine Spirits who had to rush everywhere to offer assistance were under a lot of pressure too. Without the support of the Divine Spirits, at least 2 or 3 of the humans' current frontline great territories would have been lost. The Divine Spirits had contributed greatly to the human race's success in holding off the Black Ink clan. Wei Junyang sighed. "They're having a hard time too, Brother Ouyang. So let's not mention such things." "I know," Ouyang Lai huffed. "No one was having it easy. They were all pitifully fighting in a bid for survival." He was just grumbling for the sake of it. Even under these circumstances, while the Divine Spirits might have been late, they would not have been too late. If Yang Kai had not shown up, the Profound Nether army would likely still be stretched thin, and the risk of defeat would be looming over their heads right now. The Divine Spirits' arrival would surely have provided them with much-needed help, and if the Divine Spirits were powerful enough, The profound Nether Army might even manage to turn things around and score a victory. Bring them over, Wei Junyang instructed. The messenger nodded quickly and did as he was instructed. Soon, a group of 50 or so divine spirits who did not bother reigning in their imposing presence approached. All the soldiers nearby backed away from the heavy presence of these divine spirits. Ouyang Lai frowned as he exchanged looks with Wei Junyang, both thinking the same thing. It's them. Previously, Wei Junyang said that the Supreme Headquarters was sending a team of divine spirits over as reinforcements. Ouyang Lai had asked if these divine spirits were the ones who came from the Grand Ancient Ruins boundary, but Wei Junyang did not know the answer. It was those at the Supreme Headquarters who made the arrangements. Thus, he had no say in the matter. From the looks of it, the divine spirits were indeed the ones from the Grand Ancient Ruins boundary. It was easy enough to tell. Although these divine spirits had a domineering presence, they were basically all on par with 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters in terms of strength. Only a few of them were on par with 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters. Furthermore, only these divine spirits would behave this arrogantly. All the divine spirits who sided with the human race came from one of three places. They were either from the Noreturn Pass, Divine Spirit Ancestral Land, or Grand Ancient Ruins boundary. Overall, the divine spirits from the Grand Ancient Ruins boundary were weaker than those from the Noreturn Pass and the Ancestral Land. It was not because they were weaker by nature, but they had only just left the Grand Ancient Ruins boundary, so they had yet to fully adapt to the principles of the 3,000 worlds, meaning their strength was somewhat suppressed. This had been the case with Zhu Juyin back then. Her true strength had been on par with an 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master, but once Yang Kai brought her out of the Grand Ancient Ruins boundary, it dropped to that of a 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Master, and it took her many years before she returned to her peak. Thus, upon seeing that these divine spirits mostly had 7th Order Open Heaven Realm cultivations, Ouyang Lai and the others easily figured out where they were from. They belonged to the group of divine spirits who came out of the Grand Ancient Ruins boundary, but this was not all of them. These divine spirits were not all that reliable. When they first arrived at the Star boundary after leaving the Grand Ancient Ruins boundary, they caused quite a bit of trouble. It was Fu Guang of the Dragon Clan who had to step up and teach them a harsh lesson before they reined themselves in. Many unverifiable rumors regarding these divine spirits circulated among the 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters. Apparently, they were cowardly in the face of death, and did not do their best in the battle against the Black Ink Clan. Even though they now allowed the Supreme Headquarters to send them out as reinforcements to various front lines, somehow they often did things that bungled the human race's chances of winning the battle. Those at the Supreme Headquarters would not choose to dispatch these divine spirits unless absolutely necessary. In fact, they considered splitting up the divine spirits from the Grand Ancient Ruins boundary and assigning them to the other divine spirit teams. But in the end, they could not do so as these divine spirits refused to be separated. If the Supreme Headquarters tried to force the issue, then it would only backfire. Divine Dragon Fu Guang was now recuperating in seclusion, so there was no one around who could exert authority over these unruly divine spirits. Furthermore, they were related to Yang Kai, so even Xiang Shan and Mi Jingluan did not want to push too hard when dealing with them. The reinforcements came in the form of roughly 50 divine spirits and one 7th Order human master. As a few unpleasant events had happened in the past, a human master was now assigned to accompany the divine spirits from the Grand Ancient Ruins boundary whenever they were sent into battle. The human's role was ostensibly to lead the way as the divine spirits were unfamiliar with the 3,000 worlds, but in reality, their job was there to keep an eye on them. Both sides were fully aware of this. No one knew which cave, heaven or paradise this 7th Order master was from, but as he came over and looked around, his expression was as dark as night. Once he arrived in front of Wei Junyang and the others, he bowed and greeted, "Supreme Headquarters Yu Zhen greets sirs." Wei Yungyang smiled and reached out to raise him from the bow before nodding lightly at the 8th Order divine spirits who stood in front. "Many thanks for making the effort to come here." Of the divine spirits who took the lead, the one who took the form of a middle-aged man chuckled. It was no effort at all. Rather, did the battle here end so quickly? I thought you humans were at risk of being overwhelmed? An unexpected incident occurred and we managed to repel the Black Ink Clan, Wei Junyang replied, but he showed no inclination of sharing in further detail. Naturally, the divine spirit did not bother asking either. "Oh," the middle-aged man said in acknowledgement before turning to Yuzhan. "Since there's nothing left to do here, does this mean we can go back now?" Yuzhan kept quiet, but his expression was icy. By now, everyone else could tell that Yuzhan did not get along with these divine spirits. However, outsiders would not know what caused the rift between them. Still, it was rather hard to think favorably of the divine spirits from the grand ancient ruins boundary. They were different from the divine spirits from the ancestral land and the Noreturn Pass. It would have been more surprising if the humans heard that Yuzhan, the Seventh Order Master who was supposed to keep an eye on these divine spirits, had gotten along with them. Perhaps they had shunned him during the journey over here. "We came all the way here for nothing." A young man among the group of divine spirits grumbled in dissatisfaction. "What a waste of all our efforts to rush over as quickly as possible. The Black Ink clan here are so weak. They should have held out a few more days." "Stop trying to talk big, Hodo. If you really had to fight against the Black Ink clan, you might end up peeing your pants. Everyone knows you're a coward who's afraid to die." A burst of laughter rang out. The divine spirit named Hodo immediately retorted, "As if you're any better, Yenamo. During the last battle, you were wailing your head off and begging for mercy when that territory lord chased after you." Yenamo turned bright red. "That was a territory lord. He's even stronger than an Eighth Order human. I haven't fully restored my strength yet, you know. Once that happens, why would I need to fear a territory lord?" The divine spirits thus continued bickering among themselves. Wei Junyang and the others frowned. They had fought alongside many divine spirits during the battle at the Noreturn Pass, and even though those divine spirits were just as haughty and prideful, always looking down on the humans, when it came to actually fighting, they were reliable comrades in arms whose strength in combat could not be denied. This was even the case with the Dragon and Phoenix clans. As for the divine spirits in front of them now, were they nothing more than a farce? They were standing on the front lines of a battlefield where the human race had suffered countless losses during the earlier battle, and even more of them were injured, and yet these divine spirits turned it into a place where they bickered over who was the bravest. Still, despite their discontent, Wei Junyang and the others could not make any comments as these divine spirits had come here as reinforcements. Yuzhan seemed to be accustomed to the divine spirits bickering, so he just turned to Wei Junyang and asked, "Sirs, is there a need for us to stay here in profound nether territory in case the Black Ink clan mounts a counterattack?" Wei Junyang glanced in the direction where Yang Kai was resting and shook his head. "That won't be necessary. The Black Ink clan suffered significant casualties this time around, so they most likely won't be coming back anytime soon. Even if they did, with him around, it would not be hard to defend profound nether territory. The other battlefields might have a greater need for reinforcements." "Did we achieve a sweeping victory here?" Yuzhan exclaimed in surprise. This was something that had not happened in a very long time. Though the human race emerged victorious now and then throughout the various battlefields, those were generally hard-fought wins. After all, if they wanted to force the stronger and numerically superior Black Ink clan into retreat, they would have to pay a heavy price in the process. Martial Peak Chapter 5522 What about me? Yuzhan was ecstatic. If the human race achieved a sweeping victory in profound nether territory, the good news was bound to improve the morale of the armies on the other battlefields. Wei Yungyang shook his head and corrected with a bitter smile. It was a costly victory. It could have been considered a sweeping victory if they had not lost 2 Eighth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters, but they did, so the victory was no longer as sweet. Yuzhan paled when he heard this. "Did we lose an Eighth Order Open Heaven Realm Master?" Wei Junyang nodded morosely, too. Yuzhan's figure rocked ever so slightly. Ever since the human race army established the current frontline battlefields including profound nether territory, they had only lost 10 Eighth Order Masters in total. Those 10 had been lost throughout the many decades of fighting. However, 2 Eighth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters had been sacrificed in just this one battle alone. Regardless of how much the human race managed to achieve in return, it was still a costly victory. It was not easy to become an Eighth Order Open Heaven Realm Master. Those who did were the most talented cultivators among the human race, and yet it still took several millennia for one to reach such a height. Far too many 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters had died throughout the years of battle, so the surviving ones were now the human race's pillars of strength. Yet, 2 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters died in the battle in profound nether territory. Yu Zhan lowered his head and clenched his fists. His voice quavered as he said, "The 2 sirs need not have died. If we had only arrived sooner." Upon seeing that Yu Zhan blamed himself for this, Ouyang Lai went forward and patted him on the shoulder. "Our 2 brothers died honorably. You don't need to let their deaths weigh too heavily on you. It wasn't your fault." Although 2 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters were sacrificed in battle, they managed to gravely injure their opponents before they took their last breath. Dying on the battlefield was an honorable way for them to go. Yu Zhan slowly shook his head before all of a sudden, he glared at the divine spirits with bloodshot eyes. "You were supposed to come here as reinforcements, but all of you kept causing undue delays. Your lack of urgency resulted in the death of 2 of the profound Nether Army's 8th Order Division commanders. I will report this to the Supreme Headquarters, and hope you can give a reasonable justification for your actions when the time comes." "What did you say?" Ouyang Lai and the others were shocked to hear this. Wei Junyang's expression was grim. "Undue delays? What happened?" When everyone heard Yu Zhan's statement earlier, they thought he was merely blaming himself for the situation, but from the looks of it now, it seemed that something else must have happened. All at once, the 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters began staring at the divine spirits with sharp, piercing gazes. An undue delay was not something to be taken lightly, and as the one who was tasked with overseeing these divine spirits, Yu Zhan's words carried great weight. If it was just as Yu Zhan had said and the divine spirits did hinder military operations, then it was a serious matter. Wei Junyang and the others believed Yu Zhan's words without any hesitation or doubt, and they had a good reason for this, as the divine spirits from the Grand Ancient Ruins boundary had done this in the past. It happened during the first time they were sent to aid the humans in battle. They took so long on the trip over that, by the time they arrived on the battlefield, the fighting was nearly over. As no human was keeping an eye on them at the time, there was no way of confirming whether or not the divine spirits had done this on purpose. Due to that incident, there was now always a human race master, who accompanied the divine spirits from the Grand Ancient Ruins boundary whenever they were deployed as reinforcements. Meanwhile, despite the 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters' gazes, the divine spirits were unperturbed. Some of them were on par with 8th Order Masters, so they were not afraid of Wei Junyang and the other humans. Furthermore, the human race needed their strength. Even if the human race discovered anything in their investigations, they could not do anything about it. The middle-aged man who was in the lead chuckled as he began releasing his divine spirit presence to its fullest. Wei Junyang and the others were fairly injured in the first place, and now they became even paler. He looked at Yu Zhan and retorted coolly, "Watch what you say, boy. Ever since we received the command, we have done our best to rush over as soon as possible. How did we cause any undue delays?" The pressure from a mature divine spirit was directed fully at Yu Zhan, and it made him feel as if he was being crushed under a mountain. He could barely keep himself upright, let alone speak. Yu Zhan and the middle-aged man were an order apart in terms of cultivation. "What are you doing?" Wei Junyang fought back with an imposing presence of his own as he eyed that middle-aged man coldly. "Are you trying to start a revolt in front of the army? See if I don't cut your head off." The middle-aged man glanced at Wei Junyang before snorting, "As if you could." The two locked gazes as their imposing presence clashed, but it was clear that Wei Junyang was having a harder time as his complexion grew even paler. The middle-aged man looked around before declaring, "You should be honored that we divine spirits have come to help. However, not only did you not thank us, you even have the gall to spew such nonsense. Unbelievable. The losses you've suffered on the battlefield here have nothing to do with us. It's all because of how useless you are. Even if we did arrive sooner, so what? If you're useless, you're useless. You should just die and move on to your next life instead of sticking around and embarrassing yourselves." Everyone immediately flew into an uproar. Ouyang Lai was on the verge of throwing fists, but he knew that he was in no shape to fight another battle right now, so he forced himself to hold back. Still, he roared in fury. "The Black Ink clan has invaded the 3,000 worlds. Both the humans and the divine spirits have to fight together to survive. If we humans are driven into extinction, do you think the divine spirits will be any better off? Well, we're here, aren't we? The middle-aged man smirked. We're only a little late. It's not a big deal. It's not as if they lost profound nether territory anyway. Just a bunch of ants whining incessantly. He would have attacked them by now if it had not been for a few things he had to be wary of. Yu Zhen spoke up from behind Wei Junyang. Either way, I will report this to the Supreme Headquarters. They will decide what's right and wrong. One of the divine spirits snorted. Your Supreme Headquarters has no control over us. It's up to us whether or not we're willing to help the human race fend off their enemies. In other words, no one could do anything to them if they did not wish to fight. The humans were vexed to no end, and the veins along Ouyang Lai's forehead were throbbing. 100+ divine spirits came out of the grand ancient ruins boundary, and quite a number of them were now as strong as 8th Order masters. What's more, within a few years, these divine spirits would only continue to grow stronger as even more of them regained their true strength. With the way things were going for the humans right now, no one wanted to offend a powerful group of allies. Even if this news reached the Supreme Headquarters, there was a high chance that nothing would come of it. Many of the divine spirits were snickering, while the middle-aged man in the lead stared at the humans haughtily. He dared to behave this belligerently because he was certain that the humans would not do anything to them. But suddenly, a cold voice sounded. Even if those at the Supreme Headquarters can't do anything, what about me? The divine spirits all froze when they heard this voice, and their expressions changed as they swiftly turned towards the direction where the voice came from. They saw a familiar figure approaching. The middle-aged man frowned. Why is this little bastard here? He did not detect Yang Kai's aura when he first arrived. However, upon closer inspection, he realized why that was. Yang Kai was heavily injured and his aura was quite feeble. It was no surprise he had overlooked him when he was in such a state. As Yang Kai came closer, the divine spirit's expressions kept changing. It had been some 20 years since Yang Kai sent them out of the grand ancient ruins boundary and delivered them to the star boundary. But during that time, they heard nothing from Yang Kai and no one knew where he went. There were only two individuals that these divine spirits feared: Fu Guang of the Dragon Clan, and Yang Kai. The former was strong, so strong they could not afford to offend him. As for the latter, well, they had sworn a bloodline oath with him that they had to abide by. A group of women were gathered beside Yang Kai, with Yu Rumeng and the others looking on in concern. They knew how serious their husband's injuries were. He should be focusing on his recovery right now, so why was he running over here and involving himself in this mess? That being said, it was not as if they could talk Yang Kai out of it, so they came along to protect him. Soon Yang Kai stood in front of the divine spirits as he eyed the middle-aged man frigidly. The latter forced himself to smile as he cupped his fist and greeted, "Sir." The divine spirits quickly followed suit, regardless of whether or not they were doing so willingly. After all, their bloodline oath was in place. They could leave the great ancient ruins boundary because they pledged their service and loyalty to Yang Kai for 3,000 years. After that, Yang Kai would grant them their freedom. Since they had to serve Yang Kai, it meant that there was a clear hierarchy. The divine spirits were under Yang Kai's command. At the time, Yang Kai wanted them to acknowledge him as their master. But the divine spirits were too proud. Even though he was of the Dragon Clan, the divine spirits were unwilling to bow their heads. They were only willing to pledge their loyalty and be of service to him for a fixed duration. Yang Kai did not mind this, as to him, there was no difference whether they merely pledged their loyalty or considered him their master, as long as they helped the human race fight the Black Ink clan. At the time, Yang Kai assumed that these divine spirits from the grand ancient ruins boundary would be a huge help to the humans, as a lot could be done with 100 mature divine spirits. He never thought it would lead to such aggravating matters instead. As a result, he was beginning to regret bringing them out. He witnessed this today, but what about all the things that happened without him knowing? Yang Kai stared at the middle-aged man. He did not say anything, but he recognized that this was the human form of the divine spirit Tao Wu. Tao Wu could be considered an ominous beast like Tao Tai and Qiong Qi. The ancestors of these ominous beasts had done things to harm the 3,000 worlds in the past, so that was why the old tree caught them and kept them locked up inside the grand ancient ruins boundary. Most of the ancestors of the divine spirits inside the grand ancient ruins boundary were those who had committed great evils. They were lawless and bloodthirsty, and although the crimes of the ancestors had nothing to do with the current generation, the divine spirits that Yong-kai had brought out had more or less inherited the callousness and brutality of their predecessors. These divine spirits were completely different from those that came from the ancestral land in the No-Return Pass. Yong-kai turned around and looked at the 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Master, who came with the divine spirits before nodding at him. "Greetings, Brother Yu." "You are?" Yu Zhen queried doubtfully. "Great evolutions. The star boundaries, Yong-kai." The Great Evolution Army had been dissolved and was now part of the Profound Nether Army, so he could not introduce himself by his previous title anymore. "So it is Sir Yang," Yu Zhen exclaimed in realization. He had long since heard about the immensely talented human from the star boundary, who took less than 1,000 years to go from 5th Order to 8th Order. He initially thought it was just an exaggerated story, but upon seeing Yong-kai now, he realized that it was true after all. He's really an 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master now, though his injuries seem quite serious. Yu Zhen knew that Yong-kai had to be a lot younger than him, but he addressed Yong-kai respectfully anyway due to the latter's higher cultivation. Martial Peak, Chapter 5523. For those who hinder military operations, the sentence is death. Yong-kai nodded and asked, "Brother Yu, I heard you saying there were undue delays along the way. What happened?" Before Yu Zhen could answer, Tao Wu quickly cried out, "That's just a misunderstanding, sir." Yong-kai glanced at him. "I didn't ask you." Tao Wu tried to explain himself anyway, but Yong-kai cut him off with a cold stare. "Say one more word and I'll relieve you of your head." Tao Wu turned red with fury, but he dared not speak up again. The divine spirits behind him became restless too. Yu Zhen was shocked. Sir Yang possesses such authority. Tao Wu is the strongest of all the divine spirits who came out of the grand ancient ruins boundary. He is as strong as our 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters, which is why the other divine spirits follow his lead. Even those at the Supreme Headquarters dared not impose on these divine spirits too much. Yu Zhen could not believe that Tao Wu did not fly into a rage even though Yong-kai showed such disdain for him. Furthermore, the divine spirits had addressed Yong-kai respectfully as Sir when he first came over. What's going on? Everyone knew that Yong-kai was the one who brought over the divine spirits from the grand ancient ruins boundary, but none knew what their true relationship was. Tao Wu and the others did not go around talking about it either. They were divine spirits, and it would be a huge loss of face for them if others knew that they pledged their loyalty to a human. No one looked into the matter either, as divine spirits were proud and arrogant beings, so it was already a blessing that they were somewhat willing to help the humans in battle. Talking about these unnecessary things would only serve to offend the divine spirits. Thus, everyone was taken aback by what they now saw happening. "Brother Yu, please speak freely." Yong-kai turned back to Yu Zhen. Yu Zhen pursed his lips before cupping his fist and recounting. "Supreme Headquarters issued orders for us to immediately make for the Profound Nether Territory battlefield to aid the soldiers here. If we stuck to the original schedule, we could have reached here a day earlier and joined the battle, but on the way over, they spent half a day resting after claiming that both their physical bodies and their spirits were drained. After that, we encountered a few scattered Black Ink clansmen and they insisted on hunting them down, which caused even more delays. That's why we only arrived here today." Physically and spiritually drained, Yong-kai scoffed. The divine spirits were the epitome of strength and health. Even though they had not fully restored their peak strength yet, how could it be possible for them to be physically and spiritually drained just from traveling? He eyed Tao Wu and the other divine spirits coldly. Many of them had sheepish expressions as they probably felt that the excuse was too flippant as well. Were there any territory lords among those scattered Black Ink clansmen? Yu Zhen shook his head. There were only a few Black Ink clansmen reserves who were led by some feudal lords. Yong-kai nodded lightly. By now Wei Junyang, Ouyang Lai, and the others gathered around were livid. If what Yu Zhen said was true, then the team of divine spirit reinforcements could have arrived a day earlier. And if they had, the Profound Nether Territory army would not have suffered nearly as many casualties. The two Eighth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters might not have had to sacrifice their lives either. Earlier on, when Wei Junyang and Ouyang Lai spoke while tending to their injuries, Ouyang Lai asked about the reinforcements and Wei Junyang said that they should be arriving soon. However, neither one of them would have thought that the reinforcements should have already arrived by then, but had purposely delayed themselves. Why would they need a group of divine spirits to hunt down scattered Black Ink clan reserves that were only led by feudal lords? The divine spirits' task was to aid the humans on the front lines of profound Nether territory. The main battlefield would have been the highest priority even if they did run into a territory lord along the way, let alone a few enemy scouts. Their most important mission was to aid the humans on the profound Nether territory battlefield. They did not have to bother with anything else. The Eighth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters were beside themselves with rage and couldn't help cursing the Supreme Headquarters for assigning the wrong team to this task, though they knew full well that the Supreme Headquarters would not utilize these divine spirits unless they had no other choice. Chances were that no other reinforcements could be sent over, so that was why they had to deploy these divine spirits. Yang Kai's expression remained neutral. After hearing what Yu Zhan said, he turned to Tao Wu. "What do you have to say for yourself?" Tao Wu remained silent, not even trying to claim it was a misunderstanding anymore, as he still had his own sense of pride. It was one thing if no one exposed what had happened, but since his deeds had been brought to light, he did not stoop so low as to deny them. After a while, he declared, "The humans at the Supreme Headquarters only told us to come and aid the humans in profound Nether territory, and it hasn't been lost." He did not say anything else, but it was easy enough to decipher what he was implying. Since profound Nether territory had not been lost, then even if they did cause unnecessary delays when coming over, it was not a big deal as it did not change the overall outcome. Yang Kai nodded. "That means you admit to delaying your arrival on purpose." Tao Wu frowned. "Why are you harping on this? Even if I admit it, so what? Are the humans going to kill us divine spirits? You wouldn't dare." The humans were already having a hard time holding their front lines and were stretched thin as they tried to fend off the Black Ink clan. They were not in a position to make new enemies. Regardless of everything else, the divine spirits from the Grand Ancient Ruins boundary provided indispensable combat strength. "Very good." Yang Kai's icy gaze fixed on Tao Wu before all of a sudden. He growled, "Senior Ouyang, what are the rules of the human race army?" Ouyang Lai stepped forward and rattled off. "When the army is in battle, the punishment for desertion is death. For those who disrupt morale, the sentence is death. For those who hinder military operations, the sentence is death." He spat out the last few words venomously. Yang Kai raised his hand and summoned his Azure Dragon Spear. With the tip of the spear nearly pressing against Tao Wu's head, Yang Kai asked through gritted teeth, "Do you understand now?" The air was filled with murderous intent. Yu Ru Meng and the other women began circulating their world force in preparation for what was to come. They would take their husband's side no matter what he did, even if he chose to join the Black Ink clan, so there was no need to hesitate at this juncture. On the other hand, Wei Junyang and the others froze in shock. Although they found these divine spirits reprehensible and deserving of death, it would not be easy to settle the situation if it got too far out of hand. After all, the human race still needed these divine spirits' help. The Eighth Order Masters had long since outgrown the age of holding on to grudges. They held important positions and had to act in the human race's best interests. What's more, it was not just one or two divine spirits here, it was 50 of them. There were also another 50 on a different battlefield. The divine spirits were alarmed by Yang Kai's aggressive approach, and could not help but unleash their divine spirit pressure as well. In a blink of an eye, the atmosphere grew tense. Many of the human race masters who had been observing in secret noticed the change and quickly flew over from all directions. They too began exerting their presence to challenge the divine spirits. Yu Zhen was dumbstruck as he never thought things would come to this. He resented these divine spirits and was going to report their misconduct to the Supreme Headquarters, but he knew full well that the Supreme Headquarters could not do anything about it. At most, the Supreme Commanders would reprimand the divine spirits, but in the end, they would have to smooth things over without making a huge fuss. Division Commander Yang is so brave and decisive. His spear is almost stabbing into the divine spirit's face. It could not be denied that the sight the humans saw now was incredibly satisfying. The anger that welled up inside them previously was now appeased. However, after a momentary bout of gratification, they started worrying. How were they going to settle the situation if it went any further? We can't let it come to blows, right? The divine spirits from the grand ancient ruins boundary are firm about sticking together, so if a fight breaks out, it's our side that will suffer losses. How ironic it would be if they survived the onslaught from the Black Ink clan army, only to die at the hands of these divine spirits. Many others shared Yu Zhan's worries, and a few veteran 8th Order masters were frowning hard as well. Young Kai's still too young. Doing this may feel satisfying for now, but it won't resolve the issue. If things went too far, it would fall on them, the older ones, to clean up the mess, so why even bother? With such thoughts in mind, they started communicating with Yang Kai as they reminded him to focus on the bigger picture. However, Yang Kai's expression remained indifferent, as if he did not hear them. Tao Wu seemed to have noticed their transmissions. Just moments ago, his expression was grim, but now he abruptly laughed and said to Yang Kai, "Do you want to execute me, sir?" "Why wouldn't I execute you?" Yang Kai replied. "You're their leader, the one who decides what they do, so you should take responsibility for everything." Tao Wu shook his head. "If you insist, sir, then I have nothing to say. However," he paused and chuckled, "if you're going to attack me, sir, then I will respond in kind. This does not go against the oath." They were not in the grand ancient ruins boundary anymore. While there, the divine spirit strength had been suppressed and they could not stand against Yang Kai, resulting in Zhu Jian and the others being soundly defeated. As Yang Kai was able to take them out of the grand ancient ruins boundary, they willingly made a bloodline oath to pledge their loyalty to Yang Kai for 3,000 years. No one could break a bloodline oath, so they had to abide by its conditions, but if Yang Kai tried to kill them, they had the right to defend themselves. After all, they had pledged their loyalty to him, not their lives. It would be far too unreasonable for them to have to die at Yang Kai's whim. So what if this brat is an 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master? Is my strength not equal to his? Tao Wu thought. Furthermore, Tao Wu was certain that Yang Kai was merely trying to scare him, for if Yang Kai did want to go through with it, he wouldn't need to make such a grand spectacle of things. He would have just thrust his spear out and been done with it rather than wasting his breath on all this nonsense. Tao Wu actually readily welcomed the possibility of Yang Kai attacking him. That way, he would no longer have to abide by his oath and would have the chance to rid himself of the need to serve for 3,000 years. Many of the divine spirits shared the same thought as Tao Wu. 3,000 years was a long time, so if this was their chance to break the chains that shackled them, then it was a good thing, as they would be able to regain their freedom. Go ahead and fight back. See if I manage to kill you or not. Yang Kai retorted coolly. Quite a number of the 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters were still secretly trying to dissuade Yang Kai when all of a sudden, a powerful force was unleashed from Yang Kai's spear as it thrust towards Tao Wu's head. "If any of you want to attack, then go ahead." Yang Kai bellowed. "Let's see whether it's you or me who dies." The human race masters were thunderstruck. The divine spirits were stunned as well. Even Tao Wu gawked in disbelief. Yang Kai did make the first move, and it was a deadly blow. "It's not an act. He wants to take my life." Tao Wu was enraged. He was a mature divine spirit on par with an 8th Order human master without a 9th Order old ancestor around. He was one of the strongest beings in all the 3,000 worlds. Yet this brat wanted to kill him just because he was a bit tardy today. Tao Wu hated being constrained by the bloodline oath to begin with, so now that Yang Kai was attacking him, while he did feel angry, he was also thrilled to have the chance to obtain his freedom. Although Yang Kai's attack was sharp and powerful, Tao Wu knew it was not enough to take his life. After all, he had been keeping his guard up as Yang Kai's spear had been pointed at his head the whole time. Thus, as soon as Yang Kai launched his attack, Tao Wu reacted by unleashing his strength as a divine spirit and moved to dodge the spear. At that exact moment, though, a piercing pain coursed through his head, like his soul was being torn apart. He felt dizzy and his vision grew hazy, and even his movements became sluggish. Martial Peak Chapter 55-24, Really Killed. It would not have been as bad for Tao Wu if that was all. The force unleashed by Yang Kai's spear was brutal and relentless, But it was still not enough to kill him. At most, he would be heavily injured. Yet, all of a sudden, a mysterious force shrouded Tao Wu, causing over half of his strength to instantly be suppressed. He was already in agony over his soul being ripped apart, and now his divine spirit strength was nullified as well. It meant he could not withstand the menacing blow from Yang Kai's spear. A muffled sound rang out as the azure dragon spear pierced right through Tao Wu's skull. His eyes still wide with fear and disbelief, his strength diffused into the air as his blood essence spurted out, filling the void with a heavy scent of metal. The human race masters gasped in shock while the divine spirits showed a similar reaction. He really killed him. Tao Wu, a divine spirit who was as powerful as an 8th Order Open Heaven Master, had been executed on the spot. Before this happened, both the humans and the divine spirits thought it was unlikely that Yang Kai would follow through with his threat. They assumed he simply wanted to intimidate Tao Wu. Otherwise, he would not have exposed his murderous intent. Tao Wu was not weak by any means, and any sane person would have their guard up when they sensed such potent murderous intent being directed at them. Wei Junyang and the others had already prepared what they were going to say. They were going to wait until Yang Kai had finished with his threats before they came in and smoothed things over. That way, Yang Kai would have a valid reason to hold himself back and the divine spirits would not feel too offended. Everyone would still be able to work together in the future under such circumstances. It never crossed their minds that Yang Kai would kill Tao Wu just like that. However, Wei Junyang and the other humans were even more confused as to why Tao Wu seemed so weak. It was not the same when Yang Kai killed the innate territory lords. Although Yang Kai had killed those innate territory lords swiftly and decisively, one could consider it a sneak attack of sorts due to the soul-rending thorns. Firstly, Yang Kai was powerful, and he was also willing to sacrifice pieces of his soul to use the soul-rending thorns. Even an innate territory lord would be caught off guard by such an attack, and therefore, it was not surprising that Yang Kai could seize the opening to kill them off. In return, Yang Kai had to pay a heavy price. After all, they saw that Yang Kai stopped attacking any other territory lords after killing 3 of them. They knew it was not because he did not want to continue, but because he could not. If innate territory lords could be killed off that easily, then Yang Kai could have dealt with all of them by himself and the human race would not have to be in such a difficult predicament. But then what happened to Tao Wu? Yang Kai kept his azure dragon spear pointed at Tao Wu's head for several breaths of time. But even so, Tao Wu still died after a single blow. Weren't divine spirits supposed to be as strong, if not stronger than humans in the same realm as them? Did that not apply to the divine spirits who came from the grand ancient ruins boundary? The human race masters were confused, but they were still quick to react. All of them began condensing their world force as they warily eyed the divine spirits in front of them. The divine spirits from the grand ancient ruins boundary were a closely knit bunch who stuck together no matter what. Now that Yang Kai killed Tao Wu, there was no way of guaranteeing that these divine spirits would not rebel. However, even after a few breaths, the divine spirits showed no signs of acting, still just stuck in their state of shock. Tao Wu's dead. Yang Kai said he would kill Tao Wu. Then he did just that. In an instant, the divine spirits were filled with trepidation after witnessing Yang Kai's merciless act. The human race masters saw Yang Kai killing Tao Wu with ease and assumed that Tao Wu was too weak. They did not notice much else, but the divine spirits did. At that very moment when Tao Wu was killed, a strange force emanated from Yang Kai that suppressed all of their divine spirit bloodlines. When that happened, the divine spirits felt as if they were being crushed under the weight of an entire universe world, making it difficult for them to even breathe. What kind of power was that? Most of the divine spirits had no clue, but a few of the strongest seemed to have sensed something and stared at the back of Yang Kai's hands in shock. There seemed to be some kind of mysterious imprints that glowed momentarily, but they disappeared too quickly, so none of them got a clear look at them. Was that the source of that suppressing power? The divine spirits were shaken. If Yang Kai had the power to completely suppress their bloodlines, it was not a shock that Tao Wu died. Nevertheless, what was it that enabled him to do so? Even a master as strong as Tao Wu could not resist it. These divine spirits left the grand ancient ruins boundary not too long ago, so they had no clue that Yang Kai possessed the great sun and great moon marks. As it was, not many people knew about these 2 great marks, only the human race's highest authority figures did. They knew that these two great marks gave Yongkai the ability to use purifying light. Without them, it was impossible to extract power from the yellow and blue crystals, and then merge them to form purifying light. However, only one or two others knew that purifying light was not the only thing these two great marks were capable of. After all, these two marks were personally bestowed upon Yongkai by the sun's burning light and moon's serene glimmer, and were formed from those two supreme beings' source strength. Even though Big Brother Huang and Big Sister Lan denied being the progenitors of the divine spirits, they were still connected to them somehow. On top of that, their bloodlines surpassed those of all divine spirits, so their source auras alone were enough to suppress divine spirits by force. It was similar to the Dragon Clan's bloodline suppression. Those of the Dragon Clan with purer dragon veins had the natural ability to suppress those whose bloodline wasn't as pure. Back then, when Yongkai headed for the no-return pass on old ancestor Xiao Zhao's orders, Ji Lao San showed up to challenge him. In just 2 strikes, Yongkai easily managed to subdue Ji Lao San. Even when Ji Lao San assumed his dragon form, Yongkai was able to smack him back into his human form with just a casual slap. What Yongkai relied upon at the time was not his strength or his dragon vein, as Ji Lao San's dragon vein was not any weaker than his, but rather the great sun and great moon marks. Even Ji Lao San's Dragon Clan bloodline was suppressed to the point where he could not fight back, so how could Tao Wu fare any better? How could Tao Wu possibly survive a sudden attack in the form of a soul-rending thorn combined with the suppression from the source of the two great marks? Yongkai withdrew his spear and turned to the other divine spirits. Earlier, when he attacked Tao Wu, a few divine spirits surged their strength, as if they wanted to help the latter, but the two great marks nullified everything, and before they could come to their senses, Tao Wu was dead. Now that Yongkai was eyeing them coldly, the divine spirits turned pale and held their breaths in fear that Yongkai would attack them next. Even Tao Wu had died without being able to fight back, so the rest knew they were no match for Yongkai. Thus, a strange scene played out in front of everyone. The humans were grim and alert, as they were afraid that Yongkai's act of executing Tao Wu would lead to a frenzied response from the divine spirits. If that happened, it would undoubtedly lead to a fierce battle, and many more humans might die. If that was indeed what was to come, then the irony of the situation could not be missed. However, the divine spirits showed no signs of wanting to avenge Tao Wu. Rather, they were cowering in fear and did not even dare to speak up. Why do they look so terrified? Wei Junyang and Ouyang Lai exchanged nonplussed glances. Were the divine spirits from the Grand Ancient Ruins boundary that afraid of Yongkai? Though it was their first time interacting with these divine spirits, they heard a lot about them. These divine spirits were a lot haughtier than the ones from the Ancestral Land and the No-Return Pass. During their time in the Star Boundary, they stirred up quite a lot of trouble, and High Heaven Palace had to keep cleaning up the mess they left behind. Thankfully, they were not completely lawless and never did anything that led directly to the death of others. Otherwise, the human race would not be cooperating with them now. In contrast to the divine spirits from the Ancestral Land and the No-Return Pass, the divine spirits from the Grand Ancient Ruins boundary only had a loose relationship with the humans. They aided the human race to secure the front lines of various battlefields, but they did not come under the human race's command structure. This was the reason why those at the Supreme Headquarters were reluctant to send out these divine spirits. There was no way of guaranteeing what they would do. The Supreme Headquarters would not have sent them over this time if it had not been because there was literally no one else they could send. However, the human race masters exhaled in relief. They were thankful that a fight did not break out, and there was still the chance of peacefully resolving this situation. They now waited to see how Yongkai wanted to settle the matter. The atmosphere was fraught with tension as the divine spirits stared at Yongkai with complicated expressions. They were fearful and cautious, but they were also on guard lest Yongkai attacked again. Zhu Jian. After a long time, Yongkai finally spoke up again. A burly, pot-bellied man who was one of the divine spirits standing in front mustered up the courage to step forward. He cupped his fist and called out, "Sir. Tell me what all of you swore to me when we were still in the Grand Ancient Ruins boundary." Yongkai stared at Zhu Jian with a neutral expression. Zhu Jian was the first divine spirit that Yongkai subdued in the Grand Ancient Ruins boundary. He came along with this team of reinforcements, and even though he was now in his human form, Yongkai recognized him right away. Zhu Jian started quaking when he heard Yang Kai's question, as he still remembered that Yang Kai had originally wanted to roast him alive before eating him. He would not still be breathing now if he had not choked down his pride and surrendered back then. He had already been fearful of Yang Kai before, and now that Tao Wu was killed so easily, he was even less inclined to behave insolently. He respectfully replied, "We swore a bloodline oath that pledged our loyalty to Sir for 3,000 years. The human race masters were dumbfounded when they heard this. This was their first time hearing that such a relationship existed between Yang Kai and the divine spirits from the grand ancient ruins boundary. Pledging loyalty was no joking matter, especially when it involved these haughty divine spirits who were all masters in their own right. No one of such strength and pride would easily serve another, even if only temporarily. The humans were filled with curiosity as to how Yang Kai managed to make the divine spirits from the grand ancient ruins boundary submit to him, as this was not something strength alone could accomplish. "I thought you'd all forgotten," Yang Kai sneered. Zhu Jian lowered his head. "We wouldn't dare to. No one would dare to desecrate the sanctity of a bloodline oath." "Good. Now, what were my orders when I sent you all out of the grand ancient ruins boundary?" Zhu Jian instantly replied, "To head directly to the star boundary, find Hua Qingxi, and obey her commands." This was the command Yang Kai had given them, so naturally, Zhu Jian still recalled it clearly. In fact, all the divine spirits present remembered these exact words. Yang Kai narrowed his eyes and snorted coldly. "Did you tell her that?" "Well," Zhu Jian mumbled awkwardly. After noting Zhu Jian's hesitation, Yang Kai knew that he guessed correctly. Hua Qingxi probably had no idea that he had sent these divine spirits over to be under her command. Otherwise, why would the divine spirits from the grand ancient ruins boundary be able to act in such an unbridled manner? "Do you want to die?" Yang Kai's eyes filled with murderous intent again. Sweat flowed down Zhu Jian's forehead as he shouted. Tao Wu and the others said to Manager Hua that, "We've been sent over to help them, sir." It was true that Yang Kai had indeed sent the divine spirits over to help the humans, but the divine spirits had only relayed this information to Hua Qingxi in a vague manner. Martial Peak, Chapter 55-25, Punishment. The divine spirits did not tell Hua Qingxi that they were supposed to be under her command. By only saying they were sent to help, they were able to decide what they wished to do. Their original orders were to be under her command, which meant they had to do whatever they were told to. It was clear that these were two vastly different situations. They had clearly twisted the truth on purpose. It was probably the result of their pride. Due to this, Hua Qingxi misunderstood the situation. As the human race were now dealing with a powerful team of reinforcements who were supposedly helping the human race of their own volition, the humans would compromise and put up with a lot of things. This allowed the divine spirits from the grand ancient ruins boundary to behave even more wantonly. That was why they could establish a so-called collaborative relationship with the human race's leaders, rather than one of subordinates and superiors. "You're all quite shrewd, aren't you?" Yang Kai sneered. Yang Kai knew he was partly to blame for this too. He had been in a rush to take Wu Kuang to the primordial heaven source grand restriction, so he opened a passage with the help of the old tree, and sent the divine spirits to the star boundary without going along with them to ensure things went smoothly. None of this would have happened if he had just taken a moment to return to the star boundary and explain the situation to Hua Qingxi. Still, it was impossible for him to have predicted these divine spirits would act so shamelessly. "What did Manager Hua instruct you to do?" Yang Kai asked. Zhu Jian was sweating. "Manager Hua told us to join the battlefields and work together with the human race army." Yang Kai coldly snorted. "Is this how you work together with them?" The battle in profound nether territory rapidly intensified when the Black Ink clan snuck in a large number of territory lords, causing the human race army to fall into a critical disadvantage, but you lot purposely delayed your arrival. Profound nether territory might have been lost to the enemy if I hadn't returned by coincidence. Now it was Wei Junyang and the others who looked ashamed. Yang Kai was right. If it had not been for his sudden appearance, they would have most likely decided to abandon profound nether territory and retreat in order to preserve as much manpower as possible, though the efficacy of such a strategy was questionable at best. Yang Kai's cold gaze swept across the group of divine spirits, but none of them dared to speak. Yang Kai was boiling with rage and wanted nothing more than for one of them to jump out and refute him, which would give him the chance to set another example, but none of them dared to come forward. Tao Wu said that the Supreme Headquarters had no control over your actions, but since Manager Hua told you to work together with the humans, it very much meant they have the right to command you. As your leader, Tao Wu hindered military operations and caused the human race army to suffer heavy casualties, so I executed him for his crimes. Do any of you have a problem with that? This was a redundant question, as who among them would have the gall to protest now? After hearing what Yang Kai said, not only did the divine spirits not voice any dissatisfaction, but many of them even relaxed. Although Yang Kai had not stated things clearly, his words implied that he was only going to punish their leader, Tao Wu, for this. Now that Tao Wu was dead, Yang Kai was unlikely to execute the other divine spirits. Sir has made a wise decision. Zhu Jian cupped his fist. Yang Kai slowly continued, as the leader of the Grand Ancestral Ruins Boundary Divine Spirits, Tao Wu's death is justified. Although the rest of you do not deserve to be executed for your misdeeds, that does not mean you can be absolved of responsibility so easily either. Instantly, the divine spirits started fretting once more, as they did not know what Yang Kai would do to them. Senior Wei. Yang Kai abruptly turned to Wei Junyang. We lost 2 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters in this battle, correct? Yang Kai had not known about this earlier, but he found out after overhearing the conversation between Wei Junyang and Yu Zhen earlier when he was tending to his injuries. Wei Junyang's expression was grim as he nodded. Indeed. The human race had lost 2 8th Order Division commanders, while the Black Ink clan lost 3 territory lords. It seemed as if they were not the ones who lost the most, but in reality, all 3 territory lords had died at Yang Kai's hands. If it had not been for Yang Kai's serendipitous arrival, the profound Nether Army would have suffered a devastating defeat. Yang Kai turned back to Zhu Jian and the other divine spirits. You heard that? He snarled coldly. 2 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters died because you were late. Zhu Jian and the other divine spirits felt aggrieved, but they dared not refute him. Within 3 months I want to see the heads of 2 territory lords. I don't care how you do it, where you do it, or when you do it. The method is up to you, but if you fail to do so, Yang Kai eyed them once more. It will be your heads that start rolling. The divine spirits paled. Don't think I'm joking about this, Yang Kai continued icily. There are a total of 49 of you, and 3 of you have reached the level of 8th Order human masters. It should be easy enough for you to kill 2 territory lords. Of course, feel free to try and run. If you flee, then perhaps I won't be able to find you in the vastness of the 3,000 worlds. We wouldn't dare. Zhu Jian replied bitterly. Who would dare to run when their bloodline oath was still in effect? Would it even be possible for them to run? But to kill 2 innate territory lords. Even though the divine spirits were fairly strong, it was not easy to kill a territory lord. All the territory lords were accompanied by Black Ink clan armies which were at least 100,000 strong. If they wanted to kill a territory lord, they would first have to deal with the army under their command. Zhu Jian was livid as he thought to himself. Tao Wu didn't just smash open his own head. He dragged us down with him too. Why did he have to cause those delays anyway? He's dead now, but we're being punished in his place. However, despite grumbling on the inside, Zhu Jian knew that the divine spirits had been caged up inside the Grand Ancient Ruins boundary the whole time, and now that they finally had a chance at freedom, none of them wanted to risk their lives in any way. They valued their lives more than anything. This was why the divine spirits from the Grand Ancient Ruins boundary were even more cowardly than the divine spirits from other places. Maybe you can surrender yourselves to the Black Ink clan and support them instead, Yang Kai suggested with a smile as he surveyed the divine spirits. Not a peep was heard from the divine spirits. After all, there was no way they were going to do that. If they chose to side with the Black Ink clan, that would mean offering themselves up to be corrupted by Black Ink strength. Even though they had a lot more resistance to Black Ink strength than humans did, they wouldn't be able to withstand being corrupted forever. I'm tired. I will take my leave now, sirs. Yang Kai waved at Wei Junyang and the others before heading back to Baishi's soul clone. He kept coughing up blood as he walked, looking like he was on the verge of death, and this brought even more heartache to Su Yan and the others. He was already injured. Even though it looked as if he easily killed off Tao Wu, who knows what kind of price he had to pay to do so. Soon Yang Kai was back inside the warship that was made out of Bai Shi's soul clone. He looked deathly pale as he sat down to rest while Su Yan sat behind him so that he could lean against her. The other women crowded around, expressing their concern and fussing over Yang Kai as he wheezed and gasped. Yu Rumeng on the other hand stood back and watched the scene unfold with a clear gaze, scoffing on the inside. Yang Kai managed to fool her earlier, and as a result, she had been on edge for quite some time. However, she realized that he did not seem like an injured person at all when he killed Tao Wu. No physical injuries but an injured soul instead, was it? She knew very well that he had the soul-warming lotus. She had been too concerned earlier, and it had been around 1,000 years since they last met, so it did not occur to her then, but it did now. No matter how injured his soul is, nothing will happen because he has the soul-warming lotus to protect and heal it. He will recover sooner or later, but there he is, acting as if he's about to die. Yu Rumeng snorted when she saw the looks of concern on Su Yan and the other women's faces. Naive women fawning all over him like that. It's really true, the longer the hair, the shorter the wits. Have you all forgotten how he abandoned us for 1,000 years? Get a move on. Do none of you have any injuries to tend to? Meanwhile, Wei Junyang ordered the human masters to disperse. They were still in a daze over the shocking turn of events, but after hearing Wei Junyang's order, they finally snapped out of it and moved away as they gleefully celebrated on the inside. They had long since heard about the abhorrent behavior of these divine spirits from the grand ancient ruins boundary. The latter's delayed arrival had also led to the sacrifice of 2 of the profound Nether Army's 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters as well as many lower order soldiers, resulting in a great deal of frustration and anger. Thus, they felt particularly gratified when Yang Kai executed Tao Wu. It was as if he had vented all their rage on their behalf. Yang Lai smacked his lips as he secretly lamented the loss of an 8th Order divine spirit. Why kill him off just like that? It would have been better to throw him at the Black Ink clan army and have him kill them instead. With luck, he might have even taken down a territory lord. We could have extracted that divine spirit's blood essence and source, and let the humans refine them too. It would have been a great help. Yang Lai thought Yang Kai was being too wasteful. He's never been an army commander, so he doesn't know how to make the best use of such resources. Once the crowd cleared out, Wei Yungyang looked at Yu Zhan and said, "Now that the battle in profound Nether territory has calmed for the moment, we have a lot of things to attend to here. You should report back to the Supreme Headquarters first. I don't think we'll be seeing any battles here in the near future." "Yes, sir." Yu Zhan cupped his fist and carried out his orders, turning to leave without paying any attention to the divine spirits. However, he had not gone very far away when the divine spirits caught up to him. Zhu Jian even went over to Yu Zhan with a sheepish smile. "Brother Yu, Sir Yang has asked us to kill 2 territory lords in 3 months, but it's not easy to kill them. Do you have any advice for us?" Yu Zhan eyed him coldly and said, "How could I possibly dare to give you advice? Aren't you divine spirits supposed to be so high and mighty? On the way over, when you weren't ignoring me, you were insulting me. Even when I urged you to focus on our mission, Tao Wu just berated me for it. Yet, here you are being so courteous with me." Everyone knew that it was hard to kill a territory lord as all the surviving territory lords were innate territory lords. Every single one of them was powerful, not any weaker than a peak 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master. Why would we need you if those territory lords were easily killed? Yu Zhan was appeased by the fact that Yang Kai had given the divine spirits a challenging task, so the anger and contempt he felt had mostly dissipated. Zhu Jian sighed and said, "We were wrong, brother Yu. This old ox apologizes on behalf of all my fellow divine spirits. Sir Yang is angry now, so if we don't kill 2 territory lords in 3 months, I'm afraid we might not be able to keep our heads. Sir Yang cannot be underestimated." He had noticed this during his initial encounter with Yang Kai back at the Grand Ancient Ruins boundary. This incident just reminded him how vicious and merciless Yang Kai could be. Yang Kai executed Tao Wu without even the slightest hesitation. As Zhu Jian thought about it now, He began to think that Yang Kai was not just trying to scare him when he said he would slaughter him and eat his meat. Zhu Jian was certain that if he had refused Yang Kai back then, he would have ended up in Yang Kai's stomach. Zhu Jian felt chills, as if he had survived a narrow brush with death. What does that have to do with me? Yu Zhen retorted coolly. He was only there to keep an eye on them. When it came to actual strength in combat, he was a lot weaker than these divine spirits. Zhu Jian sighed, Brother Yu, although what we did was wrong, having us around benefits the human race too. Otherwise, Sir Yang wouldn't have brought us out of the Grand Ancient Ruins boundary in the first place. Wouldn't it have been fine to let us live there in peace? If Sir Yang does kill us because we failed to accomplish the task he gave us, it will only benefit the opponent instead. Don't you think so? Yu Zhen glanced at Zhu Jian in surprise. This old ox looks like he's nothing but a musclehead, but it seems he does have some wits about him. Even though Yu Zhen did not want to bother with these divine spirits anymore, he knew that Zhu Jian was right. The divine spirits could be a great help to the human race, and it would be a waste if Yang Kai just killed them all. Furthermore, the fact that Yang Kai had given them 3 months to kill 2 territory lords was something to be taken seriously. If the divine spirits managed to do this, it would be wonderful news for the human race and all past grievances between them could be considered settled. But if they failed to complete this task, then Yang Kai would be put in a difficult situation. Martial Peak, Chapter 5526. From now on, I'll call him Big Head Yang. Yang Kai had given the ultimatum in front of an entire crowd of human masters, but was he truly going to kill all the divine spirits if they failed to meet his demand? The divine spirits would not take such an act lying down, and after seeing what happened to Tao Wu, they might very well choose to rebel to defend themselves if they had no other choice. If that happened, it would be extremely detrimental to the human race and only benefit their common enemy, the Black Ink clan. Thus, even though Yu Zhen was somewhat reluctant, he softened his tone and said, 3 months isn't very long, and it will be hard to kill 2 territory lords in that time. I'm just a 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Master, so I can't help you with it. You don't need to help us with the act, Brother Yu, Zhu Jian quickly said. However, you're aware of our situation. We don't have much information about the different battlefields. We didn't pay much attention to the battles back then, but now that Sir has given us an order, we'll surely do our best to meet his expectations. How's this? When you go back to the Supreme Headquarters, please put in a good word for us, Brother Yu, and find out which battlefield requires the most assistance right now. We'll head over at once, and we won't stop until we kill a few territory lords. Yu Zhen stared at Zhu Jian in surprise, as if he was startled to find that Zhu Jian had a brain after all. Zhu Jian just flashed him a simple-minded smile. It was indeed a good strategy. The human race were clashing with the Black Ink clan on over a dozen different battlefields, and the fights were getting more intense by the day. Those at the Supreme Headquarters had overall command of the war, so naturally, they knew exactly what was happening on all the fronts. If Yu Zhen could find a way to get some information from the Supreme Headquarters and give the divine spirits a few pointers, then it would be fairly easy for the latter to kill 2 territory lords within 3 months. After all, these divine spirits could not be considered weak, and there were many of them. Yu Zhen was laughing happily on the inside. Those at the Supreme Headquarters had been extremely resistant to sending out the divine spirits from the Grand Ancient Ruins boundary because they were too unreliable. The human race would not have sent these divine spirits to profound nether territory as reinforcements if they had other options available. Even though Yu Zhen was sent along to supervise the divine spirits, they were still able to play a few tricks. Well, now that Yang Kai has set an example by executing Tao Wu, I bet the divine spirits from the Grand Ancient Ruins boundary won't have the gall to disobey orders again. Yu Zhen nodded and said, That's not a problem. I'll help you get this information. Zhu Jian quickly cupped his fist. Many thanks, Brother Yu. Zhu Jian finally exhaled, feeling like a weight had been lifted off his chest. With Yu Zhen's help, they would most likely be able to overcome this challenge. But, in the process of killing 2 territory lords, who knows if we might suffer any casualties? Zhu Jian shuddered when he recalled the way Yang Kai executed Tao Wu. He made up his mind to talk to the rest of the divine spirits from the Grand Ancient Ruins boundary, and warn them to do as told, lest they follow in Tao Wu's footsteps. Brother Ouyang, how do you feel about all of us coming together and submitting a request to the Supreme Headquarters for Yang Kai to become the army commander here and oversee Profound Nether Territory? Wei Junyang abruptly asked from his spot on the universe fragment. Ouyang Lai was taken aback. Let him be the army commander of an entire battlefield? He's strong enough but not experienced enough, don't you think? I can't believe Wei Junyang would even suggest that. No one could deny Yang Kai's strength. Even after killing 3 territory lords in a row, he could still kill the divine spirit Tao Wu with a single thrust of his spear despite being heavily injured. Based on strength alone, none of the 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters in Profound Nether Territory were his match. However, Ouyang Lai did not think it was a wise decision to make Yang Kai the army commander of the Profound Nether Army. Yang Kai was too young, still a rising star by all measures. There were many more experienced people above him, including 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters who were even more experienced in strategy and command than Ouyang Lai and Wei Junyang. Although there were quite a number of 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters on the Profound Nether Territory battlefield, none of them was the actual army commander who presided over the entire situation. Wei Junyang was considered the leader, but he, Ouyang Lai, Fei Yongzhe, Kong Changda, and 2 other 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters all currently shared that responsibility among them. Whenever a decision needed to be made, the 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters would come together and form a joint plan of action based on the directives set by the Supreme Headquarters. As it was, Ouyang Lai was mainly a silent member of this team of commanders. All he ever cared about was charging at the enemy, so he did not get involved in the day-to-day operations of the army. Even so, Ouyang Lai was shocked that Wei Junyang suggested having Yang Kai assume full command of Profound Nether Territory. Wei Junyang was a powerful 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master and would not easily defer to someone else's authority, though this was not because he was wildly ambitious or power-hungry. It was simply because it was hard to be convinced by someone's leadership if that person was neither powerful enough nor experienced enough. Do you think so highly of him, old Wei? Wei Junyang eyed Ouyang Lai a little helplessly. Everyone else liked saying that he and Ouyang Lai were 2 peas in a pod, so that was why they considered each other confidants. Still, why would the Supreme Headquarters feel it was safe to let him be in charge at Profound Nether Territory if he did not have some wits about him? Brother Ouyang is the only one who doesn't think at all. Why do you think Yang Kai executed Tao Wu? All of a sudden, Wei Junyang asked an off-topic question. Ouyang Lai stared at him blankly. He killed a divine spirit who hindered military operations. What other reason could there be? I knew you wouldn't have picked up on anything else. However, Ouyang Lai seemed to have an epiphany. That brat is young and impulsive. He doesn't have much tolerance and can't hold himself back. It wouldn't be good if he was put in charge of the Profound Nether Territory battlefield. Wei Junyang smirked and shook his head. What you saw was only the surface intent. Don't tell me you think there was a deeper meaning behind Yang Kai's decision to kill Tao Wu. Ouyang Lai retorted, frowning before asking, what was he considering? Wei Junyang glanced at Bai Shi's soul clone and said, it's true that he's young and impulsive, but I think he executed Tao Wu more to send a warning to the divine spirits from the Grand Ancient Ruins boundary, and to open up an opportunity for reconciliation between them and we humans. Ouyang Lai paused in thought. He was reckless, but that did not mean he could not think. He just couldn't be bothered to spend time mulling things over. However, now that Wei Junyang pointed this out to him, he had a vague idea of what Yang Kai's motives had been. The divine spirits from the Grand Ancient Ruins boundary have a pretty bad reputation. However, they haven't committed any grave mistakes thus far, so those at the Supreme Headquarters can't be too harsh on them. This time around, though, their delay led to the deaths of 2 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters. If word of this got back to the Supreme Headquarters, Xiang Shan, Mi Jingluan and the rest wouldn't let it slide so easily. According to the rules of the army, Tao Wu would have to be executed, but could they do that? Perhaps it wouldn't have been difficult to kill Tao Wu, but it would mean offending all the divine spirits from the Grand Ancient Ruins boundary, and they're a group with significant strength. Yet, if the Supreme Headquarters did not punish Tao Wu, how would they appease the rest of the human army? They would have had to choose between 2 extremely difficult decisions if Yang Kai hadn't executed Tao Wu. Ouyang Lai nodded in agreement. Yes, that's right. That's what I thought too. As if you can think of this with that dull head of yours. Wei Junyang ignored him and continued. Once the news got out, it would have caused a rift between the humans and the divine spirits. Now that the Black Ink clan has invaded the 3,000 worlds, the humans and the divine spirits need to stand together. But this rift might even affect the divine spirits from the ancestral land and the no-return past, since at the end of the day, they're also divine spirits, just like the ones from the Grand Ancient Ruins boundary. With how things are going in the 3,000 worlds, who knows when the tides will turn against us? If the humans and the divine spirits can't work together to fend off our common enemy, then it'll lead to endless troubles. Yonglai nodded fervently. That's just what I was thinking. That's why Tao Wu had to die, and Yang Kai had to be the one to kill him. That way, the human race wouldn't bear animosity towards the divine spirits even after the fact. Yonglai slapped his thigh. That brat takes after Big Head Xiang and Big Head me. From now on, I'll call him Big Head Yang. He turned around and eyed Gong Lian, who was right behind him, and admonished him sternly. You should learn from your senior brother Yang. Don't rush into the battlefield like a fool. Use your brain more often. Gong Lian was so exasperated he could only feel tired. I'm not the one who rushes into the battlefield like a fool. That would be you, honored master. Also, when did Yang Kai become senior brother Yang to me? He's a lot younger than me. Well, he's stronger than me now, so I guess it's not wrong to call him senior brother. Naturally, Gong Lian dared not refute Yonglai aloud. Yes, this disciple will remember. Thus, he just respectfully replied. After telling off his disciple, Yonglai began discussing with Wei Junyang. I don't mind if Yang Kai becomes the army commander here, but I'm not sure how Old Fei and the others will feel about this. Wei Junyang chuckled and said, what's there for them to think or feel about it? The old ancestors are tied up in wind mist territory and can't leave. And all the battlefields lack capable people who can take charge and be the pillar for others. Yang Kai is powerful and has an enormous small stone race army with him. If he assumes command over profound nether territory, then he will be the rock that everyone can depend on. Old Fei and the others would want nothing more than that. That's true. Yonglai imagined what the situation at profound nether territory would be like in the future and grinned. It's decided then. Let Yang Kai be in charge of profound nether territory. We'll be his subordinates and run his errands for him. He did not care about prestige or glory. Even though Yang Kai was younger than him, he believed that the profound nether army would be blessed to have Yang Kai as their commander. Out of the blue though, a thought occurred to him. Would Yang Kai be willing to take up the role? He will, Wei Junyang declared with full confidence. And even if he isn't, he will have to. Aboard the warship made from Baishi's soul clone, Yang Kai closed his eyes and focused on recuperating while Su Yan and the others gathered around him as they did the same. In reality, if Yang Kai heard Wei Junyang's analysis about appeasing the human race army and mending the rift between the humans and the divine spirits, his response would have been simple. What the hell are you talking about? He did what he did without considering anything else. He executed Tao Wu simply because the latter disobeyed orders. In Yang Kai's mind it was all very straightforward. I brought you out of the Grand Ancient Ruins boundary to help us kill off our enemies, so why would I keep you around if you don't put in the effort to do just that? Of course, he did mean for it to serve as a warning to the rest of the divine spirits, and he was fairly certain that they would not have the courage to behave impudently again. Right now, however, Yang Kai was facing a far more difficult challenge. Even though he was focusing on his recovery, he could sense that Ru Meng was glaring at him. Ru Meng, your beloved husband is truly injured. In total, Yang Kai used 4 soul-rending thorn in quick succession, and his soul was heavily damaged. Thankfully, it had not been 4 times in a row, as there had been a short break before the last one was unleashed. He was fairly certain he would be unconscious right now if he had used those 4 soul-rending thorn all at once, while Yang Kai had the soul-warming lotus, which meant that the core of his soul would not be affected. Ripping out 4 large pieces of it within a few days was by no means easy. It would take him quite some time to recover. Ru Meng needs to be taught a lesson. Yang Kai fumed to himself, swearing to spend many long, arduous nights with her doing just that once he recovered. The human race army was busy tending to their wounds and other cleanup tasks after the battle. Though the profound nether army suffered significant casualties in this battle, the Black Ink clan did not have it any better. After such an intense battle like this one, it was likely that profound nether territory would experience a long period of calm. If nothing unexpected occurred, then it was unlikely that a huge battle would break out for many years, though smaller skirmishes were inevitable. This was not only true of profound nether territory, but also of all the other great territory battlefields. Martial Peak, Chapter 55-27, Xiangshan's arrival. More than 10 days passed in the blink of an eye, and Yang Kai's condition had stabilized. Though the injury to his soul hadn't fully healed, he had the soul-warming lotus continuously nourishing it, so all that was required was time. He had used soul-rending thorns many times by now and was used to getting injured in this fashion. Moreover, after having torn apart his soul countless times, his soul had become more robust and resilient than before. When he thought about it, this was something that happened often because the path of martial Tao usually followed the principle of tribulation before success, so the process of constantly tearing apart his soul and restoring it could be considered a type of cultivation. It was just that such a cultivation method wasn't widely usable by others. At this moment, Yang Kai was summoning purifying light and sealing it into a purifying black ink battleship. Now all the battlefields were strained because there were a large number of troops but limited logistical resources. When fighting against the Black Ink clan, the first hurdle the humans had to cross was the corruption of Black Ink strength. Purifying Black Ink pills could solve the greater half of that issue. However, with over a dozen battlefields and more than 10 million troops almost constantly engaged in battle, there was a huge demand for purifying Black Ink pills. Even after gathering all the alchemists in the 3,000 worlds and having them work without rest, there still weren't enough pills to satisfy the demand. Without purifying Black Ink pills to suppress the corruption of Black Ink strength, soldiers wouldn't be able to go all out when fighting the Black Ink clan and would lose about 30% of their combat efficacy. Back when they were on the Black Ink battlefield, the soldiers from all great passes had purifying light, but after so many years of battle, the purifying light from all those great passes had been depleted. Fortunately, Yang Kai had returned, and there was an abundance of yellow and blue crystals in his small universe, so they could have as much purifying light as they wanted. Moreover, Yang Kai was no longer the only one who could use purifying light. Sun Yan could as well. In the chaotic dead territory, Yang Kai asked Big Brother Huang and Big Sister Lan to bestow him more great sun and moon marks because he was preparing for this moment. Previously, he was the only one who could summon purifying light, which was very inefficient, but now that Sun Yan also had the great sun and moon marks embedded on the back of her hands, she could help Yang Kai share the burden, so summoning purifying light had become less stressful. Not only that, but Yang Kai was preparing to pass out the remaining 9 sets of marks because once that was done, almost all the battlefields would have someone who could summon purifying light, which could greatly relieve the pressure the human race was facing. Of course, if one wanted to take on the great sun and moon marks, one had to have a divine spirit source and bloodline. The source strength from the burning light and serene glimmer was too powerful, making it impossible for those without bloodline ties to them to withstand, so only divine spirits could accept the 2 marks. Yang Kai had let Wei Junyang relay this message to the Supreme Headquarters. There were now more than a dozen battlefields, so the 9 remaining marks naturally couldn't be distributed evenly among them. As for how to allocate these personnel, that was a problem the Supreme Headquarters had to solve. After a long period of being constantly busy, Yang Kai finally had some time to rest. Since Yang Kai was now proficient in many grand das, whether it be alchemy, artifact refining or arrays, he had some attainments in all of them. As the saying goes, those who were able could do more, so he naturally wouldn't have time to rest. Today, Yang Kai was repairing a warship when a 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Master flew over and landed in front of him before cupping his fist and said, "Sir, someone from the Supreme Headquarters has arrived. Senior Wei and Senior Ouyang have asked that you head over there and join the discussion." "Why do I need to head over there?" Yang Kai was a little taken aback. Though he was an 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master and could count as a division commander, he hadn't received any official appointment from the higher-ups, so he was still quite free. However, Wei Junyang and the others asked him to head over to join their discussion, which meant they might have something planned for him. Yang Kai knew that very well because 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters were now the mainstay of the human race, so each 8th Order Master had to take on a leadership role. The main reason Yang Kai was reluctant to go over was that he felt he had the strength and ability but needed more experience, so if he was officially appointed as a division commander, it would be very stressful for him. Moreover, he still had something important he needed to do. If he were appointed as a commander, he might not have much time to do that. Cough. Cough. Yang Kai covered his chest and coughed a few times before speaking with a pale face. Go back and tell senior brother Wei that my injuries have worsened, so I have returned to rest. While saying so, he didn't even bother about repairing the warship and turned around to leave in the direction of his temporary accommodations. Having just reunited with his many wives, Yang Kai had many things to say to them, so Yu Meng and the others had transformed a small universe fragment near the front lines into a temporary palace. No one had said anything about their actions either. The Seventh Order Open Heaven Realm Master let out a bitter laugh before dashing over and stopping Yang Kai in his path. He bowed and said, "Sir, it's an order from the higher-ups, so please don't make things difficult for me." Meanwhile, he was thinking, could this sir have discovered something? Otherwise, why is he trying to flee? With a bitter expression, Yang Kai persuaded the Seventh Order Open Heaven Realm Master, "I'm not making things difficult for you. My injuries have indeed gotten worse." Saying so, he coughed a few more times and spat out a mouthful of blood. The Seventh Order Open Heaven Realm Master was speechless. Isn't this a little too exaggerated? But seeing that Yang Kai had gone to such lengths to avoid going there, he couldn't say anything else. Just as he was about to leave, a majestic voice boomed from the main conference hall. "Smelly brat, get your ass over here." Stunned, Yang Kai looked at the Seventh Order Open Heaven Realm Master and asked, "Who is the person that came from the Supreme Headquarters?" With a slight smile, the Seventh Order Master replied, "It's Senior Xiang Shan who personally came over." Yang Kai felt frustrated. Damn big head Xiang. Can't that bastard stay at the Supreme Headquarters to just oversee everything? Why come all the way here? While he was complaining inside, his pale face gradually returned to normal as he sighed and beckoned to the Seventh Order Open Heaven Realm Master. "Come on, let's go. Since Big Head Xiang has arrived, I should at least give him some face." Thus Yang Kai decided that he would go over, but would only listen and not make any comments during the discussion. After all, his goal was to have freedom, so they should just forget about appointing him to a post in the army. If I had known this would happen, I would have returned to the star boundary for a visit because little senior sister is still there. "Sir, please." The Seventh Order Open Heaven Realm Master gestured with a smile. His expression was obviously implying, why waste all the effort playing sick when you could have just complied? Soon, Yang Kai arrived before the main conference hall and looked up at its entrance. This main conference hall was also temporarily built, so it didn't have any strong defensive abilities. After all, they were at the front lines and might have to face an attack from the Black Ink clan at any moment. There was no telling when this front line would be broken through, so building a sturdy conference hall was unnecessary. This conference hall was built so that the higher-ups had a place to hold discussions, so even a tent would do. "Senior brother Yang." A familiar voice sounded from beside Yang Kai, so he turned to look over and saw that it was indeed someone he knew. Or, to be more precise, a divine spirit he knew. It was Ji Lao San from the Dragon Clan. This guy had stopped Yang Kai in front of the no-return pass, but was then humiliatingly defeated. However, since Yang Kai's disappearance after saving him, Ji Lao San no longer held a grudge against Yang Kai. Now Ji Lao San greatly admired Yang Kai, but his admiration had nothing to do with Yang Kai's life-saving grace, because after spending some time with Yang Kai, Ji Lao San had seen Yang Kai's full abilities. Not only was Ji Lao San there, but there were also 8 other figures, of which all looked quite familiar. Amongst them was a colorful robed young woman who was squinting her eyes at Yang Kai, making her look quite playful. Huang Xinyang, the one from the Phoenix clan at the no-return pass. She was the one who gave Yang Kai one of her tail feathers. Standing beside Huang Xinyang was the stern-looking Feng Lu Lang. It seemed these two were inseparable and went everywhere together. However, Yang Kai didn't know if they were a real couple. All 9 of these familiar faces were divine spirits. More importantly, most of them were from the Dragon and Phoenix clans. Having understood the situation, Yang Kai knew that the Supreme Headquarters had chosen the divine spirits who would be receiving the great sun and moon marks. Also, it seemed like Xiang Shan coming here personally might have something to do with this as well. These divine spirits did not join the humans in the conference hall but chose to wait outside. Brother Ji. Yang Kai bowed and then proceeded to greet Huang Xinyang and Feng Lu Lang. Since he was unfamiliar with most of the other divine spirits, he only nodded at them as a greeting. It seemed like the divine spirits also knew why they came, so they were naturally polite to Yang Kai. After exchanging some formalities, Yang Kai asked, Brother Ji, how are Senior Fu Guang's injuries? There were originally 2 divine dragons in the Dragon Clan, but the current Dragon Clan leader had died in the battle on the barren territory, so only Fu Guang was left. Now not only was Fu Guang the pillar of the Dragon Clan, but he was also the leader of all divine spirits. Yang Kai had long since heard that Fu Guang was injured, but he didn't know how serious his condition was. Hearing that, Ji Lao San sighed. After the battle in the barren territory, our clan leader died in battle while Senior Fu Guang sustained heavy injuries and almost didn't make it. He has been restoring his health all these years, but at his level of strength, it is just as hard to heal as it is to be hurt. Yang Kai nodded. It was true that cultivators with great strength were not afraid of minor injuries, but if they sustained heavy injuries, it would be even more difficult for them to restore their health. Moreover, judging by Ji Lao San's words, it seemed like Fu Guang was injured by the black ink giant spirit god and almost didn't survive. Is he recuperating inside the dragon pool? Yang Kai asked. Ji Lao San nodded. The dragon pool was the origin of the Dragon Clan, so it wasn't strange for Fu Guang to be restoring himself in there. Back in the day, the divine spirits that came from the Grand Ancient Ruins boundary were causing so much chaos in the star boundary that it actually alerted Fu Guang. In the end, Fu Guang came forward and deterred them from making trouble, which made the divine spirits from the Grand Ancient Ruin boundary quiet down. Otherwise, those divine spirits would have stayed in the star boundary and continued to cause chaos. Although the human race now had Fu Guang as one of their strongest masters, they wouldn't disturb him unless it was the last resort. After a moment of silence, Yang Kai could only sigh as he couldn't do anything to help. Turning to look at Huang Xinyang, he took out a tail feather that had lost all spirituality. Many thanks for giving me this tail feather, Xinyang. It has now returned to its owner. Huang Xinyang chuckled. I too wanted to take a look at the view outside, so there's no need to thank me. While saying that, she reached out and took the tail feather. The Dragon and Phoenix clans took a bloodline great oath, so they couldn't easily leave the no return pass. When Huang Xinyang took advantage of a bet with Feng Lu Lang to give Yang Kai her tail feather, which in truth was a type of soul clone, she did so with the thought of wanting to head outside the Great Pass and take a look at the scenery. But now that the no return pass had been lost, the Dragon and Phoenix clans no longer had to abide by their oath anymore. The 2 clans had mixed feelings about the no return pass because they had been guarding it for eons and now saw it as their home. However, the no return pass was also a cage to them. Though they wanted to leave the no return pass, they didn't want to be forced out in such a way. Sooner or later, they would storm in and snatch the no return pass back from the Black Ink clan. Martial Peak, Chapter 5528. Enormous Announcement. It was all laughs at the entrance of the main conference hall. Whether they were people Yang Kai knew or not, they all swarmed over to talk to him. This couldn't be helped, because they all knew the reason they were gathered here. Yang Kai had received 9 pairs of marks from the Burning Light and Serene Glimmer, and was about to give them out, so now they owed Yang Kai. Moreover, the divine spirits were guessing that the source marks from the Burning Light and Serene Glimmer might not only allow them to summon purifying light, but it might also have the effect of purifying their bloodline. Before today, the divine spirits had gone through a selective trial because of the matter of who would receive the marks. In the end, it was these 9 who prevailed. Stop chattering. Yang Kai, get inside. Xiang Shan's voice came from the main hall, obviously knowing why Yang Kai was staying outside with no intentions of coming in. With a bitter laugh, Yang Kai cupped his fist at the divine spirits and announced, "Let's continue our conversation another day. Please make yourselves comfortable." The divine spirits didn't object. When Yang Kai stepped inside the main hall, He felt several dozen pairs of eyes instantly fall on him and look at him as if he was some kind of strange being. Inside the main hall were all 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters, with no exceptions. There were a few that Yang Kai recognized but more that he didn't. Sitting upright at the end of the table was Xiang Shan. Yang Kai didn't feel nervous because he was now an 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master too, and all of them might not be his match when it came to strength except for Xiang Shan. He didn't know how strong Xiang Shan was because they had never fought each other, but Big Head Xiang had climbed back up after having fallen once, so his ability might have increased even more. He could be considered one of the most powerful 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters alive today. While facing the crowd, Yang Kai cupped his fist and greeted, "Junior Yang Kai greets seniors." "That's right. I'm just a junior with abilities but no experience, so I can't take up any huge responsibilities." His intentions naturally couldn't escape Xiang Shan's eyes. Big Head Xiang looked at him with a faint smile but didn't make any comments. Instead, one of the 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters burst out laughing, "Junior brother, you're too modest. You are now also an 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master and have the same cultivation as all of us, so you shouldn't be referring to us as your seniors but as fellow brothers." Another 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master nodded before adding, "We cultivators only care about strength, not age, unless you're from the same sect, that is. But since you've already reached the 8th Order Open Heaven Realm at such a young age and even recently killed 3 innate territory lords at once, I'm sure you're going to have a very promising future. Not bad for a person so young. We older ones have high hopes for you." Following that was a wave of compliments from everywhere. The only words that weren't said were that Yang Kai was the future of the entire human race. Yang Kai felt defeated and looked at Xiang Shan grimly. He wouldn't believe it if someone said Xiang Shan hadn't colluded with these 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters to do this. This group of 8th Order Masters had even begun spouting utter nonsense, so it was obvious that they had some kind of hidden intentions. At that point, Yang Kai felt even more stressed. After secretly sighing, he knew he couldn't go against so many of them, so he complied and cupped his fist. "Senior brothers, you are all too kind. It was just pure luck, so I can't accept your praise. Let's continue exchanging pleasantries later." Yang Kai find a seat and sit down. It was then that the crowd stopped chattering. Yang Kai looked around the room and saw Ouyang Lai beckoning him over, so he immediately went and sat beside him. Today was just another ordinary meeting between human race higher-ups. With over a dozen battlefields, the masters at the Supreme Headquarters would personally head over to each battlefield and gather intel from time to time. When Profound Nether territory was almost lost, the higher-ups at the Supreme Headquarters didn't dare take the situation lightly. Moreover, Xiang Shan personally coming here also had a sliver of such meaning. All the 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters sitting here were the mainstays of the Profound Nether army, who were responsible for guarding this place. Therefore, they knew the Black Ink clan in the Profound Nether territory very well. So now, they would proceed with reporting to Xiang Shan about the situation on the battlefield. As time passed, all the 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters took turns giving their reports, and Yang Kai now knew more about the situation in Profound Nether territory. However, what shocked him the most was that these 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters were extremely detailed, including how many battles each army had gone through, how many enemies were killed, how many casualties they had, how many troops they had left, and where they had placed arrays and other arrangements. Yang Kai felt curious. Shouldn't these basic details already be known? Why do they need to report such trivial things to Xiang Shan? Turning his head to look at Xiang Shan, Yang Kai found him sitting upright while seriously listening to every word while nodding occasionally. The human race needed leaders like Xiang Shan to be able to band together when fighting against the Black Ink clan. Although Yang Kai had decided to only listen but not speak, it turned out that there weren't many opportunities for him to get in a word. He had recently arrived at Profound Nether territory, where he would either spend time at the palace fooling around with his wives, casting purifying light, fixing warships, or patching up spirit arrays. There was indeed not much for him to say as he was fairly ignorant of the general situation. There was an infinite joy in the activities done inside the bedroom. After spending over 1,000 years in celibacy on the Black Ink battlefield, 5,000 if the years in the Great Sea Celestial Phenomenon were counted, Yang Kai felt as though he had finally been set free and returned to the time when he could do whatever he wanted. All his wives were constantly blushing every day, and Ru Meng wouldn't lose her temper that much anymore, behaving in a gentle and considerate manner most of the time. Yang Kai, do you have anything to add? Xiang Shan suddenly turned to look at Yang Kai. Waking up from his thoughts, Yang Kai shook his head like a rattledrum. No. If so, why are you smiling so happily? Xiang Shan frowned. Yang Kai coughed lightly. I was just thinking about something interesting. Feeling awkward, he gestured towards the 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master, who was currently speaking. Senior brothers, please continue. Has Big Head Xiang come all the way here just to make things difficult for me? Can't I even smile discreetly? The conference continued, and the other 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters narrated the comprehensive situation in Profound Nether Territory. Half a day passed just like that, and the report on matters in Profound Nether Territory had finally ended. The group of 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters felt like their mouths had dried up from all the talking. It was then that Xiang Shan nodded and looked towards Yang Kai. Have you understood the situation in Profound Nether Territory? Yang Kai was extremely shocked. Why is he asking me that? But he still nodded yes. Very good. Xiang Shan got up and took a step forward before he boomed. Star Boundaries Yang Kai. Come forward and receive your orders. Stunned, Yang Kai froze, so Yang Lai yanked him to his feet and kicked his butt, causing Yang Kai to stumble forward. When he looked up and saw Xiang Shan's stern face, he felt his heart sink as he cupped his fist and quickly said, Sir. While looking at him, Xiang Shan quickly said, Previously, during the critical battle of Profound Nether Territory, Yang Kai killed 3 innate territory lords on his own and turned the tide of war, successfully saving Profound Nether Territory from its end, making a huge contribution to the human race. In the following battles with the Black Ink clan, he led the charge in every battle and killed numerous enemies, which has won him many military merits and demonstrated the spirit our human race must follow to obtain victory in his war. Therefore, the Supreme Headquarters has decided to appoint Yang Kai as Profound Nether Army's army commander. From now on, he will command the Profound Nether Army and stand guard over Profound Nether Territory to defend it against the Black Ink clan. Yang Kai was shocked and gawked at Xiang Shan with a blank expression, seemingly wanting to see if the latter was pulling a bad prank on him. Back when Yang Kai received Xiang Shan's order to attend the conference between Profound Nether Army higher-ups, he had already mentally prepared himself, thinking that he was about to be assigned some formal posting. After all, he was also an 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master and according to the rules, he was capable of assuming the rank of Division Commander. He was thinking of a way to get out of it despite knowing that the chances of that happening were slim, and he had almost accepted his fate and thought if he were appointed as a Division Commander, he could accept it. It was better to have subordinates than to fight alone after all. However, he never expected that Xiang Shan would make such an enormous announcement. The Profound Nether Army Commander was the person responsible for overseeing the entire Profound Nether Territory. It was a position completely incomparable to the trivial post of Division Commander. If Yang Kai accepted the position of Army Commander, all the 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters sitting here would become his subordinates. Moreover, Profound Nether Territory now had about 600,000 human soldiers, a number that would increase in the future. How could Xiang Shan just leave all of them to him? No, it wasn't Xiang Shan making this decision. Yang Kai turned to look at both his sides of the room and saw the other 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters smiling as they looked at him, especially Yang Lai, who was even winking like he was doing him some big favor. This was the decision made by all the 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters of the Profound Nether Army. Without agreement from the ones actually leading the Profound Nether Army, it would be impossible for the Supreme Headquarters to implement such orders. It seemed like Wei Junyang and the other 8th Order Masters had long since agreed to let Yang Kai become the army commander of the Profound Nether Army. At this moment, Yang Kai had no words to describe what he was feeling. Back on the Black Ink battlefield, the highest post he held was squad leader. He had never even experienced being a battalion commander, much less a division commander, but now he was suddenly promoted to army commander. The difference was too big to fathom. It now made sense why the 8th Order Masters here were being so detailed with their reports. Those matters weren't for Xiang Shan to hear, they were for him. They knew that Yong Kai had just arrived in profound Nether territory and wasn't that knowledgeable about the army's situation, so they used this chance to tell him in detail. This was clearly a premeditated plot. Xiang Shan using this chance to come here and appoint Yong Kai as army commander might be the real reason for his visit, while everything else was secondary. Bunch of old foxes. Never would Yong Kai have expected that all these 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters had kept him in the dark about this until the moment they sprung the trap. He was already a little reluctant to take up the position of division commander, but now he thought being a division commander seemed quite reasonable. Compared to overseeing the entire army, looking after a mere division seemed like a breeze. Many thoughts flashed through Yong Kai's head before he quickly declined. Sir, this junior is still young and has insufficient experience. The army commander of the profound Nether army is a critical position, and I'm afraid I might not be able to handle it, so please choose someone else, sir. Xiang Shan replied calmly, although you're still young and inexperienced, no one can compare to you in regards to military merits. What's more, you have all the 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master here today to support you. So what's there to worry about? Unless you're unwilling to take up this role. That was indeed what Yong Kai was thinking, and he immediately nodded. Sir, please understand. This junior is unwilling to accept this position, and he does not dare to accept it. Once he became the army commander of the Profound Nether Army, he would have to stay in Profound Nether territory for a very long time, possibly until the war here was settled. He felt that his talent wasn't in leading an army or in devising battle tactics. His talent was in killing Black Ink clansmen and relieving the pressure on the human race. That was something Xiang Shan knew, so why was he so insistent on having Yong Kai become the army commander? Frowning, Xiang Shan asked, "Are you really unwilling to accept this position?" "Yes." Yong Kai nodded his head like a chicken pecking rice while looking at Xiang Shan with sincere eyes. With a light sigh, Xiang Shan said, "You can't force someone to do what they are unwilling to do. If you're unwilling to take up that position, I won't make things difficult for you. As for the Profound Nether Army, the Supreme Headquarters will have another discussion about it." Yong Kai cheered. "Sir is wise. Why have I never noticed how easy Big Head Xiang is to speak with?" Martial Peak, Chapter 55-29. Do your consciences not hurt at all? Oh. Report. Following a shout, a 7th Order Open Heaven Realm soldier ran into the main hall and cupped his fist at Xiang Shan. The Black Ink clan army has been sighted advancing from 10 million kilometers outside the Eastern Front. They appear to be rallying for another attack. Under normal circumstances, there wouldn't be anyone barging into the higher-ups conference, but an urgent military situation was an exception. Obviously, the Black Ink clan on the Eastern Front pressing in on them was an urgent military situation. Bold! Wei Junyang bellowed. Those Black Ink clansmen must be courting death. While he spoke, he exuded his majestic 8th Order Open Heaven Realm aura. Ouyang Lai also exclaimed, "It seems like they haven't learnt their lesson yet." Not only were these two cursing the Black Ink clan, but the other 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters all joined in, causing the main conference hall to instantly fill with all kinds of voices. Meanwhile, Yong Kai frowned. What is the Black Ink clan up to? They have just lost a major battle and 3 territory lords. How could they come back for another attack after such a short amount of time? Looking back at the 7th Order soldier who came to report the news, Yong Kai could see that he was from Great Battle Heaven because he was wearing distinctive golden armor. Undried blood still marred his armor, which seemed to indicate that he was injured. What caught Yong Kai's attention though was that the other 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters of Profound Nether Army were too calm. Since the Black Ink clan army are rallying to attack, shouldn't they be discussing a plan of action and dispatching troops to consolidate the Eastern Front? It's highly improper of them to just be acting loud and rowdy at this moment. While he was lost in such thought, one of the 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters came forward and cupped his fist to Xiang Shan before saying, "Sir Xiang, I request permission to fight off the enemy." Xiang Shan nodded lightly. "It's rare for you, Division Commander Chun, to be so eager to fight. You have my permission. How many troops are you preparing to bring with you?" Division Commander Chun answered proudly, "I don't need much. A single division will suffice. Then Xiang Shan warned sternly, the war between the two races is not child's play. After coldly snorting, Division Commander Chun replied, it's just a motley group of weak black ink clansmen. What's there to be afraid of? If we don't deter the enemy, this Chun will offer his head up to you. Good. Xiang Shan nodded unceasingly to show his approval. Although we humans are at a disadvantage, we do not lack the thirst for blood and bravery. Division Commander Chun is still so enthusiastic at such an old age. You are a role model to all of us. Therefore, I'll permit. Wait a moment. Yang Kai hurriedly interjected. He was beyond shocked as he listened to this conversation. In such an urgent situation, you old 8th Order masters made a snap decision just like that, and Xiang Shan actually agreed to it? What about the difference between the enemy's army and ours? What about the number of enemies coming over? With such a lack of information, how could you reach a decision so quickly? More importantly, Yang Kai knew Division Commander Chun personally. In regards to age, he was one of the eldest 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters, but when it came to power, he wasn't the strongest and would not stand a chance against an innate territory lord. Under such circumstances, how could this old man have the confidence to say he would only bring a single division out to fight the enemy? Was he just bluffing? However, the other 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters showed no signs of wanting to stop him. Yang Kai, do you have something to say? Xiang Shan turned around to look at Yang Kai. Feeling his head pulsing, Yang Kai cupped his fist and suggested, Senior Xiang, if I remember correctly, the number of soldiers in a single division of the Profound Nether Army is about 20,000, right? 20,000 Open Heaven Realm Masters was no small number. One had to know that back at the Black Ink battlefield, a division only had 500 to 600 troops. However, all the Open Heaven Realm Masters on the Black Ink battlefield were 5th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters and above. The Profound Nether Army even had soldiers in the 1st and 2nd Order Open Heaven Realm, so when comparing the two types of divisions, although 20,000 soldiers was a lot more than 500, the overall difference in strength wasn't that large. Indeed, Division Commander Chun nodded, my division now has 23,651 soldiers enlisted in it. Though the old man was up there in age, his memory had not deteriorated and he knew his troops like the back of his hand. Feeling speechless, Yang Kai looked at him and asked, do you know how many troops the Black Ink clan has brought over to attack us? Division Commander Chun snorted coldly, who cares how many troops they have? We will kill them all. Once he said that, he didn't even wait for Yang Kai to respond before cupping his fist to Xiang Shan and announcing, Sir, this Chun will be off then. This mission to defend our homeland will either end with victory or us dying in battle. If the situation comes to that, I would have to trouble all of you to help us gather our corpses. Nodding, Xiang Shan promised, we won't let our soldiers' corpses rot in the wilderness. Division Commander Chun, please wait. Yang Kai shouted again. He couldn't let Division Commander Chun run away because the squad his wives were in just happened to be under Division Commander Chen's jurisdiction. It wouldn't matter to Yang Kai if Division Commander Chun decided to deploy in force to push back the enemy, but if he was going with his division alone, Rumeng, Suyen, and the others would get dispatched too. Yang Kai, how dare you continuously interrupt us when we're discussing sending troops to defend our front lines? Are you trying to disrupt military order? Yang Kai's heart clenched as he quickly cupped his fist. I dare not do such a thing. But what? Xiang Shan looked at him coldly. But something isn't right here. Yang Kai looked at Xiang Shan and then at the other 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters around him. What he saw was Wei Junyang looking up at the sky as if nothing concerned him, while Ouyang Lai was looking down at the floor as if a flower was growing between his feet. Meanwhile, the other 8th Order Masters were either huddled together and discussing something or sitting there calmly with their eyes closed as if everything was under control. At that moment, Yang Kai failed to stifle his laughter. So this is how it is. He knew these 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters had all fought in no less than 1,000 battles, so there was no way they would act this foolishly under normal circumstances. Even if Division Commander Chun was a reckless glory seeker, it was impossible for the rest of them to just let him race off to his death. Moreover, Xiang Shan was a man with incredible tactical insight. the strategy he came up with to reclaim Great Evolution Pass, and the skill with which he executed it were both extremely shocking, so it was impossible for him to immediately agree when Division Commander Chun asked to lead a single division off into battle with no idea about the enemy's composition. If he did, he wouldn't be Xiang Shan but someone like Ouyang Lai. After sighing, Yang Kai explained, "Senior brothers, you have all lived for thousands or even tens of thousands of years. Do your consciences not hurt at all working together to trick a junior like me?" Snorting, Division Commander Chun insisted, "Junior brother, whatever do you mean? I'm getting on in years and my mind is not quite what it used to be. Please speak plainly." Yang Kai gave him a sorrowful look. "You're clearly the most enthusiastic one in this plan." Meanwhile, Xiang Shan still had the same cold expression. "Speak up if you have something you want to say. Stop wasting time with all this nonsense." "Haven't I made myself clear enough? It's you old farts that are playing dumb. I guess it's true when they say the older a person the more cunning they are. Judging from this situation, the Eastern Front probably isn't under threat at all. It's only been about 10 days since the Black Ink clan suffered serious losses. They wouldn't dare launch a full offensive so soon." This was all just a big show. The 8th Order masters in this room and even the 7th Order soldier who came to deliver the report were all in on this matter. They were acting out a play with Yang Kai as the only audience member. "These old farts are obviously trying to force me to do something I'm incapable of. It's a fake emergency this time, but what about next time? If there really is a next time, this Division Commander Chun will definitely lead his division to charge the enemy." Yang Kai sighed internally. It seemed he couldn't avoid this matter. While he was lost in his thoughts, the 7th Order soldier shouted again in a voice filled with grief and anger, "Sirs, this situation is urgent. Please come to a decision as soon as possible. Otherwise, the Eastern Front might not be able to hold, cough, cough, star." Then, he spat out a mouthful of blood, seeming to be heavily injured. "Really? Really?" Yang Kai glanced at the soldier who was looking straight ahead and had a pale complexion and a depressed aura. Xiang Shan glared and muttered, "Yang Kai, stand down. Since you don't want to be appointed as the army commander, you have no right to speak here. Division Commander Chun, head back and lead your division to reinforce the Eastern Front. If you cannot defeat the enemy, I'll head over there and behead you myself." While cupping his fist, Division Commander Chun replied, "This Chun accepts the order. We will not let you down." After that, he turned around and strode towards the door, but he still stared into Yang Kai's eyes, seeming to say, "If you don't speak up, this old master will really lead my force into battle. It doesn't matter if there were no enemies at the Eastern Front this time, because there were enemies in the Black Ink clan's camp. Are you afraid now?" How could this junior be qualified for this? Yang Kai smiled bitterly. However, he was honestly quite touched inside. All these 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters had worked together with Xiang Shan to act out such a performance for him, just so that he would take up the position of the Profound Nether Army's army commander. This was a kind of wholehearted trust that was rare to see. Taking a deep breath, Yang Kai cupped his fist and boomed, "Since all of you senior brothers think so highly of me, this junior is willing to take up the position of army commander and guard Profound Nether territory. This junior will risk his life to make sure Profound Nether territory is never lost." "So you've changed your mind?" Xiang Shan's lips curled up ever so slightly as he teased. While looking at him with a blank stare, Yang Kai didn't say anything. "Do I have a choice? Old Mansion is halfway out of the main conference hall, so if I don't change my mind, he will really leave. His leaving is not that concerning, but my wives will definitely have to follow him to the battlefield." Then Xiang Shan stopped playing with him and spoke sternly. "Overseeing Profound Nether territory is a very heavy task. If this territory is lost on your watch, you'll be punished according to military law." "Understood. Yang Kai, receive your orders." Xiang Shan roared before taking out a token. "The Supreme Headquarters hereby appoints Yang Kai as Army Commander of the Profound Nether Army. This is the Army Commander token. With this, you will assume full command of all soldiers in the Profound Nether Army. If anyone dares to disobey or rebel against you, they will be sentenced to death without exception." "We accept the order." All the 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters bowed in unison. Yang Kai accepts the order. Yang Kai came forward and raised both hands to receive the Profound Nether Army's Army Commander token, which suddenly felt quite heavy. This wasn't just a token. It was a physical representation of the lives of hundreds of thousands of soldiers that were being entrusted to him. At that moment, Yang Kai's aura seemed to have changed and become even more profound and mysterious. Noticing this, Xiang Shan watched with amazement as the words, "Heaven's will," appeared in his head. "Greetings, Army Commander." Wei Junyang chuckled and cupped his fist before bowing. The other Eighth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters copied him and did the same. The atmosphere inside the main hall was very harmonious. Division Commander Chun ran back as well, and no longer shouted about racing off to kill the enemy. Of course, Yang Kai wouldn't take what happened just now to heart and exchanged pleasantries with the other Eighth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters. He would be overseeing Profound Nether territory in the future, so he would need these old foxes' help. Report. Oh. Another Seventh Order soldier dashed into the main hall and cupped his fist. "Sirs, there is news from the Eastern Front. The Black Ink Clan army has retreated. It seems like their previous actions were just a feint. There is no imminent attack." Nodding, Xiang Shan replied, "It's good that the Black Ink Clan has retreated. Division Commander Chun, you may take a rest as well." Division Commander Chun laughed. The Black Ink Clan retreated before the news about junior brother Yang taking up the position as army commander was released. It seems like the heavens are siding with us today. The group of Eighth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters all nodded in agreement. Yang Kai looked around and couldn't help rolling his eyes. Were these old farts still acting even now? They even organized this kind of closing scene to their play. It seemed they really made a full and detailed plan for today. Marshall Peak, Chapter 5530. Profound Nether Army's Army Commander. Thinking back to the time when they gathered at Azure Void Pass to form the Great Evolution Army, Xiang Shan and Lu Jiping were appointed as Great Evolution's Eastern and Western Army Commanders. On that same day, many of the Eighth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters were appointed as Division Commanders and accepted with great solemnity. Back then, Yang Kai was just a Seventh Order squad leader. Never had he imagined he would someday hold the Army Commander token like today. So he couldn't help but sigh internally. Being an Army Commander wasn't just any duty. It was a responsibility to become the central pillar for an army of hundreds of thousands of soldiers. Can I do it? Yang Kai didn't know the answer to that question, but since things had already come to this point, he could only give it his all and do his best. From today onwards, his every decision will affect hundreds of thousands of lives directly. I can't spend too long here. Besides the appointment of Profound Nether Army's Army Commander, there is one other thing I need to accomplish here. Xiang Shan spoke up. Yang Kai put away the token and nodded. "Please say it, senior brother." At first he thought it was about the great sun and moon marks, but that was just a minor matter because he had already given one set of marks to Su Yan. Moreover, the 9 divine spirits outside were the ones who had been chosen to receive the marks, so all that was needed was to call them inside. He wasn't expecting Xiang Shan to not talk about this matter but instead summoned his universe chart. Then with a wave of his hand, a 3-dimensional virtual image appeared before everyone. Following that, Xiang Shan moved his hand and pointed at a particular spot. A month ago, the Supreme Headquarters received intelligence that the cultivators from more than a dozen sects in the Acacia territory have been besieged by the Black Ink Clan and are facing a critical situation. If they don't get any reinforcements soon, they might not be able to hold out much longer. Wei Junyang frowned. Where did this information come from? Is it reliable? Xiang Shan nodded. The intelligence was brought to us by a few different roaming hunter teams, so its likely authenticity was deemed high. Afterwards, the Supreme Headquarters moved and confirmed it. Division Commander Chun raised an eyebrow. Is the Supreme Headquarters asking Profound Nether territory to send out troops to rescue them? That's right. Xiang Shan nodded. At first, there was no plan to have Profound Nether territory carry out this mission, but all the other great territory battlefields are engaged in heated conflicts right now, so our side is at a disadvantage and can't dispatch troops for a rescue mission. However, Profound Nether territory could be said to have won a great victory during the previous battle, so there should not be any large-scale battles here for the foreseeable future. Therefore, you are the ones most suited to attempt this rescue mission. While saying that, he looked at Yang Kai, junior brother. Now that you are the army commander, you will be responsible for planning and executing this mission. You must bring our trapped allies back safely. Yang Kai knew this was also a test to see how he would deal with such matters. Although the Supreme Headquarters had appointed him as the Profound Nether Army's army commander, they also knew that the talents he had shown were mostly in charging into battle and defeating the enemy. He had never shown much talent in things like strategy and tactics. This mission to rescue the humans trapped in Acacia territory was a chance to make a contribution and show off his talents. Therefore, he immediately cupped his fist. I have received the order. You can discuss this matter on your own. There is no need to report to the Supreme Headquarters about your plan before carrying it out, but there is one thing you must remember. You mustn't let Profound Nether territory fall into the hands of the enemy. Xiang Shan enjoined them before shouting towards the entrance, Enter. He then turned to look at Yang Kai. Previously, we've received news from Profound Nether territory that you've received 9 sets of great sun and moon marks from the burning light and serene glimmer. These are the 9 divine spirits the Supreme Headquarters chose to receive those marks. I'll leave them to you as well. Understood, senior brother. Later, Xiang Shan, Wei Junyang, and the other 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters left the main conference hall while Ji Lao San and the other 8 divine spirits came in. It wasn't difficult to pass the 2 marks from the burning light and serene glimmer to them because they were just drops condensed from Big Brother Huang and Big Sister Lan's source strength. After the divine spirits received them, they only needed to slightly refine them to condense the great sun and moon marks. The 9 divine spirits only took about an hour to complete this process. Later, Yang Kai distributed the 9 space rings he had prepared beforehand to them. Rings filled with yellow and blue crystals. With the 2 great marks and a large supply of yellow and blue crystals, there would no longer be a lack of purifying light on the various battlefields. This could also greatly lessen the pressure on the human race. It could also lessen the alchemist's burden, allowing them to put in more effort to refine other spirit pills. Purifying black ink pills weren't the only spirit pills the human race lacked. Open heaven pills for cultivation and healing pills for healing injuries were all in short supply. As for how these 9 divine spirits would be distributed to each front, that was for the Supreme Headquarters to figure out. Although there weren't enough divine spirits for each great territory battlefield, it might not be too much of a problem for one divine spirit to aid 2 neighboring battlefields and provide them with purifying light. Xiang Shan was waiting outside, so Yang Kai led the divine spirits out before seeing them off. Once they left, Yang Kai finally said, Senior brothers and sisters, please enter the conference hall. The group of 8th Order Masters then returned to the main conference hall and sat down. Yang Kai sat at the head of the table and looked around. He saw all the 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters had serious expressions on their faces as they looked straight ahead. Seeing that, Yang Kai burst out laughing. Since all of you senior brothers and sisters think so highly of me and choose me to take up the position as army commander, I, as your junior brother, will not let all of you down. The atmosphere suddenly became lively, and Ouyang Lai slumped back into his chair and beamed. Our generation of cultivators respects strength above all else. Since your fist is bigger, of course it's you who will take up the position of army commander. But you little Biraham junior brother, the most important issue you need to deal with now is the matter of Acacia territory. This is your first mission after your appointment, so you have to do it well. Wei Junyang added, indeed. Since the Supreme Headquarters has entrusted us with this mission, we must do our best to complete the task and not let the other battlefields look down on us. Nodding, Yang Kai replied, both senior brothers are right, but I've only recently returned from the outside. Though I have a basic understanding of Profound Nether territory, I don't know much about the situation outside of Profound Nether territory, so I still need you all to catch me up. Fei Yongzhe looked at him, junior brother Yang. What would you like to know? Yang Kai answered, according to what I know, after the war in the Barren territory, the human race army retreated and broke up into many different teams to help the cultivators from the various great territories retreat and evacuate. However, that was a couple dozen years ago, so those who could evacuate should have already arrived. How could there still be humans left outside? Division Commander Chan sighed and replied, that's not a surprise because the purpose of evacuation back then was to let all the sects move to the nearest territory directly controlled by the cave heavens and paradises. Afterwards, those cave heavens and paradises would have their masters escort those people to high heaven territory. However, the Black Ink clan moved too fast, so cultivators from a number of great territories could not evacuate in time, and were surrounded by the enemy. We have suffered quite a significant number of casualties as a result. Young Kai nodded as he knew about such incidents as well. When the Black Ink clan invaded Swallowing Sea's territory, Young Kai was fortunately there to lend his assistance. If Young Kai hadn't appeared there at that moment, the cultivators from Swallowing Sea's territory wouldn't have been able to escape. In addition to those who failed to evacuate in time, others were ambushed along the way, which might be what had happened to the humans trapped in Acacia territory. When Young Kai heard this, he frowned. Forgive my crassness, but if they were intercepted by the Black Ink clan over 20 years ago, they should all be dead by now. Wei Junyang raised an eyebrow. Junior brother, are you thinking this might be a trap? Young Kai shook his head. Perhaps the cultivators in Acacia territory found somewhere to hide all these years but have now been found by the Black Ink clan. Otherwise, they can't have held out until now. While he spoke, he used his fingers to tap on the armrest. What is strange is for word of this to have reached us. Theoretically, Acacia territory has been entirely conquered by the Black Ink clan, so if there were any humans left there, the Black Ink clan should have easily taken care of them, but of course dragging on. Suddenly thinking of something, he looked at the others below him. Senior brothers and sisters, do you think that the Black Ink clan are besieging a stronghold to strike at the reinforcements? Wei Junyang raised an eyebrow. Why do you ask that? Yang Kai explained, the Black Ink clan should have been able to easily finish off the cultivators in Acacia territory but haven't. It's obvious that they want to attract our side's attention, which led to today's events where Senior Brother Xiang charged us with this matter. We won't be able to hide the profound Nether Army dispatching a large number of troops to the Acacia territory. The enemy is likely planning an ambush in Acacia territory. There should be multiple territory lords and a large army guarding that place. Once he said that, the other Eighth Order masters looked at each other and then burst out laughing. Wei Junyang turned to look at Ouyang Lai and teased, are you going to kill a territory lord? Or are you going to call me father? Rolling his eyes, Ouyang Lai retorted, you didn't win. What's more, it's just killing a territory lord. How difficult could that be? Wei Junyang chuckled, I'll take it as you choosing to kill a territory lord. Meanwhile, Yang Kai was dumbfounded as he looked at the others below him. Senior brothers, did I say something wrong? Division Commander Chun stroked his beard and chuckled. No, you didn't say anything wrong. It's just that your performance shocked us. What do you mean? That answer made Yang Kai even more confused. Also, what's up with Wei Junyang and Ouyang Lai? Why would they say something like calling the other father? Division Commander Chen explained, Junior brother, what you've just said is correct. There is a second-class Great Force Acacia sect in Acacia territory. During its founding, Acacia sect discovered a universe cave heaven left by an unknown Eighth Order Open Heaven Realm Master after their death, which Acacia sect obtained many benefits from. Didn't you say the cultivators in Acacia territory might have found a place to hide all these years? It's been surmised that they have been hiding inside that universe cave heaven, and somehow managed to seal its entrance, which is why it remains safe until today. But their hiding spot has now been exposed, which is why they are now under siege. He continued, it's not that the Black Ink clan doesn't want to deal with them, but it isn't an easy task to break open a universe cave heaven's portal from the outside without appropriate skills. Of course, the Black Ink clan can still do it, but it will take them some time. Also, us receiving this news should also be the Black Ink clan's doing. Junior brother, you were right when you said they were planning to strike at the reinforcements. However, their target is not the various armies from the Great Territory battlefields, but the roaming hunters who have snuck into their territory. A short pause later, he elaborated, there are many human masters that are either unwilling to be governed or are simply not used to functioning in an army and working with others, so they choose to become roaming hunters instead and sneak deep into the great territories that the Black Ink clan controls. Over the years, the hunters have attacked and killed many Black Ink clansmen, and traces of them can be found in many great territories. There are indeed many Black Ink clansmen, but most of them are busy battling the human race army, So those roaming hunters take the chance to cause chaos behind the Black Ink clan's lines by destroying black ink nests and raiding their supply lines. The Black Ink clan is clearly frustrated with this, and besieging those in Acacia territory is a good opportunity to attract large numbers of hunters over. They want to clean up as many of them as possible with this one move. Marshall Peak, Chapter 5531. I'll head over there myself. It wasn't the first time Yang Kai had heard of hunters. They were human masters who didn't join the main army on the front lines for all sorts of reasons, and would instead form small groups or even act alone to sneak into the great territories that the Black Ink clan had taken over. Then they would seek opportunities to do damage. Most of them were proud of their great strength or had some unruliness in their personalities, which was why they didn't like the strict regulations of the army. Hunters generally acted in very small numbers, so they lived dangerous lives where the threat of being wiped out was quite high. However, while the risks were high, the rewards were too. The favorite activity for hunters was destroying black ink nests. If they could bring back proof of them destroying a black ink nest to any of the Great Territory battlefields, they would receive a massive amount of military merits. Once they had military merits, they could use them to exchange for cultivation resources or other benefits. At this moment, there were quite a lot of hunters roaming around outside, and as time passed, even more cultivators joined them. Everyone had their own way of living, so if they dove into the great territories controlled by the Black Ink clan and caused chaos, it could still be considered contributing to the war effort. Therefore, not only didn't the Supreme Headquarters restrict such people, but they even richly rewarded the hunters whenever they succeeded. Strictly speaking, Yang Kai's actions before coming here were the standard behavior of a hunter. Of course, what he accomplished was far beyond what any team of hunters could dream to achieve. He alone had caused chaos at the Noreturn Pass and then retreated safely. That was a feat no other human could replicate. The hunters' actions were indeed dangerous as they were moving around the Black Ink clan's territory. After all, once their whereabouts were exposed, they would be targeted by many Black Ink clansmen and would have difficulty escaping. However, narrow escapes were not that frequent. Hunters weren't foolish enough to sacrifice their lives for nothing, so as long as they acted prudently, they would be able to steer clear of trouble. After that, it was simply a matter of luck whether they survived or not. Moreover, as Wei Junyang just mentioned, most of the powerful Black Ink clansmen were busy battling human race masters on the front lines, so there weren't many just sitting behind and guarding their territory. The Black Ink clan had taken over many great territories, but there were only so many innate territory lords. This meant that they couldn't guard every territory they had, making it possible for the hunters to sneak in and hit low-ranked Black Ink nests before making their escape, never having to face any true masters. With fewer people, the hunters could more easily find places to hide after they achieved their objectives, which was why the Black Ink clan found it so hard to deal with them. Such situations enraged the Black Ink clan, which caused them to hate hunters to the core. Besieging the cultivators trapped in Acacia territory was a good chance for them to attract many hunters over. The Black Ink clan was planning to use this opportunity to wipe out the hidden dangers in their territories, so that they could focus more of their attention on battling the main human force. After listening to Wei Junyang's explanation, Yang Kai failed to stifle his laughter as he asked, "Senior brother Wei, have you known this since the beginning?" Wei Junyang smiled. "Junior brother, please forgive us. This was all senior brother Xiang's plan and the final test given to you by the Supreme Headquarters." Feeling speechless, Yang Kai asked, "What would happen if I didn't realize all this?" "Oh." Wei Junyang smiled apologetically. "Senior brother Xiang hasn't gone far, and the news of appointing junior brother as army commander hasn't been announced to the army yet." In other words, if Yang Kai wasn't able to see the bigger picture and accurately assess the situation, Xiang Shan might have returned to take back the army commander token. When Yang Kai heard that, he rolled his eyes. "Fortunately, the news of my appointment has yet to be announced to the entire army. Although I'm young, I would like to keep some face. These old farts simply won't act their age." He didn't bother with these things though because he understood that it was normal for these 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters to have some reservations. The army commander of the Profound Nether Army was an important and powerful position which could affect the direction of their future battles and the lives of the hundreds of thousands of soldiers in the human race army, so of course they would act cautiously. Moreover, there was also no fault in the Supreme Headquarters giving out a final test. In reality, the test was relatively simple, because anyone with half-decent intelligence could think of such things. Only a ruffian like Yang Lai wouldn't bother thinking things through like this. Thinking so, Yang Kai snuck a glance at Yang Lai, and as he had expected, the latter seemed to be lost in his thoughts, giving Yang Kai a sense of intellectual superiority. Wei Junyang then turned serious. Since junior brother Yang has seen through the Black Ink clan's intentions, it proves that we old folks have made the right choice. Still, the matter of Acacia territory needs to be dealt with as soon as possible, so please propose a plan of action. Yang Kai nodded. The other battlefields are in the midst of heavy fighting, so for now, only Profound Nether territory can send out troops. Since the Supreme Headquarters has entrusted us with this task, we must complete it perfectly. This was his first mission after he was appointed the Profound Nether Army's army commander, so it was of utmost importance for Yang Kai. Moreover, with a large number of humans still trapped outside, even if Yang Kai was still all on his own, he would have tried to find a way to save them. Senior brothers, do any of you have a plan in mind? Yang Kai glanced around. Kong Chengda quickly said, since the Black Ink clan intends to deal with the hunters, there must be at least a few territory lords hiding in Acacia territory. Although we don't have solid intelligence from the hunters, I suspect there to be between 3 and 5 territory lords lying in ambush. The hunters weren't weak, and though there weren't any 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters among them, 7th Order Masters weren't lacking. Feudal lords could defeat 7th Order Masters in greater numbers, but killing them was another matter. The Black Ink clan's only option was to have the territory lords move if they wanted this thing to be settled conclusively. 3 to 5 territory lords standing guard in Acacia territory could be said to be an extremely secure arrangement. Of course, the number might be different, but this estimate shouldn't be too far off. The arrangement of territory lords wasn't without consideration because the Black Ink clan needed a lot of territory lords to oversee the main battlefield in order to ensure that they had maintained the upper hand when fighting against the human race army. In addition, territory lords who were heavily injured after battling the 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters would be sent back to the No-Return Pass to sink into dormancy inside Black Ink nests to heal more rapidly. Therefore, although the number of territory lords on the whole exceeded the number of 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters, and they had the upper hand when fighting against the human race army, the human race's situation hadn't worsened to the point where they didn't stand a chance against the enemy. Now that Yang Kai had brought back a huge amount of yellow and blue crystals and given out 10 great sun and moon marks, the human situation would only become better. Fei Yongzhe spoke up. Let's plan for the worst. If Acacia territory has 5 territory lords standing guard, we would have to dispatch 8 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters if we want to rescue the trapped cultivators. 8 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters. That wasn't a small number, especially when all the 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters in Profound Nether territory were overseeing important sections of the front lines and couldn't be easily transferred. However, only by dispatching 8 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters could they be sure they could suppress 5 and 8 territory lords. Sending 8 was also a precaution against the enemy having deployed more than 5 territory lords. Though the mission to rescue the cultivators trapped in Acacia territory didn't seem difficult, it wasn't an easy mission to execute. Moreover, Yang Kai looked at the crowd of 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters around him and noticed that they each had varying degrees of injuries. The previous battle was only about 10 days ago, so these 8th Order Masters hadn't even gotten a chance to heal yet, which meant they could not exert their full strength at the moment. The territory lords in Profound Nether territory didn't fare much better, so they weren't a pressing concern, but the territory lords in Acacia territory would all be in peak condition. Wei Junyang was clear about this too, so he proposed, perhaps we can ask the divine spirits for help. In its current condition, it would be difficult for the Profound Nether army to carry out this rescue mission on its own. Therefore, they could only ask others for help. Hearing this though, Yang Kai shook his head. The divine spirits might not be able to help us. Yang Lai frowned. How can you say that before trying? Yang Kai answered, if the divine spirits could help us, senior brother Xiang would have told us beforehand, but since he didn't, that could only mean that the divine spirits are also all battling the enemy on the various battlefields. What's more, a few days ago, the Supreme Headquarters even dispatched the batch of divine spirits Tao Wu belonged to, which means that the other battlefields need extra help as well. If it weren't their last resort, the Supreme Headquarters wouldn't have sent the divine spirits from the Grand Ancient Ruins boundary. Hence, even if the Profound Nether Army asked for help, the Supreme Headquarters might not be able to mobilize any manpower for them. In contrast with the trapped cultivators in the Acacia territory, the Great Territory battlefields were more important at the moment. If the Supreme Headquarters had to make a choice, they would rather ensure the safety of the front lines rather than save those trapped cultivators. Makes sense, Wei Junyang nodded. At first, he thought it wouldn't be much of a difficult task to save those trapped cultivators in Acacia territory, but now that he thought more deeply about the situation, this matter was indeed a difficult task to complete. Instantly they were dumbfounded and didn't know what to do. It seemed like the Supreme Headquarters had given Profound Nether Territory a tough mission. Could this also be a test for Yang Kai after being appointed as an army commander? After everyone fell silent, Yang Kai stood up and announced with a determined expression, "I'll head over myself." The crowd of 8th Order Masters was shocked, and Fei Yongzhe was taken aback. "Junior brother, are you really going to Acacia territory by yourself?" Yang Kai nodded. "We have no other options besides this." Profound Nether Territory couldn't dispatch 8 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters at once, and they couldn't ask the Divine Spirits for help, so after careful consideration, Yang Kai decided that acting alone was the best course of action. Kong Chengde quickly objected, "Junior brother, you can't. You're now the army commander of the Profound Nether Army, so how could you risk your safety? Moreover, what will happen to Profound Nether Territory after you leave?" This statement just made Yang Kai burst out laughing. "Senior brother Kong, your words are exaggerated. This junior brother has just been appointed to the Profound Nether Army's army commander position, but before now, when have I not been roaming around the dangerous territories? Since I was able to safely cross those territories back then, why can't I do the same now?" No matter how dangerous Acacia territory was, could it be any more dangerous than the No-Return Pass? Yang Kai had safely returned from the very heart of the Black Ink clan's headquarters, so a trivial Acacia territory was nothing to him. Moreover, before I was appointed, senior brothers and sister have kept Profound Nether Territory well organized, so there's no way that you all won't be able to do the same without me. The Black Ink clan here has just suffered a heavy defeat and lost 3 territory lords, so there won't be any huge battles in Profound Nether Territory for at least a few years. Without giving them a chance to talk, Yang Kai concluded, "It's settled then. I will personally take a trip to Acacia territory, and once I leave, I must ask senior brothers and sister to guard Profound Nether Territory. This is also the first order I issue after being appointed as army commander." Since he had put it that way, what could the other 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters possibly say? But after careful consideration, it did seem like Yang Kai personally moving was the best option they had. No longer trying to stop Yang Kai, Wei Junyang said, "How many troops do you intend to bring, junior brother?" Yang Kai answered, "I don't need too many. How about this? I'll bring the original members of Dawn. That should be enough." Martial Peak, Chapter 5532 Brains and Brawn. When the other 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters saw Yang Kai's enthusiastic state, they felt some lamentation and shame. They were lamenting because the younger generation was growing so fast. Though Yang Kai was the only youngster with a high position now, others from his generation had begun showing their talents on the battlefield and would soon rise up. These juniors who had shown their brilliance on the battlefield were the future of the human race, and were the reason the 9th Order old ancestors sacrificed themselves to pave the way forward for them. As for why they felt ashamed, it was because these old fellows couldn't help Yang Kai. After calming his thoughts, Wei Junyang spoke, "Since you've made your mind up, we won't try to dissuade you, but you must remember that you're now an army commander, so if you find yourself in a dire situation, you must ensure your own safety first." "I understand." Yang Kai nodded heavily. "Junior brother, when will you leave?" "Immediately." Wei Junyang raised his hand and summoned his universe chart. Then, he moved his hands to display an image of the void. There are 3 territory gates that lead to different great territories in Profound Nether Territory. Junior brother can quietly exit through here. While he spoke, He reached out and pointed at one of the territory gates. One of the 3 territory gates was guarded by the human race so that they had somewhere to retreat if they lost the war. Another one had been taken over by the Black Ink clan, while the last one was still unclaimed. However, both sides had set up camps there to prepare for any spontaneous battles. The territory gate Wei Junyang was referring to was that 3rd gate. Although the human race couldn't claim that territory gate, they could absolutely find a way to send Yang Kai and a small team through the portal. A minor battle would be enough of a distraction to slip through the territory gate. However, Yang Kai instead asked, which territory gate is the nearest to Acacia territory? Going through different territory gates meant they would have to take different routes. Sometimes, a slight difference might mean they had to cross several additional great territories to get to their destination. Wei Junyang studied the 3 territory gates before pointing to the territory gate being guarded by the Black Ink clan. This one? He was then slightly stunned and asked junior brother, "Don't tell me you want to go through this one?" Yang Kai replied, "There's no time to waste, so we naturally have to take the fastest route possible." Nonsense. Fei Yongzhe reprimanded. The Black Ink clan army's main camp is there. How are you going to pass by them? If you get surrounded, you'll die. Smiling, Yang Kai assured him, "That's why I need the Profound Nether Army's help." Wei Junyang thought about it and asked, "You want the Profound Nether Army to pressure the Black Ink clan? Aren't you afraid they might suddenly rise up and attack you?" Yang Kai explained, "I just killed 3 territory lords a few days ago, so the Black Ink clan is definitely paying more attention to me. Now that I'm overseeing Profound Nether territory, those territory lords might be feeling on the edge, wondering which one of them would be next. Senior brothers, place yourselves in the territory lord's shoes. If I suddenly try to leave this great territory, would you give your all to stop me or just let me pass?" Fei Yongzhe was about to continue reprimanding Yang Kai, but hearing this question he frowned and hummed for a moment. The other 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters were looking at each other. Eventually Wei Junyang spoke up, "If junior brother is the only one leaving, of course they would pick up a fight because the ability you displayed is too shocking, so the Black Ink clan naturally wants to get rid of you. If you give them the opportunity, why wouldn't they take it? But if you add the Profound Nether Army, that is another story. Would the Black Ink clan really make things difficult?" Originally, the Black Ink clan here had the upper hand and almost seized Profound Nether territory completely, but Yang Kai appeared and foiled their plans. The Black Ink clan would naturally be wary of a master like Yang Kai, who could easily kill territory lords like they were random chickens or dogs. Therefore, if such a master wanted to leave Profound Nether territory, it would be great news for the territory lords, so the Black Ink clan might really not stop him but welcome him leaving. Such a plan might sound far-fetched, but after careful consideration, it seemed there was quite a lot of space for maneuvering. At that instant, Wei Junyang looked at Yang Kai with a complicated expression, and remembered how Ouyang Lai had joked that Yang Kai should be called Big Head Yang. The next generation was very admirable indeed. If one only had brawn but no brains, they would be nothing more than a ruffian. However, like Yang Kai, people with brains and brawn were the bane of the Black Ink clan. "It's also fine if they don't let us pass. We can just start another battle," Yang Kai beamed. "If they still aren't afraid of me, I'll just kill another 3 territory lords. There are only so many territory lords here, so they will have to let us pass sooner or later." Ouyang Lai felt his blood boiling when he heard that. "I agree. If we really start a battle, I'll be the vanguard." Wei Junyang glared at him before looking at Yang Kai. "Even if the Black Ink clan are willing to let you pass, isn't your departure the same as telling the Black Ink clan that their biggest concern has left, and that they can start another war without fear while you're gone?" Although the human race wasn't afraid to start another battle, they had suffered a significant loss during the last one, and still needed time to recuperate. Yang Kai answered, "They won't have the guts to do that. Since I can leave Profound Nether territory, I can return as well. How can they rest assured that I've really left? If they see me leave right in front of them, they will only become even more cautious because if they start another battle, they will have to worry about me attacking them from behind." After a short pause, he continued, "Moreover, it doesn't matter if another battle happens. I've already distributed many small stone race soldiers to the others. I must say the idea of treating the small stone race as artifacts to be refined rather than beasts to tame is quite ingenious. With their addition, The profound Nether Army's capabilities are much stronger than they were before. The small stone race was a sharp tool when used to deal with the Black Ink clan. The only problem was that they had very low sentience and were hard to control. Many times the small stone race ran off after killing all the enemies. Those with quick reflexes could capture some of them, but those who weren't quick enough could only watch as they ran away. When Yang Kai first began giving out the small stone race soldiers, he told others to try using beast taming techniques to control them. Although the method worked, the results weren't very good. It wasn't until one day when an open heaven realm master tried treating them like artifacts that a new method was discovered. Using this method to refine small stone race soldiers was far more efficient than using a beast taming technique because this was far easier for most cultivators. By spreading this method, many more small stone race soldiers could be better controlled to kill the enemy and then be brought back after the battle. After all, not every cultivator knew beast taming techniques, but everyone knew how to refine an artifact. This methodology was now widespread throughout the human race army. Now, all humans would use similar techniques to control the small stone race soldiers. The Open Heaven Realm Master who discovered this method was praised and rewarded heavily by the Supreme Headquarters, which made him the envy of many. Yang Kai currently only had a single army of Great Sun Small Stone Race and another of Great Moon Small Stone Race on hand, each with 1 million troops. All the others had been distributed to others. The ones he kept with him were his trump card for dealing with a royal lord. There was only one royal lord left, and there was no telling when he would encounter him again, so Yang Kai wanted to keep a hidden hand just in case. Although it hadn't been long since their last battle, the soldiers of the Profound Nether Army now had several million small stone race soldiers on hand, so the overall combat power of the army had only increased, not decreased. If they did start another large-scale battle, the humans of Profound Nether territory wouldn't have to be wary of the Black Ink clan. Inside the main conference hall, all the Eighth Order masters looked at each other and kept silent. Yang Kai had made a clear and concise argument to persuade them, so they had nothing more to say. Seeing that the others were silent, Yang Kai announced, "This matter is settled then. Pass down my order. The center outpost's frontline soldiers are to form up and advance towards the Black Ink clan's main camp." All the Eighth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters stood up and bellowed, "Yes, sir." Soon, the Eighth Order Masters dispersed and returned to the frontline universe fragments where Yang Kai's orders were relayed, and all 200,000 recuperating soldiers moved out. When news of their operation got out, a few Eighth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters overseeing the auxiliary fronts were shocked. Is there something going on at the front line? Didn't the battle there end recently? They went and asked around, and in the end they were told this was an order from the newly appointed army commander Yang Kai. It was only then that those Eighth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters at the auxiliary fronts found out that the Profound Nether Army had a new army commander. That was because the news of Yang Kai being appointed as army commander hadn't been announced yet. Now this matter has caused a stir among the army. They said a new broom sweeps clean, and the new broom called Yang Kai was so good at cleaning that he was thinking of cleaning out the Black Ink clan. At that instant, some people were worried while some were excited. The masters from the auxiliary fronts could only cooperate with those at the front lines, so they relayed their orders. All the auxiliary front soldiers also began preparing for battle, increasing the army's momentum. Meanwhile, the Black Ink clan were shocked. They had lost 3 territory lords last time, and they only had a limited number of territory lords at the front line, so not only was their army's combat power weakened, but the territory lords were now hiding inside their base camp. The scene of that Eighth Order Open Heaven Realm Master killing 3 territory lords was still fresh in their memories, and every territory lord was wary of him. Therefore, they didn't dare take any impulsive actions before they could figure out how to deal with that Eighth Order human. During that last battle, the Black Ink clan suffered significant losses, but the humans didn't fare much better. Everyone thought both sides would pause and rest for at least a few years, but now the humans were making such a big move within less than half a month. Did the humans get more reinforcements? All the territory lords appeared and observed the situation, but when they discovered that the human race army was really preparing for war, they all felt worried. Though they couldn't figure out what was happening, since the humans were gathering their troops, it was obvious that they were planning to attack. At the same time, inside the main conference hall, Yang Kai sat alone while lost in thought, feeling like he was forgetting something. After careful thinking, He discovered that he was now an army commander but didn't have an adjutant. Before, no matter whether it was Xiang Shan or any of the other army commanders, they all had adjutants, which made it easier for them to relay their orders. After all, it was impossible for people in high positions to do everything themselves. Profound Nether Army wouldn't assign him with an adjutant, as such people were usually the army commander's most trusted associate. Yang Kai didn't have any potential candidates in mind, but he wasn't in a hurry either. This matter would have to wait until he was back from Acacia territory. Hua Qingxi was a good option. While she was the head manager for High Haven Palace, not only had she managed High Heaven Palace well but also the Star Boundary by extension. She was an exceptionally meticulous woman, and was perfect for the role of an adjutant. It was a pity that the head manager still needed to oversee High Heaven Palace and had no time to spare. Martial Peak Chapter 5533. The next generation replaces the previous. With the mass mobilization of the human race army in the profound Nether territory, the originally peaceful battlefield became chaotic again. Not only were the Black Ink clan caught off guard by this movement, but the human soldiers were also surprised. Both sides thought that after the previous battle, there would be a long break before the next round of fighting, but it had only been a dozen days or so, and the humans were already planning something big. More than 200,000 human soldiers moved out and headed for the Black Ink clan's base camp. Meanwhile, all the humans from each auxiliary front were also deploying to put pressure on the enemy. One day later, warships carrying the human race army formed up just 10 million kilometers from the Black Ink clan's main base. There was high and low drumming coming from each warship, fueling the army's momentum. Kill! 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 War! 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 The human soldiers roared together, almost shaking the entire profound Nether territory. Although the soldiers were surprised about this sudden mobilization, now that they were here, they were determined to fight the Black Ink clan to the death. On the Black Ink clan's side, their army was also standing by, with the territory lords standing in the forefront, looking quite gloomy as they felt humiliated. During the several dozen years of war in profound Nether territory, this was the first time the humans had arrived at their doorstep. They were usually the ones who initiated the battles, with the humans always defending or at most counterattacking, never venturing deep into their territory. This was where the Black Ink clan's main base was located, so they couldn't stand such provocation from the humans. If they hadn't been wary of the Eighth Order Master who had suddenly appeared that day, the territory lords would have ordered their army to attack already. When had the Black Ink clan ever been wary of humans? However, even the strongest territory lords couldn't help but tremble when thinking about that strange Eighth Order human master. That man used less than a half cup of tea's time to kill 3 innate territory lords. They had never witnessed such a thing before, but what shocked the territory lords even more was that this wasn't the first time this Eighth Order human had killed territory lords like this. According to the intelligence they received from the No Return Pass, that human had caused a huge commotion at the No Return Pass. He had attacked twice and killed 3 territory lords right under the royal lord's nose. Moreover, he had destroyed 7 high-rank Black Ink nests. Even the powerful innate territory lords were like children before this human. When that news arrived, the territory lords in profound Nether territory couldn't believe their ears. Killing territory lords and destroying high-rank Black Ink nests was one thing, but to be able to do so in the presence of a royal lord was an entirely different matter. What's more, even the royal lord himself couldn't stop that human. The intel they received stated that this Eighth Order Open Heaven Realm Master could control a massive small stone race army, and used it to summon an extraordinarily massive explosion of purifying light. When that human charged through the No Return Pass, he unleashed that burst of purifying light to engulf the royal lord and a dozen territory lords, causing the latter to all fall to the feudal lord realm. Those territory lords were still recuperating inside high-rank Black Ink nests now, but it was unknown if they could ever restore their full strength again. This human was a terrifying opponent. No territory lord would dare to make a move without first determining where this human was. That was why the territory lords didn't dare to act rashly despite the human race army pressing in and openly provoking them. They were afraid that the Eighth Order Open Heaven Realm Master might be hiding among the soldiers, seeking a chance to sneak attack them. There were more territory lords than Eighth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters, But that didn't mean the territory lords would just let themselves be butchered by that human. While the territory lords were searching for Yang Kai had just sent out a message from inside the main conference hall. Meanwhile, among the human race army was a warship transformed from Baixi's soul clone. Yu Meng took out a communication bead, checked the message inside, and gnashed her teeth. That smelly man is abandoning us again. All the madams were shocked, with Su Yan quickly asking, "Where's he going?" Yu Meng shook her head. "I'm not sure. He only said he would be heading out and would be back soon. Also, he asked that we not worry and wait for his return." Although his wives were angry about Yang Kai's departure, they were stuck in an urgent situation where a major battle might break out at any moment. Therefore, they could only force this issue from their minds and focus on the matter at hand. Inside the main conference hall, Yang Kai had finished sending his message and tried to link his mind with the old tree. Instantly, the void shook and Yang Kai appeared beside the world tree located in the grand ancient ruins boundary. Looking up at the giant canopy, Yang Kai was shocked because even though it had only been a few years, there was a significant change to the old tree. When he came here last, many of the world fruits on the old tree were withering, but at least they were still hanging on the branches. This time there were far fewer world fruits than before, and even the old tree looked sicklier. Yang Kai realized that the world fruits on the old tree symbolized the known universe worlds, and if a universe world's grandao collapsed, it would be reflected in its world fruit, which would decay and eventually disappear. Over the last few years, countless universe worlds had their grandaos destroyed and world force stolen, so the situation reflected on the old tree was the loss of many world fruits. Just as Yang Kai was looking around, one of the decayed world fruits fell and disintegrated. "Old tree!" Yang Kai called out softly. The face of the old tree appeared on its trunk, revealing a dark-looking face. It seemed like the old tree had been affected by black ink strength. In a strained voice he asked, "Is there something you need?" Yang Kai nodded. "Old tree, please look into Acacia territory and see if there are any intact universe worlds there." If there were, he could rely on the world tree's power and simply teleport to that existing universe world, saving him much time and effort. Of course, seeing the current state of the world tree, Yang Kai knew that chances were slim. The Black Ink clan had taken over the Acacia territory for many years, and would definitely not let off any of the universe worlds because, to them, they were the most delicious delicacies. Furthermore, Yang Kai had already refined and collected every universe world that could be saved. Nonetheless, he came here intending to just give it a try. Unfortunately, as he had expected, the old tree said, "At this moment, besides the great territory battlefields that are being occupied by humans and the great territories behind them, there are no more living universe worlds in the other great territories." Since Yang Kai had expected that answer, he nodded. "I'm sorry to trouble you, old tree." Calming himself, Yang Kai linked his mind with a universe world in profound nether territory and took a step forward, immediately finding himself standing above that universe world. There were still a few universe worlds in profound nether territory that had survived. However, if this was the situation in profound nether territory, it meant the other great territories would be in the same situation. After all, there were still humans stationed there. Therefore, the Black Ink clan would have to defeat the human race army before consuming the entire great territory. Sighing, Yang Kai moved back to the main conference hall where he found a distinct-looking warship. Dawning Light. At this moment, a group of people standing on Dawning Light's deck had their heads turned to face the main conference hall. They were the members of Dawn's squad. Dawn was part of the Great Evolution Army, so when it was dissolved, Dawn naturally joined the Profound Nether Army. However, Dawn had been assigned to one of the auxiliary fronts rather than the main battlefield. Yang Kai had been so busy these days that he didn't have time to visit his old friend. Now Dawn's squad came. They had received transfer orders and came here to receive their next assignment, but their higher-ups didn't tell them who they would be getting orders from. While they were looking around, a figure suddenly appeared on the deck. Everyone turned to look at the figure and the few in front were overjoyed and called out, "Squad leader!" Yang Kai looked at them and saw Feng Ying in the lead. Then he saw Shenao and Bai Yi, as well as Blood Crow and Miao Fei Ping, followed by over a dozen unfamiliar faces. Not recognizing many of the faces here, Yang Kai fell into a slight trance. Aboard this very warship he had previously fought side by side with Ning Qizhi, Qi Taichu and many others. Later Renbing Bai and Yu Ziyu joined on, followed by Blood Crow Zhongyang. But now many of those people were gone. Many 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters had fallen, and even more in the 5th Order and 6th Order had died. There were only a dozen or so familiar faces among the entire Dawn Squad. The human race had fought 3 huge wars, so even a special operations squad composed of the strongest elites below the 8th Order like Dawn had been reduced to this state. From this alone, it was easy to imagine just how heavy the human race's losses had been over the past 600 or so years. Dawn could even be considered quite lucky because it still existed, though many newcomers had replaced the old members. Back in the day, there were 4 special operations squads in the Great Evolution Army. Yang Kai's Dawn Squad, Chai Feng's Old Turtles Squad, Yao Kongcheng's Snow Wolves Squad, and Ma Gao's Profound Wind Squad. But now, only Dawn remained. Yao Kongcheng's Snow Wolves Squad was wiped out by a 9th Order Black Ink disciple back when the Great Evolution Army attacked the Royal City. Ma Gao's Profound Wind Squad was destroyed during the battle at the Primordial Heaven Source Grand Restriction. Chai Feng's Old Turtles Squad was left with only a few surviving members after the battle in the Barren Territory. Their warship was also destroyed, so they had no choice but to disband. Yang Kai sighed. For countless years, generations of humans fell and were replaced by the following generation. No one knew how many elites had died in this never-ending war. And though it seemed like the human race's situation had only gotten worse, Yang Kai was confident that the 3,000 worlds would rise from the ashes and would one day wipe out the Black Ink clan. All their efforts today were to ensure they could survive and thrive in the future. Senior Sister Feng, Yang Kai nodded lightly at Feng Ying. Feng Ying had advanced to the 8th Order Open Heaven Realm before him, so according to standard procedure, she should no longer be a member of Dawn. However, Wei Junyang and the others still called her over, obviously intending for her to assist Yang Kai. After all, there were many things an 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master could do that even an elite squad could not. I heard Junior Brother has broken through to the 8th Order Open Heaven Realm and came to Profound Nether Territory. I wanted to congratulate you sooner, but the Black Ink clan on the Western Front have been quite active lately, so I couldn't leave. I hope Junior Brother won't blame me for not coming sooner. Yang Kai smiled. Senior Sister is too kind. Then he nodded at Shenao Bai Yi and the other familiar faces before looking at Blood Crow and frowning slightly. It seemed like the Grand Evolution Immortal Blood Light scripture was indeed incomparable to the heaven-devouring battle law. Yang Kai hadn't noticed this before, but now that he took a look at Blood Crow, he saw that though the latter had improved a lot, his aura was unstable, which meant that Blood Crow had faced quite a huge drawback while refining Black Ink clansmen for his cultivation. Stop refining Black Ink clansmen or you might die, Yang Kai exhorted. Blood Crow snorted. You haven't died, so how could this king die? While he sounded standoffish, Blood Crow was secretly thinking to himself, this brat's luck is truly astonishing. Back at the Primordial Heaven Source Grand Restriction, the others said he was doomed because a royal lord was chasing him. Just how did he escape such a strong opponent when he was only in the 7th Order back then? Some 600 years had passed since then, but not only had Yang Kai returned safely, but he did so as an 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master. As for the royal lord who was hunting him back then, no one knew what happened to him. Blood Crow silently snorted. They say good people don't live long, while a scourge lasts 1,000 years. Could that be the truth? Martial Peak. Chapter 5534. One warship moves forward. If that is true, I'm quite the scourge as well, so I shouldn't die easily. Blood Crow thought about nonsense while Yang Kai stopped caring about him. Cultivators had to walk their own martial Tao, and the best Yang Kai could do was remind Blood Crow to be careful. Whether Blood Crow would take his words into account wasn't something Yang Kai could control. He wasn't Blood Crow's elder or ancestor, so he had no right to interfere. Shao Kai has advanced to the 7th Order Open Heaven Realm? Yang Kai looked at a cute young woman in surprise and couldn't help nodding. Not bad. Not bad at all. During these years, numerous disciples had left the Void Dao Temple in his small universe. Back on the Black Ink battlefield, several disciples broke through to the Open Heaven Realm. Then, after Yang Kai returned to Voidland, he released some 5,000 more who all broke through to the 6th Order and 7th Order, shocking Mo Mei and the others at the time. Among all those disciples from the Void Dao Temple, the one Yang Kai was most familiar with was definitely Miao Fei Ping. Miao Fei Ping was the first to ascend from the Void Dao Temple and break through to the open heaven realm, making him the eldest senior brother of all the cultivators from the Void Dao Temple. In fact, there was still a statue of him in the Dao Temple to motivate the younger generation. Besides him, Yang Kai was most familiar with this young woman called Xiao Kai. Back at Great Evolution Pass, Xiao Kai regularly visited Dawn's stationed area and helped out. However, anyone could see that helping out was just an excuse, and her real intention was to visit Miao Fei Ping. It seemed like there was some kind of story between Xiao Kai and Miao Fei Ping. In terms of respect, there was only one figure in this young lady's heart, and not even Yang Kai, the Dao Lord, could compare. At this moment, Xiao Kai and Miao Fei Ping were standing side by side and looking at each other affectionately, indicating that they had obviously gotten together. When they saw Yang Kai, Miao Fei Ping and Xiao Kai were also very excited. Ordinary people would find it hard to understand why the cultivators from Void Dao Temple respected Yang Kai so much, but for those who came from the Void Continent it was different. Dao Lord. Xiao Kai elegantly bowed. Yang Kai nodded lightly. Xiao Kai's aptitude wasn't bad and could even be said to be extremely high. In fact, all those who could leave the Void Dao Temple and break through to the open heaven realm had outstanding aptitudes. Back then, Xiao Kai was able to break through to the 6th Order Open Heaven Realm directly, and now she had advanced to the 7th Order Open Heaven Realm after a mere 700 years or so. She must have encountered some kind of opportunity, or else it would be impossible for her to grow so quickly. However, Yang Kai didn't ask about it because the opportunities one obtained were considered private matters. The disappointment in his heart disappeared as he thought that at least Dawn still had over a dozen surviving veteran members. Yang Kai's expression then became serious as he announced, "This time, you will be following me on a mission." Feng asked, "Squad leader, what's our mission?" Yang Kai replied, "We will be heading to Acacia territory. There are a few cultivators trapped there, and our mission is to rescue them." Frowning, Feng asked again, "There are still cultivators trapped in Acacia territory?" She didn't know about this because the Supreme Headquarters had only recently received the news. Though Feng was also a division commander now, she was still new and couldn't get her hands on such news. Yang Kai nodded, "This mission will be quite dangerous, so if any of you don't want to take part, I won't force you to go. If that is your decision, you may leave now." Turning around and looking at everyone, Yang Kai saw that the veteran members of Dawn all looked unperturbed and didn't show any signs of retreating. However, a newly joined 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Master spoke up, "Sir, how many troops will be deployed for this mission to Acacia territory?" While looking at him, Yang Kai replied, "Dawn Squad plus me." The 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Master was dumbfounded. How could Yang Kai think to save the humans trapped in Acacia territory with just one squad? Although Dawn was a special operations squad with 50 members, that was still far too few people. Since the Black Ink clan could surround the cultivators in Acacia territory, it meant there would be quite a lot of them, and there might also be territory lords guarding that place. Looking around, the 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Master saw Shineo and the others showed no signs of surprise or disapproval. Instead, they all looked eager to head out. After a short pause, the 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Master spoke up again, "Sir, there have been rumors about you killing 3 territory lords on your own during the last battle. Are they true?" "They are." Despite knowing that it was unlikely that such news was fake, the 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Master was still shocked when he heard Yang Kai personally admitting it. When had there been an 8th Order Master strong enough to kill 3 territory lords in a row? The 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Master had previously seen battles between 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters and innate territory lords, but the powerful 8th Order Masters never got the upper hand, which showed how strong innate territory lords were. Yet now 3 such powerful innate territory lords died in one battle, and they were all killed by the same man. Shineo laughed while patting that 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Master's shoulder. "Old Ho, back when our squad leader was in the 7th Order Open Heaven Realm, he had teamed up with Junior Sister Bai Yi and killed a territory lord. Now that he's an 8th Order Master, so there's nothing unusual about him killing a few territory lords." Meanwhile, Bai Yi didn't say anything as she silently noted, "That territory lord was already half crippled, which is why Yang Kai and I were able to kill him. If it had been a territory lord in his prime, Yongkai and I might not have returned alive that day. The Seventh Order Open Heaven Realm Master surnamed Ho chuckled wryly, as this wasn't the first time he heard Shin'eo mention this matter. A Seventh Order Open Heaven Realm Master killing a territory lord was indeed an impressive feat, but the territory lords from the Black Ink battlefield were entirely different from the innate territory lords of today. The current innate territory lords possessed extremely high strength because they had sacrificed all their future potential for immediate power. Despite there being many Eighth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters in the human race army, less than 10 of them could kill an innate territory lord in a one-on-one fight. Old Ho had previously heard a lot about Yongkai, and after he joined Dawn, Shin'eo and the others had regaled him with many heroic stories of the past. Those veteran Dawn members respected Yongkai to the extreme. Now that he also had the chance to fight alongside the original squad leader of Dawn, the Seventh Order Master suddenly began looking forward to this mission. He thus cupped his fist and quickly said, "I am willing to follow you and obey your commands, sir." "We are willing to follow you and obey your commands, sir." The crowd vowed in unison. Yongkai looked around and nodded in satisfaction. "Good, let's go." The crowd dispersed and took their stations. Soon dawning light turned into a ray of light and shot towards the depths of the void. At the Black Ink Clan's base camp, large numbers of Black Ink Clan soldiers were frantically moving about, forming a line of defense. The human race army suddenly moving against them had caught them off guard. What further confused the territory lords though was that the humans didn't take advantage of this opening to start a battle, and instead just stayed outside while acting like they would strike at any moment. Such a situation where the enemy didn't attack or retreat made the territory lords feel very uncomfortable. If they weren't wary of that particular Eighth Order Open Heaven Realm Master, they wouldn't need to suffer such humiliation. However, that Eighth Order human still hadn't shown up, and no one knew where he was. The territory lords were constantly sweeping the surroundings with their divine senses, trying to seek out his whereabouts. While the territory lords were in doubt though, it seemed like someone with high authority had arrived. The human army separated to the left and right, and a warship larger than an ordinary squad-class warship suddenly appeared before the territory lord's eyes. That warship was charging straight at the Black Ink Clan's base camp without any intention of turning around or stopping. What was even more shocking to the territory lords was that they saw a familiar figure standing on the deck of the incoming warship. It was that Eighth Order Open Heaven Realm Master, the one who killed 3 territory lords in the last battle. They thought he had been hiding in the dark, but they never expected that he wasn't even here in the first place. At this moment, he was standing aboard a warship, looking down on them with insufferable arrogance. The territory lords were furious as they suddenly had a feeling of being humiliated and felt vexed. Somewhere among the huge human fleet, atop a warship transformed from Baishi's soul clone, Yuhi's sharp eyes spotted something and she pointed in that direction while yelling in shock, "Madams, young master is over there." All the women aboard the ship looked over, and saw the scene of Yongkai coming over aboard dawning light. Yu Rumeng frowned. What's he doing? The two armies were in a situation where they might start a war at any moment, so how could his warship charge straight for the Black Ink Clan's base camp all on its own? Thinking back to the message Yongkai had sent her just before, Yu Rumeng felt confused. As dawning light continued forward, Yu Rumeng and the others felt their hearts tighten. Dawning light had completely separated from the human race army at this point and continued sailing ahead alone. At this rate, it wouldn't be long before they met the Black Ink Clan army. If the Black Ink Clan army attacked them at that point, would their husbands still be alive? Oh, that bastard! Yu Rumeng was furious. That smelly man never considers us when doing things. Kill! 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 War! 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 The human race army hadn't stopped chanting even now, their voices shaking the surroundings. Added to the full might of the human race army assembled here, the Black Ink Clan couldn't help shivering slightly. At that moment, if any of the Eighth Order Masters ordered an attack, the human race army would bravely charge forward. The war was about to begin. Dawning light continued to move forward, confusing not only Yu Rumeng and Yongkai's other wives, but also the rest of the humans and the Black Ink Clan. The two clans had been battling each other for so long, but this was the first time a situation like this had appeared. so the territory lords also couldn't figure out what was going on. However, they had to admit that Yong-Kai's appearance had attracted every Black Ink clansman's attention. The invisible pressure formed from all the gazes focused on Yong-Kai was so strong that it almost warped the void. Atop Dawning Light, one of the Fifth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters felt his legs trembling as he looked at the Sixth Order Master beside him with a bitter expression. "Senior brother, I'm almost at my limit." With so many territory lords releasing their invisible pressure towards them, the force wasn't something a Fifth Order Open Heaven Realm Master like him could resist, even if it were still a large distance away. That Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Master also looked pale, but he still encouraged the junior brother. "Junior brother, you have to believe in yourself. You can do it. Just hold on as long as you can. The two armies are now facing each other, so if we fall here, we will be embarrassing the entire human race while giving the Black Ink clan something to laugh about." When the Fifth Order Open Heaven Realm Master heard that, he instantly gritted his teeth and said, "I understand, senior brother. We may shed blood and die in battle, but we will never surrender." Following his low shout, he slowly straightened his legs, but he was still trembling while sweating profusely. The Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Master noticed that and gritted his teeth as well, trying to hold on as long as he could while feeling confused. Yong-Kai said they were heading to Acacia territory to save the humans trapped there. So why did he bring Dawn to the front lines of an impending battle? Martial Peak Chapter 55-35 Six Arms. After moving forward for a while longer, Yong-Kai suddenly raised his hand and exuded his might just as those Fifth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters could no longer resist the Territory Lord's might. At that instant the terrifying pressure was like snow meeting the sun, gently melting away. This foray to the Black Ink clan's base camp was not only about passing through the Black Ink clan's territory, but also a type of message. Therefore, Yong-Kai didn't activate the protective measures on Dawning Light, leaving it in a completely exposed state. Seeing Yong-Kai easily ward off the Territory Lord's pressure, the humans became even more motivated and chanted even louder. Meanwhile, the Territory Lords all looked gloomy. That Eighth Order Open Heaven Realm Master is indeed too powerful. No wonder he was able to escape from the Royal Lord's grasp. Dawning Light continued to move forward and stopped just 3 million kilometers away from the Black Ink clan army. To powerful innate Territory Lords and Eighth Order Open Heaven Realm Master, such a distance could already be considered meeting each other face to face because they were within striking distance of ordinary secret techniques. Any sudden movement from either side could set off a great battle between the two clans. During all of the previous clashes, there hadn't been anyone brave enough to take such actions when both armies were facing each other because it was equivalent to courting death. If the humans had provoked the Black Ink clan to this extent, the Black Ink clan wouldn't have endured it and would have simply attacked. But now, even when Dawning Light was sitting alone right in front of the Black Ink clan army, the Black Ink clan still didn't move. Meanwhile, all the members aboard Dawning Light were nervous and excited. If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, they wouldn't have dared to believe that one man could deter the entire Black Ink clan alone. The cultivator surnamed Ho was even more shocked. He was a new member who had joined Dawn only a few decades ago, and had heard many anecdotes about Yong-Kai from Shineo. He used to think that the latter was exaggerating, but after following Yong-Kai here, he discovered that all those stories were real. Not only was the man surnamed Ho excited, but Shineo and the other veteran members of Dawn were also elated. Every one of them was smiling and had rosy cheeks. During the battle at the Primordial Heaven Source Grand Restriction, Yong-Kai disappeared while many members of Dawn were either injured or killed. Later, Dawn almost fractured under the weight of their losses in the following wars. Although new members were joining in, it was difficult for Dawn to return to its former glory. That was because Dawn lacked a leader. Now their leader had returned. This was their first mission, and the first thing Yong-Kai did was lead Dawn to stand before the entire Black Ink clan army. Under the gazes of both clans, Shineo and the others didn't feel scared but excited, feeling like they had returned to the days when they followed their squad leader, Yong-Kai, to kill the enemy. The chants continued to shake the void while both the Black Ink clan and human race army faced off with Dawning Light anchored between them. This scene was meant to be written down in history books, destined to be remembered by all who witnessed it today. Yang Kai raised his hand slightly and signaled the humans to quiet down. It was only then that the continuous chants finally ceased. Then Yang Kai strode forward on the deck and looked at the territory lords who were before him with a smile on his face. "Is there a commander among you all?" The territory lords either looked gloomy or ghastly pale, but none of them spoke. While raising an eyebrow, Yang Kai asked, "What's wrong? Every one of you is a powerful innate territory lord, so you can't be afraid of me, right? If that is true, you should just return to your source domain, as there's no need to embarrass yourselves here." The territory lords naturally couldn't stand such provocative words, and immediately began cursing Yang Kai from all directions. However, Yang Kai turned a deaf ear and looked around, sneering, "I will remember all of you who cursed at me. You will be the ones I deal with first." Immediately, the roars of indignation and curses stopped. If another Eighth Order Open Heaven Realm Master had made such a threat, the territory lords wouldn't have taken it to heart because they weren't wary of Eighth Order humans in general. But Yang Kai's record of killing 3 territory lords was still fresh in their minds, so they didn't dare to ignore his threats. The war between the human race and the Black Ink clan was ongoing, so if any one of those territory lords found themselves alone while being targeted by Yang Kai, they would almost certainly die. It was also impossible for them to always move together. Therefore, the Black Ink clan's already weak momentum was dampened even further with just a few words from Yang Kai. Only then did one territory lord with several long arms step forward from the crowd. There was a straight almond-shaped mark on his forehead, making him look quite strange. He was originally unwilling to speak with Yang Kai because he knew and had experienced how cunning humans could be. His way of thinking was simple: when dealing with humans, it was best to just kill them. No matter what the humans said or did, the solution to any matter was to fight. But if he didn't come forward now, the situation would only worsen. Yang Kai looked over and observed the territory lord, especially the almond-shaped mark on his forehead. He thought, that mark isn't just some kind of decoration, it carries some sort of powerful means. 6 arms. Back where the human race army stood, Ouyang Lai snorted coldly. He had been battling the Black Ink clan in profound nether territory for a couple dozen years now, so he knew quite a lot about the Black Ink clan's masters here. Though innate territory lords were stronger than ordinary territory lords, there were still differences between them, possibly related to how much of Mo's source chi they possessed. Innate territory lords were spawned directly from Black Ink nests using Mo's source chi. Therefore, the more source chi used, the stronger that territory lord was. 6 Arms was the strongest territory lord in profound nether territory, and had severely injured Ouyang Lai during their last battle. Although Ouyang Lai kept bragging to Wei Junyang that he had also caused significant injuries to his opponent, the truth was that Ouyang Lai's wounds were much more severe because while 6 Arms was only slightly injured, Ouyang Lai almost lost half his life. Xiang Shan had previously snuck into profound nether territory and launched a sneak attack on 6 Arms while the human race and Black Ink clan armies were locked in combat, but was unsuccessful. Even Xiang Shan couldn't deal with 6 Arms with the element of surprise on his side, which showed how hard it was to deal with this fellow. Hence, 6 Arms was indeed the territory lord who could command the Black Ink clan in profound nether territory. Ouyang Lai quickly informed Yang Kai about 6 Arms. On the other hand, Yang Kai's brow rose slightly. To be able to survive Xiang Shan's sneak attack meant that this territory lord called 6 Arms was indeed impressive. If Yang Kai were to compete with 6 Arms in terms of pure strength, he might not come out as the winner, as it hadn't been long since Yang Kai advanced to the 8th Order, meaning his heritage was still somewhat weak. However, Yang Kai's biggest advantage when killing territory lords now was his soul-rending thorns, so if it was he who made the sneak attack, he might have succeeded in killing 6 Arms. While Yang Kai was observing 6 Arms was also observing him. 6 Arms had received footage of Yang Kai's attacks on the No Return Pass, and was sure that the human before him was the one who caused all that chaos. Not only did this human kill 3 territory lords, but he also destroyed 7 high-rank Black Ink nest. 6 Arms felt his heart sink as he didn't dare to belittle Yang Kai, eventually opening his mouth to shout, "Human, who gave you the guts to provoke us?" Looking around, Yang Kai smiled. "This king came here with only one warship to discuss some matters with you. Does this count as a provocation?" Yang Kai touched his chin and nodded gently. "If you think it is, then so be it. What can all of you do about it?" If you want to attack, go ahead. See if this king doesn't beat you senseless. While saying that, Yang Kai had his nose pointed upwards, looking incredibly arrogant. The territory lords were furious, and Six Arms also looked grim after hearing these words. During the years they had battled the humans, they had never been in a disadvantageous position. However, they didn't expect that the momentum they accumulated for so many years would be smashed by a single Eighth Order Open Heaven Realm Master aboard a lone warship. This human only had one warship with him, but the Black Ink clan was acting like they were facing a powerful enemy. Their behavior was indeed quite embarrassing. Seeing the human side spirits rising even further, Six Arms didn't dare to continue this topic and snorted coldly. The Black Ink clan has previously experienced the human race's sharp tongue, so let's get straight to the point. If you humans want to start a war, the Black Ink clan will gladly accompany you. Yang Kai nodded. Good. Let's get straight to the point. I came here today with only the intention of discussing something with you all, not to start a fight. Your side suffered quite a huge loss after the last battle, so you should take some time to recuperate. We humans have always been generous and would never bully the weak just because we're strong. Meanwhile, Six Arms looked at Yang Kai with a blank expression, thinking that Yang Kai was talking nonsense. They don't want to start a battle? The human race army is already at our doorstep. How can that not be counted as wanting to start a war? If the humans didn't want to start a battle, the human race army wouldn't be standing here. Moreover, the situation in Profound Nether territory today was that the humans were weaker than the Black Ink clan. Therefore, Six Arms didn't know where this Eighth Order master found the courage to say that the humans wouldn't bully the weak. Shameless as well as arrogant. That was the first impression Six Arms had about Yang Kai. What do you want to discuss? Six Arms asked. If you want the Black Ink clan to retreat, that is not up for discussion. Shaking his head, Yang Kai replied, I naturally wouldn't ask you to retreat. The Black Ink clan in Profound Nether territory have killed so many of my fellow comrades, so who would I seek revenge on if you guys ran away? No, you must stay and not leave so that someday, the Profound Nether army can kill all of you. Six Arms frowned. If you came here just to taunt us, I don't see the need to continue this conversation. Yang Kai chuckled and cupped his fists. My apologies. My murderous intent was provoked by your words, and I've forgotten my original intentions. This king came here today to ask that you grant us easement. Grant easement? Six Arms looked confused. What do you mean? Grant what easement? Does the Black Ink clan have an easement to grant? Not only was Six Arms baffled, but the humans were also confused. As this was a decision made after private discussion, only a few higher-ups knew the whole story while the ordinary soldiers had no information at all. Moreover, the news of Yang Kai being appointed as the army commander of the Profound Nether army hadn't been released yet either. Just as they were feeling confused, they heard Yang Kai continue, I want to leave Profound Nether territory. Through that portal. While saying so, Yang Kai pointed at the territory gate behind the Black Ink clan's base camp. Once he said that, both the humans and Black Ink clan were shocked and finally realized what Yang Kai was referring to when asking to be granted an easement. They were purely asking for easement because that territory gate was under the Black Ink clan's control, so if the Black Ink clan was reluctant to let them pass, it would be difficult for Yang Kai to get past, no matter how strong he was. However, many were dazedly looking at Yang Kai while secretly exclaiming, has he gone mad? How can he discuss such a thing with the Black Ink clan? Isn't this the same as humiliating them? If the Black Ink clan are determined not to yield, it would be impossible for them to agree to this. In fact, there were signs of a riot building among the Black Ink clan army already. If it hadn't been for the territory lords and feudal lords stopping them, the Black Ink clan soldiers would have already charged at Yang Kai to rip him apart. Martial Peak Chapter 5536, The Rise of the Profound Nether Army. The humans were astonished while the Black Ink clan was in an uproar. At that instant, the already tense atmosphere became even tenser. Wei Junyang secretly relayed his order for the soldiers behind him to get ready for battle. Although all the Eighth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters were on board with Yang Kai's plan and thought that it was feasible, no one could be sure it would work until it actually did. If the Black Ink clan were so enraged by Yonkai's provocation that they decided not to endure anymore, the battle today would be inevitable. Judging by their current situation, the human race and Black Ink clan would have a hard time in the battle because, as Yonkai said, it hadn't been long since the previous battle, and both sides still needed time to recuperate. While the human race were secretly arranging their next move, the commotion on the Black Ink clan side was growing louder, with even the territory lords having gloomy expressions while yelling things like, "How dare he?" and courting death. How arrogant is this human? Not only did he come here with a single warship, he even dares to boast so shamelessly. He clearly disdains us territory lords entirely. Though the territory lords admitted that this Eighth Order human was indeed very powerful, it didn't mean they would accept any audacious request he made without reasonable grounds. If they did, how could the territory lords continue to command the soldiers below them? What would their subordinates think of them? The leader of the bunch, Six Arms, had a dark expression as he stared at Yonkai while gritting his teeth. "Do you humans like to joke about such things?" Yonkai remained calm. "Do I look like I'm joking?" Six Arms frowned because he thought Yonkai was really joking and just using this opportunity to show off his prestige and weaken the Black Ink clan's morale. But after careful observation, Six Arms discovered that this human didn't seem like he was pulling a poor prank and was sincerely asking them to grant him an easement. Enraged, Six Arms roared, "Impudence!" Yonkai casually retorted, "I'm only asking for an easement that wouldn't cost the Black Ink clan anything. Why are you getting so riled up?" Hearing that, Six Arms was even more furious. If Yonkai only wanted easement, the Black Ink clan naturally wouldn't suffer any losses, but if they agreed to this request, wouldn't that be admitting that they were afraid of the humans? That would be a great blow to the already weak morale of the Black Ink clan army. No matter what, they couldn't agree to such an outrageous request. In fact, if the sides were reversed, the humans wouldn't grant the Black Ink clan easement either. "What if I refuse?" Six Arms asked coldly. Without saying anything, Yonkai summoned the army commander token. In an instant, the token glowed and illuminated the void. Then Yonkai used his strength to carry his voice throughout the void. "If the Black Ink clan still won't let us through after one incense stick's time, the entire Profound Nether army and Black Ink clan will fight to the death." The token floated above dawning light, and Yonkai stood arrogantly on the deck while his voice, boosted by his world force, sounded deafeningly loud. The human race army was shocked for a moment before they immediately began chanting so loudly that it felt like the entire Profound Nether territory would shake apart. "War! War! War! Kill! Kill! Kill!" Once the army commander token appeared, no one among the hundreds of thousands of troops in the Profound Nether army dared to disobey. It was only now that the humans learned that the Profound Nether army had a new army commander. Wei Junyang was the de facto army commander of the Profound Nether army before, and though his performance was average at best during the several decades of war, he was at least able to maintain Profound Nether territory. But when comparing the two, obviously this new army commander was bolder and more courageous. He had just been appointed and had already made such a big move. That was something the older and more prudent Wei Junyang would find difficult to do. With such an army commander overseeing Profound Nether territory, the Black Ink clan would no longer have easy days. "Young master is the army commander." Aboard the Baishi warship, Yuhi was dumbfounded. Meanwhile, Yuru Meng and the others were all shocked as well. Their husband was the army commander? They had no idea about this and hadn't received any news of this matter. Moreover, Yonkai didn't even tell them about this. But while looking at the figure enveloped by the token's halo, who was also the center of everyone's attention, all the madams felt an inexplicable sense of pride. That was their man. Profound Nether Army's army commander. When the army commander token was summoned, Six Arms' eyes immediately lit up. The Eighth Order Open Heaven Realm Master, who had suddenly appeared in Profound Nether territory, was actually the Profound Nether Army's army commander. If Six Arms could kill this human before the human race army moved, that would be a crushing blow to the enemy's morales. A sudden urge began to fill his heart as his gaze turned vicious while staring at Yonkai. Not only Six Arms, but many other territory lords had similar thoughts. At that moment, several divine senses surged as the territory lords began secretly discussing their next move. Six Arms soon suppressed such thoughts, though, while sending a warning to the other territory lords to not make any rash moves. This human before them wasn't easy to deal with, and if they acted on impulse, they might be the ones killed rather than their opponent, which clearly wasn't worth it. Since this human had summoned the army commander token before the eyes of the two armies, he might have something planned. While suppressing the anger and ambition inside him, Six Arms said through gritted teeth, "If you humans want to start a war, so be it. Do you think the Black Ink clan is afraid?" Since they were forced to this point, no matter how reluctant Six Arms and the other territory lords were, a clash between the clans was inevitable. When Six Arms finished his words, he suddenly stopped and frowned because he could sense another divine sense surging inside the void. It seemed like someone was contacting Six Arms. Yong-kai smiled as he swept his gaze across all the territory lords and finally fixed his gaze on a figure that was enveloped by a dark shadow. It was another territory lord, but he seemed like a shadow and was neither real nor illusory, which was quite strange. As if sensing Yong-kai's gaze, the pair of eyes amidst the dark shadow glanced back at him. A short while later, Six Arms had a strange expression on his face when he raised his head to look at Yong-kai. The anger he felt had disappeared entirely, and he asked with a frown, "Are you only looking for easement? What else can I ask for?" Yong-kai asked him back. Six Arms coldly snorted and said, "Even if we offered you this easement, do you have the courage to take it?" The territory gate was located behind the Black Ink clan's base camp, so if the humans wanted to go through it, they would have to pass through the Black Ink clan army. Weren't the humans afraid they might walk into a death trap? "You'll know the answer after you accept." Yong-kai looked at Six Arms with a slight smile. Though Six Arms was strong, he didn't have the sharpest mind. In contrast to him, the territory lord who looked like a shadow was a quick thinker. It was the shadow territory lord who had contacted Six Arms just now and made him forget about his decision to fight the humans. Just like how Yong-kai had persuaded all the Eighth Order masters at the main conference hall, that Shadow Territory Lord might have realized that Yong-kai's departure from Profound Nether Territory would benefit the Black Ink clan. Perhaps they might still be thinking about suddenly launching an attack after I'm halfway inside their territory. That was something Yong-kai had to be prepared for. Even though he was sure the Black Ink clan would likely agree to grant an easement, he couldn't be sure that they would be able to hold back their urge to kill him. If that happened, there would definitely be a huge battle today. However, it didn't matter if things came to that because Yong-kai had considered such a scenario. He could just kill a few more territory lords and bring Dawn to escape any ambush set up at the territory gate. He had a 2 million strong small stone race army on hand, which was his trump card to use against the last royal lord. Although it would be a waste to use them here against mere territory lords, Yong-kai wouldn't be stingy when faced with a critical situation. After all, Big Brother Huang and Big Sister Lan were still nurturing the small stone race in the chaotic dead territory, so he could just head there and borrow some more after a few hundred years. Therefore, he had nothing to be afraid of. The two pairs of eyes met each other, one looking sincere while the other seemed doubtful. A long while later, Six Arms sneered, "Since you claim to have the guts, prove it." While saying so, he waved his hand, "Let them through." Once that order was given, the Black Ink clan army gathered in front, separated to both sides and left a narrow path towards the territory gate. The scene stunned the human race army. When Yong-kai said he wanted to pass through the territory gate, everyone thought he was just taking this opportunity to provoke the Black Ink clan and suppress their momentum. After all, how could the Black Ink clan agree to such a humiliating request? Though puzzled, the human race and Black Ink clan had a blood feud. So since both sides had gathered their troops, they would just start another battle. The stronger and the weaker side would be determined after the fighting was finished, so what was the use of such provocation? However, who would have thought that the Black Ink clan would agree to such an absurd request and let Yong-kai pass? What's happening? Did the lead territory lord lose his mind? Doesn't he know that agreeing to the request is a big blow to their army's momentum? No matter what the Black Ink clan were thinking, the humans were elated. The Black Ink clan had given in. Yong-kai alone had managed to threaten the Black Ink clan to compromise to this extent. This was something no one had ever seen or even heard of before. Although they didn't attack or kill any Black Ink clansmen today, the current situation was better than slaughtering a couple of territory lords. Before Yonkai's arrival in profound Nether territory, the situation here wasn't looking good. They were constantly at war, and the humans were in an extremely passive situation. Moreover, they would suffer quite a significant loss after every battle. Profound Nether territory was almost lost during the last battle. Now they had such a new powerful army commander who could ask for an easement from the Black Ink clan alone, and with only a single warship. Though the Black Ink clan had snarled viciously, they still compromised in the end. The hundreds of thousands of human soldiers looked at the figure above the deck of Dawning Light, and couldn't help but feel astonished. That figure seemed so high and mighty. Profound Nether army had risen. Once the excitement had died down, the humans quickly became worried because even the dumbest among them knew that Yonkai was about to face a life-or-death crisis. If the Black Ink clan suddenly decided to attack, Yonkai and Dawning Light would be utterly surrounded. Despite their preparations for war, no one could be sure that the humans could save Yonkai from the Black Ink clan's besiegement in time. On top of the Baishi warship, Yuru Meng and the others felt their hearts leap into their throats. Their husband was still so reckless, but they could do anything about it. They could only support their husband, but could they stand to watch him battle the enemy alone? Though they were women, they weren't weaklings. Ever since they met Yonkai, they had mostly lived apart. Although that didn't affect their relationship, these wives were thoroughly fed up with waiting at home and not knowing whether their husband would return alive. If he was destined to die, they wanted to die with him. Wasn't living and dying together the best ending for husbands and wives? You're tuning in to the Li Mei Sword of Destiny YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.